once knew a spy.
Spies. You're spying.
She was brilliant, erratic, cursed, an anti-personal mine in human form. Her friends called her Herschel, but to her controllers, she was Cascade.
Your name and your cryptonym. A dead limb twitches.
The abandoning kind. One by one, she watched her friends go out like distant lights. It is, and was. Portofino 91, the whole sick crew. A disaster untold, a black page in the official records.
The memory hums, an exposed wire.
None at all. Yet here we are, standing over the smashed and leaking world. Some fool dropped it. One of ours, probably. She was recalled. They put her in the freezer. Forever. Most thought. Even in those dark days, there were whispers among the lower sublevels, where they keep the true believers. Don't count Cascade out. 5 years passed. A little more of the world leaked out of itself. Cascade's controllers ordered her back to Portofino. It wasn't your friends. It was me. There is a new assignment, Cascade. I was supposed to give you the brief. No one special. Just an arm-like sack of cytoplasm. A special move unique to single-cell organisms. But before that, I was like you. A spy for the People's Republics. One of the varieties of mankind. Right here. In an armchair in a safe house above a 24-hour photo shop. In the city-state of Portofino. This is a dangerous place, Cascade. I should never have come. I got caught with my pants down. On the plus side, I no longer have to worry about independent thought or movement. Don't blame yourself, operant. Whatever happens has already happened.
Displayed on the chair before you is a man, approximately mid-30s. His chest rises and falls in steady rhythm as he stares beyond you, unblinking. Alive, yet not alive. His eyes are fixed glassily on the ceiling. The pupils quiver like a failing heartbeat. Cream paint, peeling slightly. A small room in a city past its prime. Nothing to suggest why the man is so interested in it. He's been like this since you walked in. Anything to the contrary should be marked down as a grip on reality type problem. No response, no jolt, no tremor. All posts deserted. The green of long-corroded copper. As for the face around the eyes, his jaw hangs slack, his glasses askew. The lopsided headphones accentuate a large bald spot atop his crown. Highly pleasing rubbability. Stiff-collared shirt, a snug brown jacket, and nothing below the waist but a pair of red briefs. As your eyes reach his feet, you notice that the man is also wearing 3 layers of socks, each slightly shorter than the one beneath it. For some reason, this detail strikes you as very sad. There is no smell of alcohol, nor any open containers, no drug paraphernalia either, just a loose cord trailing to the stereo system. Your fingers detect a faint, steady pulse within the base of his wrist. Elevated, but not critical. When in theatre, an operant must always prepare to be assassinated. Of course, it is better not to be killed. No vomit, no discoloration on the skin, no bruising or signs of struggle. And if it's poison, it's a bizarre strain. None of which precludes professional assassination. The first casualty of an undeclared war. The man's eyes glisten. Bright red veins blossom around their edges. If so, you've walked right into it. Forces are in terrible motion, gliding like spirits across your plane of understanding. However he ended up like this, the result is the same. Operant lost. A snail's trail of dried saliva glints on the side of his chin. The people's spy cannot be caught shirking. Time to escalate. Your double has deserted the track before the starting gun. Will you stand for it? Pathetic. History ended a century ago. Last time is reactionary fetish. Defend the party, reject the linear progression of time. The man's breath gargles softly in his throat as you yank him upwards. He is heavier than he looks. His head lolls on its neck hinge. If you didn't know any better, you would say his deserted eyes seemed to be urging you in the direction of the bathroom. You heave him up and down, making his limp head bounce in a grotesque nod. Onwards. The unassigned assignment is now yours alone. The man's head slips 2 centimeters to the left. His jaw slides with it. clipped to the inside flap of his jacket, you find a laminated badge, emblazoned with the crest of the Import-Export Bureau of the People's Republic of Kohila. The name reads Esteman T. Below that, a title, Im Ex-Lead Hosiery. Sock merchant, one of the opera's most battle-tested covers. Wearing the wares for ease of display, an operant committed to his role. 3 other things of note: a slip of paper, a business card, and a rock-hard piece of candy. The card is cheap and scuffed. It reads, "All you need is miracle," above a cartoonish image of disembodied lips at a phone receiver. Notably absent is an actual phone number. There's an indecipherable scribble. Whatever's written seems to begin with a D. Into your pocket it goes. It's a purchase order for 10 socks, made out to Carmuna Pessoa, Fashions and Garments Bootleg Bazaar. Bootleg Bazaar. No coordinates found. Some kind of marketplace, and not one you've ever been to. It's a good place to start. Also, your only one currently. The slip of paper grows heavy in your hand. It feels like a baton. A wrapped-up rectangle of compressed sugar. It's so hard that your fingers cannot make an impression, no matter how much you strain. Cola flavor, if you had to guess. The candy slips back into the pocket's depths. You retract your hand from the man's pockets. Your double didn't notice your arrival. He doesn't notice your departure either. Following the cord from the unconscious man's headphones, you come to a mid-sized home stereo resting on a sideboard. Through the translucent view panel, you see a single red disc loaded in place. On the face of the disc are the words, "Ultravioletta, you but from a dream," handwritten on thin strips of tape. You don't recognize the artist. The disc is loaded, ready to tell you. The chunky button makes a satisfying little thunk as you push it in. The discus begins to turn. You know because the spindle was rotating, though the speakers don't produce any sound at all. No sound, save the thin layer of static that lines the inner cables. It doesn't appear to be. The disc is spinning the way it's meant to. The music player blinks, slowly. Or do you? You can't tell. The silence is being overtaken by a different silence, like the slow darkening of night across the wall of an empty room. This new silence seeps into every corner of your body, loosening fixtures, rattling drawers. There is still no sound, but in your mind an image forms of a blasted heath, a smouldering circle at its center. Figures in tattered robes stagger and sway on the horizon. Your mind blanks, the power grid ravaged by an unseen, faraway storm. The same day you were just living. A second-floor studio apartment above the Photo 24 while you wait film lab on Orphanage Street in the independent city-state of Portofino. Slowly, you return to yourself. The apartment looks the same. Just about. Nothing. You're simply playing a disc on a common home stereo system. The sort of thing millions of people across the world do every day. No, you probably shouldn't. The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief internal hum, then the disc slides halfway out of the machine and waits there like it's trying to hide from you. You remove the red disc and place it into your pocket. As you turn away, a phone begins to ring. You pick up the phone. The handset vibrates in your palm. A peculiar species of static washes over your ear. Half a world away, a familiar voice splits into 256,000 encrypted fragments before coalescing again by your ear.
Please tell me you have good news.
The voice of authority. Don't let her down. Become the operant she needs you to be.
Operant Cascade, you made it. Your voice hasn't changed. We'll get to your problem in a moment. Put pseudopod on the line.
You glance over at the man in the chair. This is wrong. You shouldn't be here. This should be happening to someone else. It takes all your concentration to keep the receiver steady against your ear. For a moment, no one says anything. There's no sound at all save for the blood in your ear and the electrostatic hum of the ultra-long-distance connection.
Has he been zeroed out?
Eliminated, killed, rendered inoperant.
That doesn't tell us much. What else? Very odd. Why would he be listening to a blank disc? Probably a manufacturing defect. I don't see how a disc could have anything to do with Pseudopod's condition. So what? Your cover was meant to be sock importers. Excuse me, why the fuck are we talking about socks? Method espionage? Is that some sort of joke? I'll ask one more time. Is your double zeroed out?
You must speak the word. She cannot make the determination herself. Once you say it, there's no going back. The momentum of events will overtake you.
Right. I wonder which it is. Have our enemies blown us up already? Or is this just another day at the basement massage parlor of Spy Services? Fucking hell.
She's wondering how long till she can have a drink. Treacly liqueur from a can. It's been several hours since her last.
The opera's going to hang me by the toes. For you, it's back to Satellite Facility B. That's exactly the problem. You haven't got Pseudopod and you haven't got the assignment either. Listen to me. This assignment is over. Effective immediately.
Over. Immediately. The words ricochet inside your skull.
The woman in the photo shop downstairs, Constance. She's one of ours. Let her deal with Pseudopod. Do not tell her anything she doesn't need to know. As for you, we need to get you on the next aerotram out of the city.
Disregard. Time for some self-directed espionage. Something about the strange red disc nags at the edge of your consciousness. Perhaps the room contains other leads as well.
Let the photo lady deal with him. Your concern is getting out of Portofino, understand?
Reactionary pessimism. The people's spy is indomitable.
Cut the Mel stuff. We're talking about work now. That's a directive, operant. This assignment is over. Get on the next tram. If what you're saying is true, enemies abound. Don't get yourself zeroed out.
A click, and the line goes dead. A pair of men's trousers are hung delicately over the shower rail. They seem much better cared for than their owner. Brown, shapeless, utterly unremarkable. The front and back pockets are completely empty, except for a few pieces of linen. Nothing but dead air from when you moved him. Unless... One of the many mysteries concerning men's trousers. You discover a small extra pocket inside the front right pocket. You slip 2 fingers inside and come away with a neatly folded sheet of paper. The page is notebook-sized and perforated along one edge. It reads, THA 7LES APR 032 WIFO 9. Half a cipher. The language of spies. You've carried papers like this, folded up and hidden away in secret pockets and compartments. Good to unlock a single enciphered message. You just need to locate the other half. You leave the trousers as they were. You dial your controller's number. The phone buzzes. After several rings, someone picks up.
I thought you were headed out. What is it? Now you've heard it. Get moving, operant.
The line goes dead. The bed looks serviceable. Deformed pillows and a depression in the mattress show it has been used. Room for 2. You were supposed to lie here alongside your double. Seems it is all yours then, should you ever want to lay in it. You turn away. Daylight spills in from the window. The small table has been turned into a makeshift desk. A startlingly red folder stands out against the clutter. A small label in the top left corner is printed with one word. Your cryptonym, Cascade. Amidst the crumpled sheets of copy paper and empty takeout containers, you find an opened pack of cigarettes, Suprema mark. There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema 100s. It's like any other found in commissaries and corner stores across the People's Republics. Except secreted neatly against the inner wall of the pack, just as you were once taught to do yourself. A crisply folded sheet of A7 paper. It reads: ZWS, JMXVB TW, AON, TRRA, KB, ZQYMUSGS. One-to-one correspondence between key and text. This is a Rosetta cipher. Your heart skips a beat. The pack slides nicely into your pocket, as though it always belonged there. The folder opens with a whoosh. Before you in neat monospace type, your life is condensed to its barest elements. Name Will Kershaw, cryptonym Cascade, born Landau, former Republic of Mercia. Dependents none, pay class D2, years of service 14. Childhood, bourgeois, typical. History of student radicalism led to persecution by monotheist reactionaries, fled to People's Republic of Kohila, embraced post-historical materialism. In short, born capitalist, reborn communist. Medical record, history of dissociative episodes and reckless action, gunshot, chest, retained bullet, 10mm pre-service. The bullet nuzzles your aorta, your heartbeat flutters. Sexuality, homosexual tendencies, unconfirmed. Suicide risk minimal, ideation only. As our moral statisticians are repeatedly instructed, suicide is merely a coward's way to spit one last time upon the party. End of list. According to this file, that's all there is to you. Appropriate to one whose entire existence is a forgery. There's another page behind this one. It's labeled Service History. A tingle in your fingers. Your head grows lighter as you approach the crash site. ZWS, JMXVB TW. The perfectly ordered letters offer no response. The genius of a one-time key is that it requires nothing more than basic addition to use. Sadly, basic maths elude you just now. Your espionage limb is still foreign out. A few spasms here and there, but no directed movement. Your hand grinds to a halt above the page. A full minute passes, or never. That works too. You turn away from the desk.
Enough! You're blacklisted. Take your sick little games elsewhere.
Easy, lady. I just want to develop some photographs. I'm not trying to take your innocence.
Does that poor girl even know what you're up to?
You have a wild imagination. A little photo should not count as a crime. It's not like it's a loaded gun or something.
The woman casts a split-second glance in your direction, requesting assistance.
Whoa, whoa. Caught in a pincer by the art police. Not a good day for pursuing my interests.
A crackle of recognition behind his eyes as they meet yours.
Very well. Photo 24 can have this round. Thank you for this extreme stress I'll now carry through my day.
He gives you one more glance as he leaves, garish coat flapping behind him.
You get all walks in here. That was good of you to step in. Nobody. A seedy little oddity who likes making fantastical threats. Oh yes, keen photographer, limited in subject. Lucky for you to only catch him on the day of his banishment. Ah, while I have it here, this is the screwdriver pseudopod requested. For the fax machine.
She gestures towards the monstrous off-white plastic machine behind you.
Speaking of, where is your double?
Basic social engineering. First, take the target into your confidence. Her look is wary, but intrigued. 2, turn an admirable quality into a vulnerability.
That's strange. No one said anything to me about a meta task. Is this really how we handle personal matters? It sounds suspiciously elaborate.
She fucking loves it.
Ah, I understand. This is a test to check our information security. I'll have you know Pseudopod's not told me anything. He's kept it intensely tight.
3, exploit, exploit, exploit. A wince. A knife prick she'll surely remember.
Have you tried the bootleg bazaar? He was down there yesterday.
The bootleg bazaar. That matches the purchase order you found on his body.
He said he intended to interview some of the vendors. I can't tell you what he was after, precisely.
There. 2 lines of inquiry converge. Bring this purchase order to the bazaar. That's your next stop.
You can practically see it from the front door. Due south, in the ruins of the old Essilk factory. Head west from the roundabout. If by some chance you find yourself in Party Alley, it means you've gone the wrong way. I hope you write Pseudopod a glowing report. From what I've seen so far, he certainly deserves it. Was there anything else? Very well. Forgive me, is this still part of the test? Shouldn't you be the one advancing thesis and so forth? Granted, this is only my debut, but it seems to me that something's very amiss. No matter what we do, nothing appears to go according to plan. Pseudopod says it's all part of the work, but it gives me a rather unsettled feeling. A bit early for such a declaration, isn't it? You've only just arrived. Forgive me, a bit early for such a
She gives you a nod.
It's that little amber light. It means out of order, and I haven't been able to get it to green, meaning in order. Pseudopod assured me this machine was a vital tool of communication, as precious to our work as the magic box we installed on your room phone. I'm telling you now, operant, that's what's happening here. You've received all sorts of technical training, I presume. I would think getting a little light to turn green should be well within your powers. I certainly don't. It looks flirtatious. Never during working hours. Seedy business attracts itself. Try the fogged mirror. It's a bar just to the west, along Party Alley.
It must be said, there's no mention of a fogged mirror in the files. It almost certainly holds no deep personal or professional significance for you whatsoever.
It is. Highly. What do you mean? My God. You're saying he's... Oh. Oh, God.
Shock, bewilderment, your cue. Behind the acrylic display case, your eye catches on a scene of an amateur pelota squad, smiling against a sun-bleached wall.
What do we do, operant? It was yesterday, when he returned for the evening. He looked stressed, like he was shouldering a great burden. It must have been the assignment, I'm sure. No, not depressed.
This isn't getting anywhere.
Pseudopod was a very good teacher. He said it would fall on me to see after any operants who are incapacitated in theatre. I wonder, did he ever suspect he was talking about himself? Absolutely not. Nobody's been upstairs except yourself and Pseudopod. Operant, if you're about to imply that I've committed some heinous act, I can promise you there's nothing in my photo lab that would cause what you've described. I've never seen this before. What's on it? No, I don't pay attention to all that. Music, perhaps it's defective.
Trying her best to be helpful.
I must say, it doesn't look like a regular disc like you buy at the shops. This looks more like a bootleg. I haven't the faintest idea. I'm adrift. Pseudopod struck me as an absolute professional and very cautious.
She's dying inside. She felt a great deal of affection for your double. Your double's condition is of secondary importance.
I suppose I could move him to the spare room down here. That way I can keep an eye on him.
She doesn't respond, but looks down as her cheeks flush deep crimson.
Of course, the least I can do. Before you do, I understand this is your first time back in theatre for some time.
She hesitates, a little shy all of a sudden.
I just wanted to say, welcome back to the opera.
A humongous white block of office technology sits in front of you. It looks like a sacrificial altar made of plastic. Image quality, and whatever remains of human patience. Your screwdriver makes short work of the starhead screws holding the side panel in place. You set them aside one by one, and gently remove the plastic panel. You turn away from the fax machine. The screen flickers, static turns to black. A booming voice emerges.
Wrong. The sky is only 98% sky. The other 2% is used to cover up the fact that they replaced the moon 4 times. But they don't want you to know that. That's why they're coming for me. But not before I tell you the truth.
The screen warps and color shifts. Between clips of the bagman talking, a phone number flashes urgently. You jot down the digits as Bagman watches on.
I am Subcommandante Beckman. And this is the reality situation. No brakes, no filters, no cowards. I know about the Boers. I know about hiding. Laluze's invisible aircraft carriers, weaponized nostalgia, microbial microphones, lunar obfuscation programs. Find out what I know by tuning into the reality situation. Airing until they shut us down. This is a war, and I don't take orders from anyone. Especially not reality.
A prophet on the edge of madness. The words "the big lie" appear in bold white letters. They pulse once, then scatter outward, as if detonated by unseen forces.
I am subcommand. I know about. Find out what I know. Find out what I know by tuning into the. I know. Find out. I am sub.
The sounds from the commercial.
Finally, someone with courtesy. Do you know when the 9 is coming?
A handsome man shifts in place, glancing over his shoulder towards the tram lines. Suitcases surround him.
Simple. It's just over there. I did see a man like that some days ago, I think. Near the bazaar, in fact.
Our sleeping brother.
No, he was alone. Why do you ask? I guess we share the same fate. I'm waiting on the 9. I was told it was having some problems. But it's supposed to be in service any day now.
An exotic air about this man. Difficult to place. And exceptionally handsome. The suit he's wearing hasn't been changed in days.
Zenzark. A long way from here. I was told it's supposed to be in service any day now. That was a week ago.
Enough time to grow accustomed to new surroundings and start noticing things.
I agree. But what am I to do? It seems to be the only way out of this city. I would appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be here in the meantime.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. The emblematic animal of Portofiero's main phone company, Reno Tower. Your gaze wanders away. The dolphin. Your finger depresses the yielding material. Up, down, up, down. Sensual pleasure. You watch the dolphin pop back up, then squish again under the changing pressure of your finger. You lose track of time as you repeat the action. You do not yet have the number of anyone else in this city. The Reno Tel.
Hello and welcome to the reality situation. Before we begin, I just need to check. Is your line secure? That's a joke, obviously. No line is secure. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, are not secure. Consciousness itself is tapped. The call is coming from inside the house. Now, what aspect of the situation did you want to ask about? Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tel dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the... Silk number 3, the old silk factory, once the pounding heart of the city. Pseudopod had a purchase order from a vendor called Carmuna. She must be in here somewhere. You also have that curious red disc to hand. A media specialist could likely tell you more. Loose stitching and cheap fabric. The odd cotton hemorrhoid erupting at the seams. Soft animals, mostly stylized blobs with little regard for real anatomy. There are brand logos on the sides, non-uniformly misspelled or upside down, but recognizably the same. Zoo Textile Lalouse. Boneless flesh bound in impossible colors, twisted into seductively pleasing shapes. The different species are all numbered. Number 1's are bunnies, number 2's cats, number 4 an anatomically unviable whale. There are no number 3's. Then what animal was so irresistible to the consumer? Plushie number 3 is you. You turn back to the bazaar.
going to melt his head.
On the TV, a giant wolf-like creature stands up on its hind legs and howls. Its fur bristles gold.
Shh.
Suddenly, the beast roars and light floods the screen. It's followed by a wet, pulpous sound.
Ecstatic Wolf is awake. It's from the best show ever. 66 Wolves. They make it in La Luz. It's about a girl who has 66 chambers in her heart, and each one contains a wolf. And the wolves come out to make war with the angels because they want to take over the world.
And the wolves have sick weapons and really cool attacks. This is Pathos Wolf's flaming claymore. No, it's one of the real ones.
He means it's not from the bazaar, but from La Luz. Our aunt bought it for him. Everyone loves it. Some of the grown-ups like it, even though it's a cartoon.
Don't tell that to the music man. He hates it.
A neurotically organized stall, about 10 meters west. A morose man stands there obsessively cleaning a disc-like object.
Yeah, him.
A man of strong opinion that he's not afraid to shout about, even to children.
Well, maybe he should stop then.
He says he won't sell the music discs because it would poison our brain with sonic excrements. Well, maybe. But it won't change his mind because he's a loser. I don't know any. Do you know any, maybe?
Wait, I remember those. From when I was little. There was one with puppets arguing a lot, and another with a green cat who was also a thief to help people. They looked old and ugly. Mom said she watched them as a kid too. This is so much better.
Death to puppets.
It's the place where they make all the cool stuff. It's not like here. I bet they even have flying tuk-tuks.
And also we have cousins over there.
No, we were born here. And Mom is from Anson.
Certainly not part of La Luz. It's a wealthy state in the developed world, known for its bogs and poets.
I asked Mom if our cousins could come over one day, and she said it's hard because La Luz is so far.
A mere 4-hour flight, but there are no commercial flights between Portofino and the Illuminated Empire.
What's that?
Perhaps you should let children be children.
Oh, okay. We can just talk about the wolves some more. You can ask. We know everything.
The angel Canopus cursed her before she was even born, because of her mom.
It was vengeance. No. Now she serves Canopus in her war against the other angels. There's Deneb, Polaris, and Razzlehog.
Razzlehag is gay. He's the gay angel.
Shut up. I like him. And that's not how angels work.
They all have their own powers. Ultima Wolf.
But Ultima Wolf only appears when times are most dire.
Your tongue runs along the familiar edges of your canines.
Well, the last time Ultima Wolf appeared, she burned a village of women and kids.
It was sick.
Grieving Wolf. When she plays her heart, even the angels cry.
She also ate Nabia's sister while they were all locked inside Nabia's heart. Not just her sister. All the people she loves are trapped in there. Forever.
That's how Canopus's curse works. Zealous Wolf. He destroyed the moon with his gun hammer.
His gun hammer was forged by the Elder Wolves.
Yeah, he did it to get back at Polaris. That's his mom.
Zealous Wolf is only part wolf. That's why he has wings.
Polaris forced him to join her order of Dark Seraphims. She's too strong to fight. So Zealous Wolf tricked her instead.
You can't be an angel if you do a stellar sin. So, whoosh.
Do you have a gun hammer?
The toy version's really expensive. It's easy. You just have to memorize their names. I did. Zealous Wolf, Tyrant Wolf, Raging Wolf, Reviled Wolf, Stoic Wolf, Fear Wolf, Pity Wolf, Yearning Wolf, Sensitive Wolf, Hysteric Wolf, Ecstatic Wolf, Passion Wolf, Tender Wolf, Sorrow Wolf, Insecure Wolf, Grateful Wolf, Seething Wolf, Psycho Wolf, Gentle Wolf, Numb Wolf, Bitter Wolf, Lustful Wolf, Loathing Wolf, Modest Wolf, Sanguine Wolf, Grieving Wolf, Ultima Wolf, Greedy Wolf, Guilty Wolf, Dream Wolf, Dyspeptic Wolf, Weary Wolf, Wrath Wolf, Cunning Wolf, Trickster Wolf, Placid Wolf, Eager Wolf, Nostalgic Wolf, Dread Wolf, Jealous Wolf, Venturous Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, Obsessive Wolf, Hasty Wolf, Forlorn Wolf, Mournful Wolf, Vain Wolf, Reverent Wolf, Wicked Wolf, Shy Wolf, Jubilant Wolf, Clement Wolf, Sycophant Wolf, Furtive Wolf, Conformist Wolf, Serene Wolf, Critical Wolf, Vindictive Wolf, and Unyielding Wolf. Sure. Zealous Wolf, Tyrant Wolf, Seething Wolf, Psycho, Dream Wolf, Shy Wolf, Jubilant Wolf.
There's so many more wolves. Not really. They only come out when she gets in trouble.
Or when they get hungry. If she doesn't feed them, they try to devour her heart.
The phantom weight presses on your chest as you picture this girl, waking up each day to a world of wolves and monstrous angels.
No, they're wolves.
He doesn't know what that word means. But also what he said. No.
Then her heart would be empty.
And the story would be over. Mom says it's good we spend time outside. Well, we could try, maybe. Do you know any good shows?
Is that the man with the bag on his head? We've seen a little bit one time. He's really funny. Last time he said there are 5 moons, and how they're all fake, like the boars.
Mom said we were not allowed to watch him. But she didn't say why. Okay, we'll try.
So many. There's the weapons and action figures and t-shirts and stickers and backpacks.
Trying not to lose count of all the cool stuff he doesn't have.
But the best are the drinking cups. Everyone wants those. They're big, and each one looks like one of the 66 wolves. But you can't buy them anymore. Because no one has any. The boat people brought some cups once, but then the adults went crazy and bought them all. The toy store had some, but no one wanted those because they were so ugly. The wolves looked all melted.
66. You know, like the wolves.
We've only seen the ones from the redemption arc. All the others you can only get in La Luz, I'm pretty sure.
The redemption arc has 6 cups. There's Tyrant Wolf, Placid Wolf, Dream Wolf, Critical Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, and Eager Wolf.
Special. What do you mean?
No.
No. I don't think so.
Probably not.
You can drink from them. There's a straw.
And they look like wolves. Alright. So, what now?
The girl nods.
Alright. So, what now? My sword? But it's my sword. I need it.
Why would you take this from him? He clearly treasures the toy.
For fighting angels and other monsters? They're big. You don't know that.
Our aunt got it for him for his birthday. He can't just give it to you. If you want it, then it has to be fair. With honor. When Dreadwolf met with the legendary Smith Kuro of the Grey Fang tribe, Dreadwolf didn't have coin. So she traded her Eventide pendant that she had since she was a pup, so Kuro would make her a dagger.
The Phantasmal Stiletto. It's so sick.
So you have to offer something big, or else it's not fair and he keeps the sword.
You can ask us about whatever.
No, remember what Mom said. No, remember what Mom said. Okay, you can ask some stuff because there's people around, and I can scream real loud.
It's been years since you interacted with children, so a reminder. Be nice. Be normal.
Yep.
Doing well enough so far.
The music man wears glasses. And sometimes double glasses. It looks dumb.
She doesn't mean him. He's been here since forever. And he doesn't wear suits.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Odd. Like, how odd?
There's so many accents here. The boat people have their ones, and the music man, and also Carmuna.
We know Malen's dad is missing. She's been really worried. That's her, with the costumes and glitter stuff. Her dad's missing because a phone ate him. That's all I know.
Mom's at home. We live on a boat.
We don't know him. Mom didn't have fun with him. But that's when I was really little, so I don't remember.
Sometimes. I used to hide and play with my toys.
Why aren't you at work?
A riposte flung without thinking. She's been asked the question more than once.
Mom asks us a lot because she worries. There's no school today. Or tomorrow. That's how it is now. We have 2 weeks of school, and then 2 weeks of nothing.
Antonio's mom said it's because foreign politicians. He's my friend. He lives on another houseboat. No school for 2 more weeks. Yay. Antonio's school doesn't open anymore. He's so lucky. I wish ours was like that.
Don't say that. Mom said we might go to the one in the sunset, but she doesn't seem sure.
A bourgeois district in the northern parts of Portofino.
Since 2 years. I remember because I helped Arla with the alphabet. Shut up. I knew the letters already. But it was only 1 day a week at first. And then our teacher said she had to help other schools. So now it's like this.
An eternal underclass is being manufactured before your very eyes.
No, we do loads of stuff. We like watch TV. Sometimes I go to the canal with Antonio and the others.
We have homework. I make sure he does his. But it's not the same. That's really nice. Maybe it'll be okay.
I don't want to talk about dumb school anymore. Can we talk about anything else?
Okay.
The kids study you, attentive.
Oh.
Do you want to talk about the...
The children ignore you. A cosmonaut suit, a relic of Project Altanamia. Its shoulder patch reads, "The stars are ours." So, if it is, then it's one of the few things for sale here that isn't a knockoff Lusian electronic disc or toy. 5,000 sol. No wonder it's still here. People with that kind of money don't shop in the bazaar. Your focus widens back to the bazaar.
Excuse me. Can you take a look at this?
A young woman turns from a store of party wigs and beaded necklaces to thrust a photograph under your nose. A hood a burrow, she the mouse within. The photograph shows a robust man well into his 60s. He is unremarkable save his eyes, which are magnified to comedic proportions by the thick lens spectacles in front of him.
Have you seen him before? How do you know about that? It didn't eat him. But yeah, he's been missing a few days. Right, I should have started with that, I guess. His name's Krantz.
She's fading. No sleep. 3, maybe 4 days now.
He's kind of forgetful sometimes. Not a lot, but I'm just worried. I told him watching too much TV was making him crazy.
She raises her hand to bite her nails. A new habit. They're bleeding.
No, I mean, that's the most likely scenario, right? Ugh, this is kind of embarrassing.
Embarrassment isn't the problem. A much darker feeling is trying to claw its way into our consciousness.
My dad developed this insane theory about the payphone to the western exit of the bazaar. Dad thought certain words said into the right phone gets you attention from the wrong people. He was convinced Emter was behind it all.
Emter, aka L'Empire Sans Territoire, aka the Bank. Equal parts Global Development Fund and spy service. Linchpin of the developed world. The bloody hand of transnational capital.
Dad and his friend Gilmar were big into conspiracies. They were obsessed with the reality situation. They really bought all that stuff. Bagman did an episode on them, and so Gilmar started following random people thinking they were from the bank. Not like guys in expensive business suits usually. Foreign accents, verbally abusive, and tight with their money. Except when it comes to treating a client. Normal rich guy stuff. Hitting up the bars and shouting abuse at the local drunks. And then they disappeared into penthouses where they couldn't be followed. Yeah, that's what mi viejo thought. He went home, but Gilmar stayed out. And then he called my dad around 2 in the morning. He'd overheard something and was explaining it when the call just cut off. My dad went by his house the next day, but Gilmar wasn't there. Yeah. He looked for Gilmar for 2 weeks. Reported him missing to the GMs. Nothing. A couple days ago, he stopped by the stall to bring me lunch. Then he said he was going to make a call. I wasn't nervous at first. I figured there was no risk of anything actually happening. And then he didn't come home. Yeah. It's just crazy old man shit. He probably just wandered off.
Momentarily, the mumbling from the nearby stalls hushes. Listening.
They seem pretty random. Cousins, moon, reunion. I guess. And he tried to tell me I wasn't really paying attention to him. He had those written down on a pad in his bedroom. He told me not to say them if I used the phone. It all sounded so silly. Anyway, you want a wig? I hear they make you fun at parties. Oh yeah, he came by. Nice man. Talked a lot about socks. He was, normal. Pretty forgettable, if I'm honest. I told him, unless your socks are mismatched and neon-colored, I'm not much use to you. Not really. Wandered off into the bazaar.
Looking you straight in the eyes. Sympathetic. She really doesn't know.
What do you mean, something's happened? Did he use the phone? Oh, at least you have that. Sorry. Yeah, I was kind of distracted when he showed up. Oh, that's, Ultravioleta, the Lusian pop star. Always thought that type of music was too young for me, but I've been enjoying her stuff recently, for some reason. Oh, Ultravioleta definitely is. The disc could be anything. A bootleg, a fan imitation, an actual release.
She peers at the disc again, blonde hair falling over her face.
Weird disc, that. Oh, you should ask Petra at the music stall over there. He'll know more. Doubt he's an ultra, though.
Wig topiary, plastic tiaras, novelty sunglasses. A burst of colours and textures vying for your attention. All of them losing. Behind it all, you see an oddly familiar shape. The tailored shoulders, the sharp collar. The shape is robust and clean, with an architectural asymmetry. Like a knife. A cape, but nothing like the other costume pieces around it.
Why?
Knuckles white as she balls them into fists.
Really? You're not going to try to make a call or anything, right? Okay. It's the phone by the western entrance to the bazaar. I guess I used to. Haven't had time lately. But I usually know when something's going on, even if I'm not gonna be there. There's a show somewhere in the Hill of Pigs tonight, but it's already sold out. Dead. Still a few maggots writhing around in the corpse, maybe, but looking at them just makes you sadder, you know? 10 or 15 years ago, there were feedback parties in the backways. Anyone who played loud enough could jam. You'd hear the distortion 3 canals away.
Feedback parties. She must mean communal ideological struggle sessions.
Now, if anybody plays around here at all, it's just covers of Lusian stuff. Yeah, alright. It's a Carabinero outfit.
Carabineros are Portofiero's sanctioned police investigators. They report directly to the Prefectura and deal in actual crime. Murder, grand larceny, rape.
No, I told Officer Morito. He said it was above his pay grade. He kicked it up, and they kicked it right back down. That'd be illegal. Second-hand surplus warehouse in Lower Viudas was closing down a while back. Big clearance sale.
Still not a yes. She's nervous, looking away. could get a discount out of it.
Shit. Look, I have to make some profit. I can't go much lower than the listed price, but I can go a little lower.
Nice.
Yeah. It's for sale. The whole set's back here. Just let me know if you're interested. Yeah, they're right there. Take a look. You need anything else? Thanks for stopping.
Bagman gestures wildly on the television screen. This is the ad for the reality, the sounds from the commercials.
Off-brand drivers, cheap plastic housing.
The man gazes down at a crate of cartridge discs, eyes narrowed, lips drawn. A box of little nemesis. Veins rise like old roots beneath his thin skin.
Mass-produced excrement. These animals pleasure themselves in it.
Those smears near the optical pickups?
That's not damage. Shame. It oozes out over time. You see this? Each one guaranteed for 10,000 replays. Obscene.
Elitists like this come in two varieties. Audiophile or cultural nostalgic. This man is definitely the latter.
That's right. Most people can't tell the difference between a base pleasure and a higher one. Imaginative faculties dulled by senseless repetition. Forgive me, friend. I'd mistaken you for a common replayer.
This is the highest compliment he's paid to anyone in months, maybe years.
Too much to ask, I expect, that you're a fellow Einzelton aficionado?
Einzeltone, no entries found, and no point trying to pretend.
One of a fast-fading few. Go ahead, browse away. My name's Petre. If you need anything, I'll be here, lamenting what's left of the culture.
The vendor's eyes narrow behind his orange lenses.
This is a media store, not the missing persons division. Also one of the GMs with questions like that.
He pruned the conversation forcefully, artificially. There is more.
I try. So most of humanity fades into an indistinguishable morass of banality. This colleague, what does it look like? The sock boy. Dialectical-looking glasses, air of advanced virginity. Yes, he came by here. Little communist lost, adrift among the many wonders of the free market. A little too soft-hearted to be a leader. My estimation. Your dialectical friend mistook himself for some sort of big-money businessman. He wanted the bazaar to import superblock hosiery. Socks to start with, but there was talk of cotton ties, even stockings if the venture took off.
He needed you.
You're joking, of course. He didn't even know what a velo disc was. let alone an Einzelton. At a certain point, I'm just debasing myself. No. And to be honest, I wouldn't have wasted the stock. He seemed immune to music. Of course not. I don't sell socks. So is he all right, your man? Or what? Yes, yes. We are all so well intended.
The vendor gauges you behind his colored lenses, tongue skimming teeth.
I'll be blunt. Are you with a weeping eye?
The techno-fascist secret police of Lelou's, dark subconscious of the state, specializing in old-school, ugly methods. Your natural enemies, the ones who took you all apart 5 years ago. Hackles rise.
Because they've been especially active here recently. Usually they just let things slide. All the Lucian merchandise, good for everyone. But these days, they're staring right at us, unblinking. Keep them. If things get too hot, I can always slit my wrists with a shard of Veladis before they take me down. My point is, your colleague was asking questions. Now, something's obviously happened, and here you are, also asking questions. Given the current climate, no one wants to answer these questions, least of all, me. Then I would attempt to educate, obviously. I'm not some kind of street hustler, friend. My merchandise is mega premium, the best this side of the big blockers. I'll tell you what I told your sock friend. Speak to the boatman down by the Vest docks. He's the one who knows the underground goings-on around here. We're just the vendors. The cool one.
In his baroque hierarchy of shame, being cool falls just under being a replayer, whatever that is.
Excessive sunglasses. Relaxed aura, likely on a boat. No way of confusing him. Wonderful. Now for all our sakes, please say no more. If you want to talk media formats, I'm your man. This other stuff. Culture. Portofera. Scrapped. This new Lucian mania is all-consuming. Nobody wants anything that isn't techno-fascist trash, including, apparently, their own souls.
Obsession with foreign imports. Sufferers of so-called Lucian mania will consult the wall.
That would be preferable to the truth of things. There is no politics to it that they can see. They just want something they can idiotize themselves with. You'd think we had run out of brick walls. I take it this means Luz hasn't managed to make it into wherever you're from. Good for you.
Another victory for our great and anonymous censors.
Provincial, but honest. Silk, sad national poetry. Music, the same kinds they play in the so-called developed world, except a couple decades late and desperately effortful.
Fuck this. You want blood, dopamine, wolves.
Yes, exactly. Nice. That's why I'll be here. Enjoying the front row seat to the downfall of culture. That is my punishment. Taste. Interminable. Every day there's new formats, categories, each one more depraved than the last. Of course, I can't say that out loud. Customer, you know?
He says it to everyone.
That's what I'm here for. Well, it isn't. Anything we once had has been consumed, overwritten, digested, and shat out by laws. And the worst thing is, we know it. We just don't care. The culture blockade was designed to prevent this, but now anyone with the wits to create anything new just spends their time devising ways to get past the signal blockers and access Lucian drivel. Whole thing's a myth anyway. Failed project. Most of the crates I get from Luz come stamped by the Ministry of Mass Culture. They want it all out there.
This merchandise isn't smuggled at all. They're government sanctioned from the Lusian Cultural Ministry.
Yes. It's not... Well, there was a certain period in the early years of Portofieran independence when everybody on this cursed island was holding their breath waiting for La Lutz to invade. But nothing happened. Instead, a few years later, the radio signals began coming in. Pop music, radio operas, later television shows. And here we are, on the front line, spreading our ears and legs wide open. I can't be sure, but I have reason to believe the media they let reach us isn't even the same one they broadcast to their own people. It's made for us.
Export-only propaganda. Imagine what they reserve for domestic consumption.
When the city caught on, they put up the signal blockers, but it was too late. Hopelessly. Like heroin addicts, but with no chance of rehabilitation. Picture a dog that shits, then eats it, then shits again. That should give you some idea. People are what they consume. I'll say no more.
It's less an opinion, more a criminal sentence.
On the contrary, it's my customers who seem intent on insulting me. For more discerning ones, such as yourself, I think you'll find me very agreeable. I haven't met a customer in a very long time who even knows what an Einzelton XR is, let alone appreciates the format. Tells you all you need to know about the current state of the home media world.
Which raises an intimidating question.
Einzelton XR, to give it its proper title. The one true format. The apex of auditory technology. A high-fidelity yet dynamic sonic experience that self-effaces after a single play. Correct. It erases acid plays. The inherent idea being, of course, that you never play an Einzelton and have a more profound experience because of it. Some say that was the intention behind the red color scheme. A warning, so you would never misplay it. I think it was an aesthetic choice, personally.
Did he say red?
With Einzelton XR, the first time is the only time. A magnet embedded in the disc erases its contents as it's being listened to.
A technological muscle flex. Reproduction and erasure just millimeters away in space. Milliseconds in time. Crucially, such a process would result in an empty disc, like the one you found on Pseudopod's body.
As in life, everything happens only once. Replayability is oblivion. The end. It loses its resale value. And the uninspired replayer who listened to it loses a piece of their soul. Oh, yes. Completely. Though they'd have to have been pretty soulless to play it in the first place.
Mystery solved. Pseudopod listened to a priceless tape and lost his soul.
Remnants. Zero remnants.
pretty esoteric term we've got here. Just roll with it.
Extremely. The Einzeltone magnets are so potent that the erasure is absolute. The X is meant to represent the negative, the complete absence of sound or vision. This was a very conceptual time for storage media, you understand. It was a very beautiful time, too. You can imagine the use cases yourself. Rental markets, promotional copies, that sort of thing. The technical origins are trite.
Espionage potential, immense. The burn after reading function built into the medium itself. It would spare many an operant the stomach pains associated with having to devour documents to dispose of them.
Its deeper purpose is simply to exist, to remain in a rarefied realm of pure potentiality and infinite beauty. Don't forget, we too are single play only, erasing ourselves moment by moment. What do I look like to you? A common replayer? Good. I own several, if the word ownership applies to such a delicate relationship, but I would sooner molest myself than an Einzeltone XR disc. An Einzeltone XR.
All pretense drops. The red glints in his lenses.
Where did you get this? Oh, not mine. Humanities. Einzeltone hasn't been available to consumers for a decade. A disc in good condition is worth thousands of sol to people who appreciate its wonders.
Specialists, collectors of the rare and the defunct. People like him, in other words.
You played it. Filthy animals. Those. Better they recalled them all years ago. Better a mass manufacturing fault than this, to save them from this humiliation from being passed around like...
The vendor deflates before you. His rising anger gone in an instant, like a fuse being tripped.
I'm sorry.
Talking to the Einzeltone, not you.
No, I'm afraid it's not. No more potential, only anti-potential. Replayability is oblivion. The end. Ultraviolet is a pop singer. Degenerate, Lucian, Electro-Dross. There's a new fabricated star every day, it seems, but she's the top of today's pile. As for the title, probably the works of a brain-dead marketing committee. The fact that it's committed to Einzeltone suggested some kind of promo copy. Some new advancement of degeneracy from across the Nos Correntes. Of course it's real. You can't bootleg an Einzeltone. Another of its enduring qualities. This ultraviolet has gone missing at the moment. Kidnapped by counter-fascist radicals, whatever that means. Lucian marketing plot, if you ask me.
The next time the world sees her, she'll be clasping an assault rifle, draped in the flag of the party.
Yes, that's the point. It's a beautiful new face of techno-fascism.
The vendor looks at the red disc and runs a thumb over its surface.
None of this is the Einzeltones' fault, of course. They can't control what gets seared upon them. I assume fondling a human corpse would also make you feel pretty weird. What can I say? It's a powerful format, even post-mortem. You seem to have misunderstood my soliloquy. It's done. No mass. The beauty and the tragedy of the format. I hope you dispose of it with dignity. I think a private ceremony would be most appropriate. You'd like to hear more. I judge you to be a woman of culture. You should understand the inherent value of Einzeltone XR. Shelves are over there. Mostly crass replayable formats, but such is the degenerate society we live in. Missing? Is he? I'm not surprised. That fool and his friend would wander into the jaws of a lion if they were told to. That TV show. Idiot with a bag on his head. Your regular stop for hysterical lies and paranoia. Every night at 9 p.m. The old fool was always regurgitating whatever he had heard on there the next day. It's no... Only doctor I know is Hugo. Has a houseboat not far from here. How goes it?
Nothing is ever truly gone. Everything leaves a residue. Everything with a charge can be summoned back.
I'm afraid not. The format is near obsolete. Einzeltone is the past, yet it contains the future.
The vendor recoils, as if you just spat at his feet.
So, your question is, Petre, how do I reanimate a corpse? I would class it as necrophilia, actually. I'll be honest. The thought is so disturbing to me that I've never entertained it before. But theoretically...
Breach warning. You are now hacking the firewall of techno-philosophy.
You would have to repolarize, re-reminence processing, probably a concentrated magnetic flip, neodymium grader. It would involve some custom gear, no doubt, but my answer to your distressing question is yes. I think you could. Why don't you film it and make a snuff disc out of it? One for the techno-voyeurs. Don't ask me about this again. I feel unclean. Maybe not. The bazaar is...
Refreshments are lined up like brightly colored soldiers, neatly regimented behind coiled springs. The refreshments remain dormant in their artificial... An assortment of cargo crates sits in waiting, adorned with faint chalk marks and bright yellow labels. Machine printed, crisp and official. They all bear the same logo, tiny gold dots in a precise angular pattern. Point of origin, Ministry of Mass Culture, Cicatriz Frontera, the lengthening gleaming capital of Lelou's. Insidious imperialism. Today the soft power, tomorrow the hard. A maze of hastily drawn letters and numbers stands in contrast to the printed labels above. The symbols range from A to D, 0 to 9. Imagine yourself as a bird, and the labyrinth grows familiar. Each package marked with instructions on which store it's to be delivered to. Black cartons of cigarettes are stacked in tight rows. One of them has been slit open, 2 packs missing. These crates here aren't exactly state secrets. Anyone with a keen eye and nimble fingers could do it. Around you, dock workers move in predictable patterns. Your hands sink into their rhythm and find the carton's edge. Under your fingertips, cellophane wrapping gives way to cardstock. You retract your hand, a single packet of Ouroboros Blacks clutched in it. The design portrays a snake eating its tail, embossed in gold. Top shelf tobacco. There's at least 500 sol worth of cigarettes in this crate. Tempo del Sur, mid-tier deity in the local underworld. And once your asset, cryptonym Taxman, also someone you once called a friend. No answer from the night. The bazaar is muted around you. The stall's abandoned. The smell of Lusian tobacco wafts up your nose. You step away from the... A filthy flyer glued to the wall. A row of bespectacled men stare into the middle distance, while in their midst, a lone figure looks towards the viewer. A man with a brown paper bag on his head. Above him, in bold letters, the reality situation. Yellow text in black and white. Tune in, everyday coverage, and in all caps, they did it again. The Subcommandante salutes you. Pride radiates from behind the bag. Bright yellow letters highlight a time slot. Every day from 13 to 22, channel 117. His stare seems to say, so you think. Bagman's stare seems to harden as he watches you walk away from his flyer. The Guardian Municipal officer is intensely scratching at his neck. As you approach, he wipes his hand on his trouser leg.
Hola, miss. Hope there's a reason you've stopped an officer while he's on duty.
The funks who guard property rights are not worthy of answers.
No better place for that. Officer Morito, agente coordinador for the Guardia Municipal. Do you need help with anything? How bad does it look? Shit, I knew it. I hope it's not the topical ball repellent I've been using. Instructions said to apply generously. Guess that's what I get for trying to keep the peace with these boars running around. You're lucky then. We've been dealing with an infestation for weeks. Back ways are full of them.
tinge of affection.
Try being all out. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Not well, but I've known her a long time. Eno used to bring her here as a toddler. Yeah, Eno's gone. Him and his other fuck-up buddy Gilmar.
But not dead, he reckons, by the way his face curdles.
These two fancied themselves detectives. It's what happens when you have more time than sense on your hands. Figure these two just ran off, leaving the kid to deal with their mess. Can't. Payphones belong to Renotel. It's private business. The Guardia Municipal doesn't have jurisdiction to look into that. The Fiscalia. One could put a request through them, but that's a lot of paperwork. Better to stick to the law. The law's not perfect, but it's there. Not at the same time. That'd be too obvious. Eno reported Gilmer missing about a week before he disappeared. Way I see it, they started planting the phone story weeks ahead of time as a cover. Planned the whole scheme. Got two theories. Debts is the obvious one, of course. Now, if it's not debts, then we're clearly looking at something more salacious. Two men, yeah? Old friends, close friends, detecting together. Whoa there. No need to get explicit. I don't need the image in my head. Sure. Don't need to dwell on this sad mess. It used to be a seasonal problem. Every autumn, some adults would come down bold and hungry. But lately, it's more of a permanent residency. The hills up north, as far as I've heard. Valle de Suspiro. You've got thorns, ferns, old trees. A nightmare to patrol. At best, they're a nuisance. The little ones are fine, but the adults could take off a kneecap if you're not careful. They don't seem so bad if they're alone, but they're never alone. Get 5 or 6 together and they can take down a grown man. Oh, 100, 150 kilos? Easy. Enough to stop a tuk-tuk going full speed. But even they got nothing on the mother. Massive. Furs all matted, covered in scars, territorial too. Preys on drunks, stumbling back from Party Alley. Well, if she did my job, there'll be no one left in Portofino. But seriously, half of my time is spent dealing with the mother. Tusks, claws, knives, bullets, take your pick. Every few years, some brave moron tries to take her down, but she stands undefeated. You got a weird glint in your eyes. Let's not do anything stupid, all right? You back away, slowly. If you get a whiff of it charging, find something to climb if you can, and then come find me. I can tell you Petra the music vendor's a major arsehole. I asked him about an old blood golem disc, and he told me he'd rather tie polystyrene blocks to his feet and jump in the canal than look for it.
Doesn't make sense. Why not go for something that sinks?
I told him as much. He said that was the point. His demise should be slow, so that I'd hear him scream for hours. I don't get why he brings up all this violent stuff all the time. If he ever goes through with it, there won't be any shock value. It'll just be sad. Blood Golem is a band. Blood Golem heals all wounds. It's the sound that raised us from shit-crusted upright apes into humans. The antithesis of Blood Golem, that. Sounds more like primitivist folk trash. Blood Golem might have been banned where you're from. Their post-sludge is too revolutionary for most places. Primal, filthy, slow, all ending. Like an army of giants growling underwater while smashing cliffs together.
None of these words make any sense to you, either singly or even less in combination.
As a matter of fact, too powerful for most Portoferans. It's like nobody cares about our own music anymore. Or art, really. We've had instances of theft around the docks recently. All the crates were ripped open in strange ways. Anything and everything. Seems like the work of kids, if you ask me. Must be trying to scare people too, as weird noises have been heard at night. Screaming and howling. Apart from that, it's quiet. Just how I like it. The quieter, the better, I'd say. Really, the hardest part's keeping people away from the boars. Hence this whole cream situation.
As you step away, the GM returns to scratching his inflamed skin. This is the one. The payphone that makes people disappear. A giddy feeling rises in you as the payphone receiver emits a hollow whistle in your ear. You hear only the reverberation of your own voice, amplified by the phone. Still half hoping for something to happen, you put the receiver down. Nothing happens. You hang up the phone, undisappeared. A monolith of gleaming beverages, encased in glass and light. Strange patterns and vivid colors abound. One catches your eye in particular. A striking red and black can marked Heifer Red and Black Special Edition. Delicious scarcity. Obtain. Absurd logos, hollow jargon, painted metal. Resist. Automated, unfeeling commerce stares back at you. It is no coincidence that the contraption before you mirrors the proportions of a coffin. The serpent that devours its own tail. The rabid dog that defecates, then reconsumes. The coins vanish with a jangle. Nothing happens. Nothing. You were warned. The developed world will happily unburden you of your currency in exchange for services never rendered. Something rattles within the machine's guts. The coffees sway gently. None fall from their rack. Your hands glimpse the machine's full weight as it rocks back and forth. Still, it does not give up the red and black special edition coffee. Cumbrous movement, glacial reaction speed. The automaton may be large, but it is beatable. Enduring the weight of its own contradictions has left the extortion apparatus vulnerable. Subjugate it. That hurt a lot. Expect mild bruising. Disregard pain. A blow has been struck. The people emboldened. The serpentine coil of metal jutters into life, then the coffee drops into the dispenser like a small dead animal. The coffee can feels like victory in your hand. Your business is done here.
You're not Portaferan.
Neither is he. It's in the accent. Vowels musicalized, R's straining not to trill. As he addresses you, the gazes of his two table mates veer towards you, like cataractic headlights.
It takes one to know one, and you're a long way from Marcia.
Clocked you instantly, even though your accent has been diluted in the decade plus since you left.
What happened, sugar tits? You get lost? Or are you just looking for company?
Kill this lecherous geriatric.
Ah, come on. It's just a term of endearment.
Ha! Do it anyway. I would pay to see that. Would you pay to see that, Joe? Animals. That's how it is with most pilots, though. Here.
Snaps. It washes stinging down your throat, followed by a kind of anesthetic vapor that rises all the way into your sinuses.
We're all strangers in this city. Why don't you join us? We've got nothing better to do. At least until the phone hugger over there fucks off or dies.
Not 10 meters away, a young man clutches the payphone to his ear, whispering urgently.
Ex-pilots. Does Joe there look like he could get anything up, let alone a plane? That's loud, Joe. He doesn't talk much. I'm Pigeon. That's Slava over there.
Slava used to be the name of a fishing port company out of the north. My main cargo for a while. Packages stunk to high hell.
Guess.
A dirty little city bird. A winged rat.
Sure, why not?
Man's got no compass. Him couldn't make it to the payphone without using radar.
Joke's on you all anyway. I never minded pigeons. Tough little fuckers.
I did clockwork for it. Perishable goods, fruits, marrow fish, whatever spoils quick.
Military.
The saliva smacking in his throat and mouth is louder than any words formed.
Laujow was what they call a lamprey, people smuggler. Legally, yes, but all his cargo were there voluntarily. Desperate, in fact. Zhao ran low-altitudes missions in and out of the territories for, what, 10 years? Call them whatever you want. They wanted out.
Officially, we're Lucian.
We're exiles. The reunion came for us. We came here.
The laughter leaves in its wake something like conversational scar tissue. The reunion, the Losers' grand annexation campaign. Slow, legal, often bloody. A creeping tide reclaiming every few years one more of their old colonies.
Well, I still have my tenantry passport. Stamped on arm. Could fly back any day. Oh, sure. And end up like Joe here? Or worse?
He'd be branded the second he lands, and he knows it. He spreads his mouth open in a vast, unpleasant grin. The pilots exchange a look in silence.
Tell you what, Messiah. You grease my gullet. I'll tell you some fucked up stories.
You know what he means, but you can't help it. An apple-sized dollop of lard melts between hand and chest as you massage grey tufted folds of old skin.
If it is, I won't be around to see it. Liver's on its way out. Cancer will get me before the illusions do.
That smirk, like he's somehow gotten one over on Faye.
And what? Prolong the terminal phase? Brilliant idea.
Those charlatans do love a dramatic prognosis, though.
Anyway, you're the foreigner here, Messiah, so you tell us. The Lucians. Think they'll be here anytime soon?
Hear that? Smart and good-looking.
Either way, that's for you lot to worry about. I'm out the door.
Wish I could say the same, sweet lips.
He nods gruffly.
Wish I could say the same, sweet lips. It's got a couple things to recommend it, eh?
It's a bit shit, but it's fine.
Oh, you know. Got some real friendly locals. Skilled, too.
You'd be happy to live on a trash heap as long as you got to keep your phone sex, wouldn't you? Only if you're a dirty old man.
He talks as though he hasn't racked up more hours on the Miracle Line than he ever logged in flight time.
The Miracle Line. You and me.
Just another foreign money, man. City's been full of them lately.
Stuck-up little shit. Strolled in one evening, couple of nights back, picked up the phone and hasn't let go of it since.
That was a growl, not an attempt to speak. He would be making the same noise if he could talk.
Who cares, sugar? No one in a suit ever did any real work.
Come on, foreign money men in this city? Empty, obviously.
Like vultures to a dying animal, carrion to be.
We all want our turn, sugar. He's here every damn day. Stays on the line for hours. Doesn't care one bit if anyone else has had a turn or not. Only shuffles off once the sun sets. What are we going to do? Fight him? Even if somebody pummeled him half to death, he'd feel nothing. He's an empty suit. Not even the decency to be sad. Let him rot in him wealth.
He's not rich, Slava. He just works for rich people. Ignore them, Mercier. They have no idea how money works. From the superblock, eh? Interesting. But no.
I would say ask the Duchess herself, but she doesn't talk about clients with other clients. She's professional like that.
Can't say anyone like that struck me, but a lot of people use the phone line. The only reason why we rarely notice the hugger is because he refuses to leave.
Sure do, sweetheart. The good Dr. Hugo's on his houseboat right there.
The one called Zhao points to the path behind him, along the water's edge.
Reassuring to know that no matter how hot and heavy it gets, we're only 10 feet away from resuscitation. Please, Sugar, we can't deal with any more competition.
It's always connected, that's what. No dialing, no choice to call anyone else. You pick up that phone over there, done. She's there.
Duchess. There isn't one. You call, Duchess answers. Simple, beautiful.
It's not just that, though. Whatever you like, whatever happens to be a thing, she has a way of finding it. People just open up to her.
A tremendous honeypot, in other words, waiting to be tapped.
Why does everything have to be about money these days? The pleasure of our company.
If it is about money, it's not in any way that concerns us. Line's been free for as long as anyone can remember.
This is not a glitch in capitalism, but a monstrous outgrowth.
I got nothing to hide. Can't speak for Pigeon, though.
Pigeon rolls his eyes and feigns indifference.
I used to ask for some kinky stuff, but it's not like that anymore. Duchess and I are friends now.
You can believe him or not, but the other pilots do, and they are eating their hearts out.
Talk to a person for long enough, it's inevitable you end up becoming close. Provided, of course, you don't spend all that time asking her to make animal noises.
Toying with him like a cat with its prey. Now he breaks off another leg and watches the thing limp.
In fact, regarding Duchess, I have a favor I need someone to do for me. You don't think you could help me out, do you? I bought a gift for Duchess's kids some time ago, but I haven't been able to drag myself all the way up there.
Eyes widen. The other men regard him like some kind of god.
Can you give it to her for me? Oh, it's just some ridiculous wolf-related paraphernalia from some show they're obsessed with.
You will not be the vehicle for the spread of techno-fascist propaganda to impressionable young minds.
Don't tell me you're into that tripe. I thought it was exclusively kid stuff. Maybe I'm just too old to get it. Thank you, Marcia. Honestly, I'm just sad I can't take it myself. Wait a minute. Here. Tell them, Grandpa Sam sent it. Remember that. Ah, it's just an inside joke we have going. A pet name, if you will. Right. You know the housing campaign? Northwest from Party Alley. She's got a houseboat in the canal up there. Should be one of the only ones in the area. Thank you, Marcia. We'll be here.
It seems to be a novelty cup. Merchandise for that Elysium propaganda cartoon that the kids were watching at the bazaar. 66 wolves. The heavily applied paint gives off a petroleum smell that sticks to the back of your mouth. The spiky plastic and severe angles make it nearly impossible to drink from without taking an eye out. Form definitely came before function. It is the sole purpose for their existence. You feel the satisfaction of a new obsession being indulged for the first time. You put Critical Wolf away and look back up to face the ex-pilots.
I never tire of it. Gross misrepresentation is what that is. Back in the Tenetries, we have a folk tale about a kind of mermaid, Dennis Cadin they called, that's half woman and half sea cow, that would lure sailors to their death. And pilots, of course. The thing about Dennis Cadden is that they're not 50-50 like the mermaids they talk about here. Anyone can have any part human and any part animal. So there's women with big fat tails, women with flippers and no arms, women that look perfectly normal, except for the hairs, which are just like two little belly buttons on the side of their heads. Ah, a woman after my own heart.
Oh, here we go.
There's this one story about a Dennis Cadden that some fishermen pulled onto their boat, thinking she was just a sea cow. Then they rowed her over and discovered she had just one thing different. The wrinkled vulva of an old woman. Tuft of gray hair. It's just a folktale, sweet cheeks. Anything goes in your fantasies.
Folktales or no folktales, you have no idea the slaughterhouse pig squeals he makes her do. You can hear them from here.
What sounds does a manatee make? You generally think of them as rather silent animals.
That's what you think.
You realise after a moment that he isn't just doing his usual thing. He's demonstrating.
That? For an hour? Pants back, I guess? All things considered, it's more vanilla than what most people ask for. Will you look at that?
Now where did a sweet thing like you pick that up? What a way to go, eh?
Behind the jokes, there's a seriousness. It's their one true pleasure in life.
Why, you're too kind. You want to help me get there?
To answer your question, you used to see a few of these floating around, but not for years. Figure it was from before that foam was permanently hooked up.
Never enough, as far as I'm concerned. Until next time, sugar.
Unwise to your presence, a lanky young man presses the handset against his flushed cheek. Practically clings to it, like a shipwrecked survivor holding onto a piece of driftwood.
I don't know how much time we have. You have to help me fill it in.
Whatever the person on the other end of the line has to say to that, it makes the man's eyes squeeze shut and his mouth slacken in a guttural groan. The line appears to be occupied.
I can't possibly perform under these conditions. You have to make me.
No use. Sucked deep into the abyssal vortex of lust. He's beyond your reach.
The gap. I'm not even worthy to approach it on hands and knees. My little heart wouldn't be able to take it.
So this is what the miracle looks like firsthand. Perversion. Developed wild variety. But what sort?
Please. I need to feel like my position's in jeopardy.
What comes to mind is a handkerchief, buffeted on a night wind, eternally in retreat from itself. On the contrary, he's been making 250k a year since he was 22, plus benefits. Already set on life's glide path, and all it cost him was his humanity. Wall de collage. Super 130. Looks more expensive than it feels. The man wedges his index finger between his tight collar and neck. His only source of relief is the sweat seeping into the fabric of his wind-whipped collar. Lanky, malnourished, his physical form is an object of abuse and neglect in equal measure. His lungs and liver foremost, you can tell by his one color. The old pilot was correct. This man works for MTER.
I need to know that if I don't pull this off, billions of soul worth of international loans and investments may be at risk. Tell me you'll report me to human capital if I displease our counterparties.
Now if you could just get his attention.
Uh-oh. I think I forgot someone's title. She thinks I work with the mouth breathers in the trade office. In this suit? Unbelievable. Yes, I saw your colleague, hanging utterly deflated from this very payphone. It was despicable. Like the wretched of the earth, abandoned to shoulder a massive, indescribable burden all by himself. I could hardly look at him.
The young man turns his back to you without another word. If you want to use the phone, you're going to need to dislodge him first. No response. He's too deep in his own world.
Oh my God! You can't do that to me. But you really, really should.
A bubble just waiting to be burst. With a jolt and a sharp glance, the young man pulls his shoulder away. Unacceptable. The people's representative won't be obstructed.
You know so much, and I so little. The power differential is grotesque, highly problematic. Don't change it.
Like it or not, this is indeed one of the men allowed to decide what happens in the world.
I'm your faithful dog. I know nothing. I question less.
He leans away from you, resting his forehead against the metal shell.
This is a private phone call. Please excuse yourself. I saw her talking to the old pilots earlier. They must have sent her to listen in. Do I want her to watch? Oh, maybe, in theory, but you should see the way she's dressed. Her coat, it's see-through like a grocery bag.
He eyes you over his shoulder.
I asked you politely once. Now kindly wait your fucking turn.
Tell me that kind of language is unacceptable. It's the influence of the gap. I hardly recognize myself anymore.
He can barely keep still, visibly shaking, but also contorting himself into bizarre body knots as he talks.
Its dimensions, totally unknown, unknowable even, and yet it demands that I plan around it.
He drops his voice to a whisper, seemingly aware of your presence. He wheels around and faces you.
The fuck are you doing? Are you stalking me? Questions? Do I look like a man who has time for questions?
Cowed by the liquid enemy, you've brought discredit to the people's spies. But also, attention. He won't brush you off so easily now.
Nothing. It seems I'm being followed by one of the local lumpen pro. But they know better than to approach. I've got to go. I'll call you again, when it's safe.
With that, the man gently sets the handset back in its cradle and slinks off into the night. Now's your chance to see what this miracle line is all about. The now unoccupied payphone stands half embedded in a concrete pedestal, its frame weather-stained and dulled.
You can talk privately, as long as you keep your voice down. The box is scrubbed of the usual flyers and graffiti, leaving streaks of adhesive and permanent marker behind. The coin slot has been aggressively papered over.
The keystone.
Cracked receiver and yellowed plastic. At least a decade, you assume. Stretched too many times. Coils slacken near the base, but someone's wound a rubber band to keep them tight. Something catches your eye. Beneath the grime, the metal surface ripples like something's trapped underneath. The grime yields in oily streaks. Slowly, a shape emerges, rounded and friendly. A dolphin, embossed into the chassis. The engraving's shallow, eroded by years of neglect but legible. 1F7G35-94X12, the serial number. Maybe. In any case, you have this now. It's better than not having it.
You'd need to cross-reference the number. Renotel must have maintenance terminals hidden away. Keep an eye out. You relax your posture and take a step back.
You lift the receiver to your ear. No dial tone, only a crackling silence.
Now there's a voice I've never heard before. Hello, darling. I like how you sound.
A soft, excited laughter folds into each word, like sugar melting into warm cream.
Oh, then I can tell already that this is going to be good. Lovers call me Duchess, and this is the miracle line. I'm glad you called. I feel like I've been waiting for you. I have to be away sometimes, but I'll try to make it less frequent. Now I know it might be you on the other side. I told you, I'm Duchess.
Your heart flutters at her name.
My name is the answer to whatever your heart desires. Now let's fall in love. Is that a type of person? It's only pleasure, darling. I'm here to serve you however you'd like. Enough about me. Tell me who you really are. That's right, darling. You have control of the map of the world, changing it however you like. Will you control me, too? Anything, darling. Let me inside your head.
You feel an odd, tingling lightness to your mind as she takes this in.
I know everything about augmentoids. I am one.
Her voice flat, emotionless. A cold, hard machine.
It is my only voice. I am an augmentoid. I am the Mercenator 69, and I will annihilate you, then the rest of your pathetic race. My eyes start to glow red, my lips open. You see the steel gleam at the back of my throat. I lift you, bring you close to me. My torso rips open, my fake skin tearing and bleeding to expose the circle saw inside. I'm going to split your stomach. I pull you in, on top of my spinning saw, smiling as your guts spill over me.
Steam rises where your blood hits her. She's red hot beneath the false flesh.
You cannot defeat me. You are already dead. But I will save you. I will make you better, stronger, a metal immortal. I release you and stand over you, unscrewing my hands at the wrist. As you bleed out, my forearms rotate, sparking. Wires grow from the empty space. I kneel and reach into your wound. My wires grow and squirm inside you, curling around your spine, probing all the way up your ribs, your neck. Your cheeks bulge as I explore your face. No, you won't. It's too late. You can taste the static, feel gears beginning to grow inside you, whirl, strengthen you. I lower my face to yours, ready to give you the final kiss. My tongue pushes your lips apart. It is thick, hard, warm. It forces itself all the way into your throat, pushing all the way back until I can reach myself inside you, connect my wires together in your chest. Electricity courses through your body, shocking you, killing you, making you alive.
You feel it, the sweet, cold release of metal death.
Don't forget, it's a fantasy, hon. Look both ways when you cross the street.
She laughs warmly. Her voice returned to normal.
A sock importer? Is he a friend of yours? An enemy? Do you want to hear about him fucking me? Do you want to hear about how he kept his socks on the whole time? You tell me, baby. Did he? Was he good? Bad? Am I wearing his socks right now? I can't discuss my other lovers, baby. Please don't be disappointed with me.
Put the tragic image of his body in her mind. Let your voice carry loss.
Has he been thrown at it? Hands bound behind his back, lip bleeding, gazing up at us, helpless. Pleasure can do that to a man, baby. I've seen it. I can ride the soul right out of them.
These are not the images you needed in your mind, yet there they are.
Line's always open.
The wind whips the phone cord. A child's set of toy figurines sits on the shelf. Stiff forms painted and posed, carefully arranged to watch down on whoever sleeps in the bed. The posters on the wall, the quilt, the faint smell of nearly body lotion. It doesn't feel like it belongs to the man downstairs. This is an adolescent girl's room. A daughter, maybe. Elsewhere, a miniature rocket and a group of cosmonauts. Words painted on the side of the launch vessel. Proyecto Autonomia. Project Autonomia was the name of Portofiero's space program. Project Autonomia was Sweet Nestor's ide fixa, meant to establish Portofino as a sparefaring nation. The rocket never reached orbit. It disintegrated minutes after the launch. The disaster was broadcast in real time all across the developed world. The disaster led to Sweet Nestor being exiled in 80, the third and final time. He left in his wake decades of stabilization loans yet to be repaid. A national tragedy for Portofino, an excellent quarter for Emter. There's no date that you can see. Look at the cosmonauts' expressions. Pride, determination, joy. These aren't commemorative, they predate the disaster. Orange-suited plastic men, cherubic faces squeezed into little helmets. Two sit inside the rocket. One is planting the Portofiran flag on a pretend lunar surface. You stare at a vacant spot next to the badly painted rocket. One of the figurines must be missing from the set. Even the smallest movement of your body sends the childhood tableau The thing in the bed stares with vacant intensity. Slowly, details emerge. A molded jawline, curved torso, and multi-jointed limbs. A medical dummy, left out on the bed, propped up against the pillows. A tag dangles from its wrist. The dummy seems posed with some kind of intention. It has been placed carefully. Some amount of love has gone into it. The dummy continues to hold its pose. Printed words, property of Dr. Gonza, and scribbled right under, to myself, for when I'm not myself. One of the local doctors, perhaps? It stares back at you, unmoving. Minutes pass. The houseboat gently sways. Specks of dust gather on the objects around you. Your joints begin to ache. The dummy doesn't move. Made of glass, pale blue, wet-looking. Each is flecked with tiny artificial veins. Money has been sunk into this, and time, and a certain kind of obsession. A silicon oval, unframed. Shadows reveal the protrusions of nose, eyelids, mouth. Before you lies something that resembles a human face. But whose? You can almost hear her speaking. You pull focus. The dummy continues to stare vacantly at the same... The empty bed is sadder than when it was occupied, somehow. You approach the childhood.
Welcome to the clinic. My name is Dr. Hugo. How can I help you?
The man takes a measured sip of water from a clay cup as he eyes you carefully.
Yes, it's different, isn't it? I find that it is much easier to connect with my patients than it was at my old practice in Sunset.
The Sunset is an upper-class district north of Kesok. The heavy floorboards are spotted with motor oil and boot prints.
Yes, well, I'm happy you feel that way.
If it's a fairy tale, it's one he's either grown very tired of or never wanted to hear in the first place. The floorboards groan. The hole scrapes the side of the canal.
Family medicine.
The sort of serene, approachable expression that is considered key to good bedside manner. The Keysock backways are known more for fly tipping and feral boars than for families.
Oh.
You just make out the sounds of the ex-pilots blabbering at one another, though their words remain indistinct.
No. I don't even know what a phone sex injury would entail. Definitely not. Broken legs, heat stroke, parasites, ringworm, distemper. I'm somewhat of a generalist. Of course. Yes. Of course. Of course. What can I help you with? Without a prescription. I suppose I could sell you some melatonin tablets. Again? Catatonia is an incredibly general symptom. It could be caused by anything from overdose to meningitis to a stroke. I'd need to see the patient to venture a guess.
Pseudopod will not be exposed, nor will you.
No, it would all be guesswork, which is unwise, medically or ethically.
He angles his head slightly as he looks at you impassively.
Someone would be reckless enough to diagnose a patient in absentia. I don't recommend such a doctor at all. All right, Party Alley. There's a clinic there, run by one, Gonzalo Gonza.
As he pronounces the name Gonza, a hair-tingling scream echoes along the canal.
He might be willing to help. Frankly, you two may even get along. Then why are you here, and not at the hospital?
Suspicion, paired with self-loathing.
I suppose audio could trigger some sort of neurological event, but they are exceedingly rare. More than likely, it's a coincidence. He may have sat down, put on his headphones, and then had a massive cardiac event. Substance use is also rampant in musical subcultures, I've been told.
He gives you a brief nod, and nothing else.
Yes?
He gives you a brief...
Until next time.
The one personal touch in the otherwise sterile, blank clinic. The wall has been decorated with photographs, documents, evidence of Dr. Hugo's existence. Lights glint off the glass as you read what's under them. Multiple medical school degrees and a City of Portofino license to practice, issued by the Portofino Board of Medicine to a Hugo Hayato. The license is real, but it's out of date. There's a faded stamp half hidden behind the frame. The renewal date reads Octos 91. Perhaps something to confront the good doctor about. A collage of someone else's life begins to take form in front of you. Moments caught, suffocated, pinned under glass. A formal photo, class of 71. Hugo buried somewhere amongst rows of other fresh-faced new doctors. Then a newsprint clipping. Hugo receiving an award on stage. Hugo and a handsome bearded man, both grinning, their arms around each other's shoulders. The gallery continues. Hugo asleep on a pile of medical textbooks, drooling. Hugo adjusting some sort of massive medical apparatus. Hugo at patients' bedsides. The professional photos outnumber the personal 3-to-1. That should tell you all you need to know. He wouldn't have willingly given up a career that meant so much to him. The medical board would be the only party with that sort of power. Maybe Dr. Hugo's had some trouble with his license. There are many pictures of a much younger Hugo and a woman with a heart-shaped face. At his medical school graduation, at a fancy dinner, both of them grinning on a broad walk somewhere, her in a white pantsuit and Hugo in a charcoal robe. A simulation of company, carefully arranged on the walls to keep him surrounded through the long days.
Hello, again. Yes. Of course. Until next time. Hello, again. Until next.
An altar to Belarus, the bazaar's unofficial patron star. It is cluttered and precarious with offerings. A spectacle of Portofieran humanity, the steps worn with years of its visitors' hope and grief. Whatever their meaning, they were enough to summon you here, now to this shrine rammed into the side of the city. Ink stains and knife scratches adorn the shrine, jagged words cast toward the flickering skies. In your guiding, we learn. Do you envy our brief, searing lives? Marco loves Puss. As you fade, we follow. A collection of cheap plastic photo frames, haphazardly arranged on a red checkered tablecloth. Each heavy with significance, all of it lost on you. Between them lie offerings and totems, a necklace, some out-of-circulation coins, an old packet of smokes. There's no sign of the missing vendor. Ouroboros Black, an imported brand. As soon as you pick it up, you feel that whatever is inside is not cigarettes. As soon as you pick it up, you feel that whatever's inside it is not cigarette. Outslide a few staple pages folded neatly into a little cuboid, almost exactly the dimensions of the package. Rite of passage. It's an exit visa. Permission to travel freely out of Portofino. A hush falls over the shrine. A wisp of smoke tendrils into the air. An elderly man stares back at you from a printed headshot at the document's apex. Long black and grey hair swept back in a wave. Augustino Dante, according to the name on the pages. Born in the year 27 in La Luz. The name, who knows? The document, yes. City issued. Holographic stamp and all. You refold the pages along their elaborate creases and slip them in your pocket. In the darkness, You take out the medical dummy. A hand protrudes from its crumpled form, a tag hanging around its wrist. Printed words. The dummy just looks past you, its plastic lips frozen mid. Silicone warms against your palm, but does not return to your grasp. The closest thing you've had to human touch in a long time. The fact that you construed that as genuine human touch is exactly the problem. It shouldn't have been a point that needed to be made. You are one of life's great untouched. You lift its left arm, the limbs sagging with dead weight. The armpit is... well, it's an armpit. You lift the dummy's right arm, just an armpit, as smooth and featureless as the other one. Seems clean enough. Vinyl wore a rented car's dashboard, not unpleasant. You let the dummy's arm flop back to its resting position. The jaw opens wide. The smooth plastic of a gullet. Any light disappears quickly as it descends into the dummy's chest. The jaw snaps back into place. The dummy stares vacantly. The texture fools you for half a second. The dummy's... Wild boar piglets snuffle through the city's trash, still wearing the stripes of babyhood like halitosis humbugs. Behold, the cloven-hoofed effect of urban administrative collapse. You didn't bring any pamphlets or manifestos, but where there are bullets, there are boars. An adult can be up to 500 pounds of bristled, pitiless hog, with tusks. Yes. You scan from left to right, checking the alley's tangled contours for a hint of hairy maternal rage. There is none. No interest from the hogolescents. You leave the boars to their devices. In the machine aisles is a lineup of smokes, candy, and canned coffee. If you change your mind, they'll... On the wall above, mounted like the taxidermied head of a bull moose, is a toilet. Scratched and yellowed porcelain. A notable smudge on the lip of the sea. Brownish. Do not entertain further investigations of what the smudge may be. It's safe to assume that you don't want to know. From across the room, the bartender notices your gaze and the expression on your face.
Don't worry. The smudge on the rim is just blood. 83. Kisok versus Recreación. The referee sent Peña off on a bullshit call. A riot ensued, as per tradition. Someone ripped a toilet right out of the washroom wall and chucked it at the Recreación supporters.
Keysok's pride. The moment it all peaked. When all the madness and meaning in the world swelled into one glorious, unstoppable wave. On that day in '83, it transformed into a protest against the corrupting influence of the liberal menace. A porcelain praxis. The bartender gives a small, approving nod in your direction. Under a thick, curved screen, colors rip and tear into each other, making it impossible to make sense of what is currently playing. A discolored bloom of interference mars the corner of the screen, tinting the dancing mascot on the sidelines purple.
Oh yeah. Pro typos are garbage. I suppose I'll buy a new one. Again. Nothing lasts anymore.
By design, the architects of the developed world would have you accept an endless cycle of consumption and decay. Televisions should be neither large nor their screens thin. They should be small, square, demure, and watched in carefully monitored moderation.
Enjoy it while you can. I'm trashing it for a new one as soon as the next shipment comes into the bazaar.
The TV continues to rip open the colors of another dimension. An older man, heavy-set, looks up as you approach. On the table next to him is a large plastic box. An accordion hose runs from the side of it and disappears between his shirt buttons.
Operator, bon of you to drop by. Though a bit earlier than I was expecting.
It should be said that you've never seen this man before in your life.
No matter. You're here now. That's what counts. Some reputations precede. I heard a notorious spy had escaped from the freezer and was running amok in theater. Had to see for myself.
This man must be part of our welcoming committee. The gang's legend spreads far and wide.
Now here you are, in living color. Cascade, known to some as Herschel Wilk.
Your stomach tightens. Predator, caution. You might still be able to play this off.
Officially, I'm no one. A null entity. A sad old man in an ugly shirt, killing time at a gaudy paleta bar.
No entity. The Operant Bureau's preferred name for those it would rather forget.
But my sordid history's not the subject here. It's you everyone's asking about. Old friends, professional critics, big-time players in the international organ market. All kinds of stuff. They were asking, has she figured out her assignment yet? What's going on with her double? Does she still have it? Thrilling questions all. But mainly, they're concerned about your heart. Size of a fist, weighs about a quarter kilo. They want to know what you'll take for it. A heart with history. There's connoisseurs who'd pay a premium for that.
There's no threat behind his words. He's simply describing the objective state of things.
Reminds me of a story in the paper. An Azuri cannibal pays another man for the pleasure of killing him and devouring his heart.
gruesome scene. Features a frying pan and all sorts of unprintable details. One detail they did print, though, was this. The fella who sells his own heart accepts his payment by check. GMs find it uncashed in his blood-drenched shirt pocket. Absolutely. If you don't set your own price, the market will. The opera have dropped you in a river of shit. Maybe I can help you get yourself out of it. This thing? No. This is just the plastic box that keeps me from shaking the Manus Fati.
Gentle electronic tones rise and recede from it like the tide against the digital beach.
Last I heard, the original article was sitting on a desk in a third-level sub-basement somewhere in Nevessa. Story for another time, I'd say. More like a private joke that went a little too far. This was your old haunt, was it not? See why you're drawn to it. Spacious, decent sightlines. Noisy enough to make bugging impractical.
At this hour, the bar is the closest it gets to busy. A half-dozen customers or so chatter, or idly watch a pelota match. The two of you attract no particular attention. Meanwhile, the bartender washes a few glasses in a tiny sink, looking up every now and then towards the television.
Yes, this place will do. Our temporary office, long as we're both in Portofino, of course. As I said, wanted to witness your return to live action myself. Just because I'm bereft of official existence doesn't mean I can't keep an eye on the younger generation. Maybe pass along a little practical wisdom here and there. Singular motives. Never understood them personally. Your double was similarly suspicious. Strappy coat, glasses, look of sorry bewilderment, gastropod, something like that. That bad, is it? He looked rather lost when we last spoke. Need to work on your deceptions. If I still had a heart, it would have pained me to hear that. Unfortunately, that seems to be the modus these days. Chiseling hunks of frost-burnt meat out of the freezer and tossing them straight into the grinder. Must be a better way, you'd think. Better grab a couple of sticks and start rubbing. Gets dark and cold here. You're gonna need it if you want to make it through the night. It? That ineffable, inexplicable quality essential to success in theater. Frequently discussed, rarely demonstrated. Not that, it. If you can't even tell the difference, you're off to a poor start, I'd say. No, it is uncountable and immeasurable. Much to the chagrin of the chart fuckers who lately seized control in Nevessa and the other citadels of secret power. And yet, when in its presence, none can deny. Depends. Do you want to grab reality by the face, tear off a false skin, and stare into the abyss of stars inside her skull? There was a time when someone believed you might, seeing as they trusted you to set up the opera's last Portofino network. Didn't turn out so hot, if reports are accurate.
Disregard the non-entity. Previous efforts were so hot, the party granted you 5 years in the freezer to cool your jets.
And yet, here you are, back on the scene. That suggests your it levels haven't totally flatlined. Bold pronouncement, I'd say. As yet, unsubstantiated. Call it your look of haggard perplexity. Assuming that's not just your normal expression. You've been out of the action for 5 years. I've been in this game a long time. Picked up plenty of neat things that could be of interest to you. Take a recent sample. One of your enemies has set up a secret jail somewhere here in Kisak. Strike a chord. The rich one. Enter. My offer is this. I share with you a little from my well of shadows. You help me with some personal research, because I've been in a few, and set up a few others myself. Maybe this rendezvous was a bit premature. Tell you what, let's try again once you've gotten a bit more up to speed. I recommend Carmuna, personally. Runs a second-hand clothes stall right by the canal. Terrible gossip. Never heard a secret she couldn't wait to spill. I'll be here if you want to talk more. Forewarned is for... Take your pick. We're nominally in the developed world. That's Amter's home pitch. That would be the negotiator subclass. Nothing like it in the animal kingdom. I understand they got operants in theater as well. By that same token, Portaferro was a Lusian penal colony for a long while. Some people think the weeping eye are lurking around every corner.
He tilts his head, a playful glee in his eyes.
The techno-fascists are really treating the place like they own it again. Operating out in the open like that suggests confidence, I'd say. Lusian elites with a hard-on for maps. Kicked off in the 70s when Luz re-annexed a few neglected ex-colonies. No resources at stake. The world didn't fuss much. Now that they've dispensed with optics, the reunion's really picking up speed. That's got Enter spreading around the margins. Probably they realize their opponents are too worried about smudging the world's makeup to really get into it. But it's your party that's really shitting its britches, wondering if they missed a fundamental, non-dialectical variable along the way. Good for them. There's no linear relationship between people and history or post-history. Personally, I describe it to that pesky eye. Great derailer. Someone's already started drafting the next chapter. Rest of the world's just catching up. Music, not really my area. Spotted a couple teenagers in elaborate costumes. Seem to be fans of some kind. I'd say they're your source.
He takes the disc and adjusts his glasses to get a closer look.
Two things stand out. First, this is an unusual format. Einzelton. Not just standard consumer fare. The artist, Ultravioletta, the Lusian electro-pop singer, gone missing, so they say. Anyone exposed to mass culture in the last few weeks? I hope you're not expecting a list. You, but from a dream. No, nothing at all. Local television personality. Though his accent suggests origins in the People's Republics. Lavendy, I'd say.
The PR Lavendy, the less socially developed neighbor of the PR Kohila.
Obviously a lunatic, an addict of some sort. I'd keep my distance, were I you. He's got a glorified rat hole in the housing campaign. Calls it his Fortress Studio. Across the rooftops, I think. Please, operant. There's cavorting with the genius loci. And then there's wrapping your mouth around a raw sewage line. That said, he's got tens of thousands of regular viewers. Not bad for public access. Only what's in his red folder? Do you want to hear it?
With a great sigh, the man leans back in the booth and closes his eyes.
Novessa born, graduate of the Polytechniker. No partner or dependents, of course. Father was a noted cosmonaut. Taught life sciences before his recruitment. Cryptonyms are never so arbitrary as they're meant to be. When it comes to names, the mind demands something that sticks. Stiglitz. Thomas.
The old man's eyelids flutter as he continues.
No remark-worthy sexual tendencies. High attention to detail. A mild allergy to his own sweat. Occasional flashes of grandiosity. That last point may sound familiar. You were chosen because his skill sheet was thought to complement your own. How that translates interpersonally. More for you to say. It's certainly pretty for you to think so. And convenient that you'll never find out for certain. And recitation. No such thing in my experience. Till next time, operant.
What'll you have? No, I don't think we have. I'm Lucia. What brings you back? First rounds on the house, then. What will you have? You can pay if you want.
She spritzes an astringent cleaning fluid on the counter and buffs it to a dull shine. She reaches for a half-full bottle. The glass makes a little thunk as it hits the bar. You down it in one go, as is tradition.
I saw you were talking to your friend. All right. Acquaintance, then. He said he was expecting you, so... Sitting and drinking, mostly. Reading or fiddling with paper. A few days ago, he met a guy here. They spent a few hours talking. Youngish, glasses, receding hairline. Communist. Is the posture. Dead giveaway. This is about it. But it's mostly just me in here doing all the work. Takes it out of me. Yeah, we have a couple of kids who come in and clear tables. Sometimes I let them serve, but they're unreliable. Don't tell me you're in Portofino for the phone sex. Well, I'm glad it's not our only draw. It's a payphone to the west of here. It overlooks the water. Close by. I grew up about 5 minutes from here. I tried living in the Hill of Pigs for a couple years. Didn't suit me. Came home. If you're born Kisok, you never really leave. You know why they call it Party Alley? Bingo. It's Calle del Partido. From when we still had El Partido Comunista. They built the plaza around the Palace of Culture, not the other way around.
The bartender doesn't acknowledge the gesture.
Haven't you seen it all already? Probably. The bootleg bazaar. Capital Tract, Palace of Culture, and I already told you about the Miracle Line. Cheap tat is usually popular with tourist types. Lot of people live there until it got bulldozed to build Sweet Nestor space program back in the 70s. Abandoned now, of course. Not much. Nestor built it during his communist period. Building's still impressive from the outside, but it's been falling down slowly. You can find it at the top of Party Alley. It's a 24-hour sex line. You can find it to the west of here, overlooking the water.
She nods, happy to stop playing the tour guide.
You mean Reunion, all of that? I try not to think about it. I don't know about all that. Sounds like the sort of thing they'd want us to think. Like that rubbish about the invisible aircraft carriers. Have you bar-backed before?
Hesitation, as she's caught between a need and a worry.
Fine. I can throw you some soul off the books. I just need you cleaning, bussing, nothing complicated, okay? Here. Start with wiping down tables.
The rag squelches in your hand, oozing grey-brown foam as you glide it over recently vacated tabletops. You dunk the cloth into the tub of lukewarm water behind the bar, but it dirties again within seconds. Dunk, wipe, over and over.
Hey, it's been 4 hours. Take a break.
Stopping is almost harder than trying to keep up with the work. Your mind continues to race, looking for things to wipe, unable to stop.
You definitely helped. Thanks. Drink up. We close soon.
It's still almost impossible.
It's getting worse. I really need to just give up on it and buy a new one.
The TV. Small white flowers have opened up at the touch of a sunbeam. Tight buds unfurling. Pale, fragile things. A delicate fragrance rises from the bush. Jasmine. You breathe in jasmine and cold air. Soft and thin as hope. You blink. An hour has passed. The sunbeam is passing too. Bad news. The fax machine has not fixed itself. The holy innards of the facsimile machine reveal themselves to you like a sacrificial animal waiting to be interpreted. You're looking at a Sugar Hill Executive Series 2, a cursed model, plagued by numerous debilities, most commonly a chronically misaligned paper tray. The machine is silent. The amber light blinks. From the machine bowels comes a pleasing chunk as the plastic tray slots back into its receiver. The paper belt purrs as life is restored.
Much better, thank you. Operant, I would never.
She would. She will. You turn away from the fax machine. The fax machine, you turn away.
Operant? Nothing, I'm afraid. That's understandable. It's been a while since you were last. Of course, Operant. I'll be here if you require.
You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. You turn away from... Raw information atomizes itself on the other... But no one answers. The phone keeps ringing. The ringing continues. Neurons light up along your spine, flickering erratically. 3 diodes flicker in steady succession, over and over, casting a faint pulse along the wall. The ringing continues, eternal. Anywhere but on the other end of the line. Downstairs, you hear the sound of Constans moving about. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The anticipation of a decent rest pulls you towards the pillow. You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. Letter by letter, words emerge from the mist. They speak in a voice you haven't heard for a long time. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. The meaning is quite clear. It's the transgression that's a mystery. Only your double's advancing bald spot is visible to you over the rim of the chair. The day beyond the window beckons you outwards. You turn away from the desk. You return to your double's lip. The stereo is right where you left it. Crimson flashes within its casing as the disc picks up speed. The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief internal hum, then the disc. You remove the red disc and you step away from the...
Operant? Nothing, I'll be here if you
The fax machine. You turn away.
You again. Thank you.
The young man leans back, his gaze slowly tracing your outline. Both of his eyes drift outwards, as if pulled by different horizons. You've seen that kind of bravado before. He's running some kind of side hustle. He stares right back, blinking slowly. A practiced calm. He knows how he looks and dares you to question the asymmetry. The dream of Rustam. For 80 years, there were no kings or bosses, only rotating councils, grain cooperatives, and radio poets. As the developed world spread, the dream cracked. The words roll off his tongue, smooth as the smoky bergamot cologne he's wearing. Theft, obviously. Fell off the back of a tuk-tuk. Presented between his finger and thumb, a small but sturdy metal prong. Astounding. Must have been harvested just a few days ago. This guy is a businessman first and foremost. No way he's not selling something if it can turn a profit. He means that. If he said otherwise, he'd be going against some kind of code.
Looks like the shrimping is off for today, Caracalito. We don't want to get in the GM's way.
I guess.
The man and the young girl grimace at a barge that appears to be jammed between the canal walls.
We came here to do some shrimping, but that doesn't seem possible right now. Not sure. It seems to be stuck in the waterlock. Maybe it's broken again. It happens from time to time as it's so old. Yeah, so should we.
You pick up the payphone's handset, a dolphin emblem smile. You step away. The intercom is covered by a protective plastic film. A button embossed in the shape of a cheerful dolphin shines at the bottom. Yet another device bearing the Renotel emblem, only recently installed too, tormenting the outer defenses. It curls under the edge of your fingernail and slides off in a single, unbroken piece. You can see your reflection, flipped in the unblemished metal. There's a compulsion to check your reflection every time you pass a mirrored surface. Like a hallway mirror glance on the way to a date, you do the same before you call Melita, even though you know she'll never see you. The indicator light flicks on. A high-pitched whine from the speaker. After a second, a voice emerges through the static. A melodic voice that makes you think of flowers blooming in time-lapse. The line hisses with dead static. You look at the crumpled, sticky mess of plastic in your hand. The dermis of static masks any change in her tone. This door opens for someone. That's why there's an intercom. You just need her to tell you who. What is this? The making friends intercom. It is in your way. Batter its defenses. Rubbish is piled so high it overflows the rim of the metal container. The sanitation crews are running behind schedule. The layers of detritus are many days deep. A whole history of discarded artifacts is piled up in front of you. This bin is an archive. Search it and you may conjure the recent history of this place. This calls for deep urban forensics. The archives demand bravery and diligence. The mass before you is divided into 3 distinct strata. A thorough analysis will require you to explore each. Your choice. Nothing of note yet. False teeth, a broken bottle. Oh, there's some soul of you on it. You pluck a few coins from the fetid heap. A couple of them are covered in an unknown greasy substance. This is how you imagine the insides of an eyeball would feel. Various slimy textures slide up your hand as you dip into the dregs. Your fingers graze something sharp. Paper, maybe. Before you can grab it, it dissolves back into the warm muck, never to be glimpsed by human eyes again. You pick carefully through the warm middle strata until you bump against a papery wad. Expired coffee, greasy condiment residue, typewriter ink, chemically processed wood pulp. 2 for yes, 1 for no. The echo in the room. A gasp without breath. Chin up, gaze fixed on the radiant tomorrow. The dead man's parade marches past and I am left behind. A scrawl of red ink above the typed words. We thank you for your submission. Unfortunately, at this time the Nos Correntes review will not be moving forward. This rejected submission would imply that their offices are nearby. Perhaps the building next to you. You've now penetrated to the darkest and wettest layer. A metallic thud tells you that you've reached the bottom of the bin. Your fingers get to work. However, the rancid smell threatens to suffocate you. The bitter scent of rotten vegetable matter fills your nasal cavities. Saliva pools in the corners of your mouth. The gas makes your mind swim. Luckily, your diligence is not in vain. Your fingers catch on something hard in the furthest corner of the sludge pile. Rounded for the most part, there are some sharper lines at the extremities as well as some flat surfaces. It's a pair of grimy glasses, large black frames, and what must be the thickest prescription lenses available. The missing vendor. These are the glasses he was wearing in the photo his daughter showed you. A dread certainty sinks in. The rubbish container and all its spoils continue to rot through time.
You shouldn't be here.
The big man was dozing off. Now he's trying to cover it up with a vulgar display of authority.
Please don't. I'll get enough of that from the wife. You can have her if you like. Anyway, like I said, you shouldn't be here. Bit of a hold-up with a barge over there. He nearly got robbed by a gang, no less.
It wasn't us. We plead not guilty, officer.
Nothing was taken, luckily, but they did manage to break the damn thing's engine. So now it's stuck there until the replacement parts arrive. Can't say I have. I'm not usually stationed round here, though, so I wouldn't. Let's see now. I hear it's in the back ways, right next to where the ex-pilots drink their sheep carcass juice. Some indigenous recipe of theirs. Imagine the worst thing you've ever tasted. Now imagine sucking it out of a dead sheep's arse.
Please don't imagine that. Definitely don't be tempted to drink it either.
If you want to see for yourself, just walk the path all the way to the west until you come across some old men giving each other an hard time. Only one in the near vicinity is Dr. Hugo's. He runs it out of his houseboat at the end of the back ways. Taken. Likely story. That old bat put you up to this, did he?
His jowls flap like a dog shaking off spittle.
Move along, please. I haven't got time for this. No, I don't. I've got plenty more things to do than keep track of everyone's eye work. And... ooh, let me think a second. I reckon... Yep, that must be it.
Don't be fooled. He's making a mockery of you.
Language. Young women these days think they can swear openly at a GM. going downhill this world. Oh, very dangerous. Probably one of the Azuri lot. Yeah, you wouldn't want to mess with them, miss.
Azuri Mob is a foreign crime syndicate you've only heard about in passing. Always with a warning to stay away.
No. Full-grown adults. I heard one of them even had a beard. The parts may take a while as the trade route slowed up recently. Used to be a lot quicker a couple of weeks ago. The rest of the developed world. Must be something at the docks by the bazaar, but I wouldn't know more specifically, outside of my jurisdiction. You can't go in there, I'm afraid. That's what I'm here for. No one gets in. Only the controls to the waterlock, but we can't risk anyone lowering the water right now. It would damage the barge even further, you see. You probably shouldn't.
Those are... You're wearing... Where did you get my dad's glasses? What? What were they doing there? He probably dropped them and someone threw them away thinking they were broken. That makes sense.
A scenario she has been forced to create in order to ignore a heartbreaking truth.
No. Thanks for finding them. What? That's so dangerous. You could have been killed. Or worse.
Behind her concern, a note of admiration and a small shred of hope.
Maybe you're right. But for the record, I don't expect you to help me like this. And if you want to give up, you can at any time. Thank you. Okay, look, I think I know why you didn't get snatched. Mi viejo mentioned something like that. Gilmar had been snooping around the waterlock to the east of the bazaar when he got snatched. That might be the missing bit. Is that a newsletter or something? I'll take your word for it. That building always looked dingy to me.
If what she says is true, that magazine office would be worth casing out in full.
Just don't get hurt. And please... What?
She nods, not trusting herself to...
Thanks for stopping by.
The gate is bound to the pole by a thin steel chain. The gap between leaves little room for passage. Rust speckles your fingertips. We're gonna need tools for this one. You push the gate. The metal creaks. This isn't the only way through. You can always go the long way, around the docks to the west. The gate creaks and...
Especially good pieces today. Many wearable items.
The old woman glances at you before returning to her magazine. The magazine is innately anti-proletariat, a glossy perversion of the humble pamphlet.
Carmona has not agreed to be met.
She angles her magazine away from you protectively. A flash of light from between the pages. She's hiding something in there. Carmona, the name on Pseudopod's purchase order. Your double owes this woman a minuscule shipment of socks.
Quiet, Menina. Does Carmona blurt your business? Who are you, anyway?
She ruffles the magazine angrily, then looks up at something behind you. Fear in her eyes, like you're being watched.
Shh, Menina. Keep your voice down. For all we know, he's listening too. We are dealing with an Ariel creep. He's watching the whole bazaar. Carmona has a mirror in here to watch him in turn.
The woman angles her magazine towards the unfinished pylon towering at the edge of the market.
Menina, no. Carmona used to be of a similarly fingered disposition toward him, but can't be too careful now. All sorts of bad types around these days. Bazaar isn't what it was.
Her movements are fitful and tremulous. The arched back suggests a lifetime spent on her feet, contorted over something.
He is creeping, keeping watch on behalf of Polaris Nozu, monitoring our ways, spying our comings and goings. Be careful, Menina. Don't mention Carmona. Go through that gate just south of here and keep going down. You'll get to it. You're working with that nice boy? The sock seller?
Her lips shrivel, and her eyebrows descend as she takes you in properly.
He's dressed so nicely, standing so straightly, polite. Had Carmona thinking that there might be hope for us in Kohila. But you don't look super block at all. Carmona will hear nothing of trouserlessness or shitting. Unless, of course, you are buying trousers. In which case, rah. That nice boy had never seen an aerotram before. Said they were the most beautiful thing in the world. Then couldn't help himself but say, must be a nightmare for the zoning division. How Carmona laughed! He's probably avoiding you. Doesn't want you harming his sales, yes? Carmona will tell you all about your nice boy when you get back from the Ariel Creep. Carmona sees this magazine. Locked? Well, go around. Up the stairs, then to your left, and down through the docks. No time for chitter-chat, Menina.
She focuses on the mirror in her magazine, unperturbable. She looks sideways at the disc, shakes her head.
It's a disc. Ask the stall owner with the disc, not the stall owner with the clothes. Yes? Take a look through the rack over there. No lice, no rips, no patches. Don't forget to check the racks.
You approach Carmona's rack of clothing, protected from the elements by a clear plastic sheet. No two pieces are alike. Second-hand olds and newish fakes. Fashion has a short memory. Anything worn long enough to have been faked is already ancient. The rack sways with misspelled logos and forgotten styles. Cowboy boots, leather trousers, a long black skirt. Kinda cool. But is that all you are, Cascade? Kinda cool. You're special and you know it. You deserve an outfit that tells everybody else that you know it too.
An extra special girl would not have to ask, Menina. She would be able to see the right thing for herself.
You'll show her. Search harder. Search better. Attention-seeking fashion does not befit an operant. Cascade. You turn away from the rack.
Wolf time. They have to be nice, okay?
The kids study you. Attentive.
Oh, do you want to talk about...
The children are...
Sure.
A steel door is before you. Faint oxidation halos bloom across it, like algae on a sunken wreck. No response. It's locked. Try one of the many doors that are not locked, or the open-air black market, which happily doesn't feature doors at all. You step back from the door. The man gives no indication of registering your presence. His mirrored sunglasses are turned skywards. But he's aware you're here. A flock of starlings murmur their strange shape over the canal water. Above them, larger brown-plumed birds hover.
Beauty is the threat. These are sparrowhawks.
But you're not here to talk birds.
His jacket's been patched over many times, storied. A decent performance, but you have notes. He'll have a talk with the vendors later today. A firm one. Now, stop circling each other. A still moment. From a nearby rooftop, the sound of children playing. You do not exist. You are merely the shimmer of a right-wing propaganda minister's fevered imaginings. End of the line. The pseudopod terminus. He bounced off this man and landed somewhere in oblivion. He's genuinely perplexed. Even before you ask the question, the outline of a name is forming, letter by letter. Your cerebrospinal fluid turns to liquid refrigerant. The black cigarettes you found were the hard evidence. Your former asset, Taxman, is here. Your friend is here. Because his name is Pseudopod, and the hushed arena awaits a different spy. He's going to make you say it out loud. He nods slowly. You catch an impression of his eyes as the light hits his sunglasses. Tempo called for help. For cavalry. For you. Shards of both past and present collide. In the wreckage, a jagged pattern forms. 1. Tempo, cryptonym Taxman, your dormant asset. Contacts the opera. Intent, unknown. Information, unknown. Request, meeting with operant Cascade. Only Cascade. 2. Cascade status frozen. Duration in perpetuum. Opera issues directive. Dispatch lead operant to Portaferro. 3. Pseudopod. Active in theater. Assignment. Meet with Taxman. Retrieve message. They wanted Pseudopod to become Tempo's new handler. You were just here to smooth the transition. They farmed out your asset, your friend, to some trouserless infant. 4. Pseudopod fails to meet with Taxman. Requests Cascade from Opera. 5. Timeline disrupted. Movements unknown. Pseudopod. Status changes to lost. 6. Cascade. Status changes to reanimated. Operant arrives in theater. Unbriefed. Unassigned. And... questions coagulate, but at their center a truth catches the light. He's rattled, and not used to the sound of rattling. It would have brought you running if they'd bothered to tell you. And from the other side, only silence. Come straight to me. Never cross my path again. Both true at once. An old, low-slung workhorse with tar patches, welded plates, and mismatched boards. Resin on the seams, hairline cracks across the hull. Someone's been fighting to keep it alive. Progress, suspense. Quick, ask more. He stares at you and keeps staring at you. Treaties, obligations to foreign banks and bureaucracies, third-party audits, all part of joining the developed world. A big gang where no one's your friends, and there's always more palms to grease. A tinge of grief flutters past his face. Not that he minds. He lowers his head in brief salute. The gate stands before. The gate creaks and...
The man doesn't react or turn as you approach, your feet echoing off the high metal.
Don't look now, but you can see through the metal floor, all the way down.
You've come a long way. Fortunately, the view just about compensates.
He has been watching.
I'm being punished. My employer has placed me in an impossible position.
A faded patch sewn into his trousers. Below the pocket, twin black lines set against a yellow background. Carril de Portofino, the oldest transit company in the city.
I'm a safety inspector, watching the lines. As you might have noticed, this pylon is under construction, technically. Precisely. That's because this line, Line 9, will never be finished.
Line 9. The same line the man by the aerotram station was told to wait for.
Then they would be waiting a very long time. Where to start? This pylon's angle deviated more than expected as the concrete set. Hazardous near water. Shouldn't have skimped on materials.
Look, another bald spot bobs within your reach. This one even more pristine than the last. The man notices your encroaching palm and slowly leans away from you as he continues talking.
Then there are the clearance issues. The party alley rooftops are higher than the building department's official records.
These aerotrams would shear those right off.
I'm the safety inspector on this segment. Construction can't proceed without my approval. Approval I cannot possibly give. Since the last round of enter stabilization, they've been trying to force us lifers out. We can be fired, not easily, but they can take away the work that made us stay in the first place. I have two options. I could falsify my reports and declare Line 9 safe for construction anyway, or I could quit. Either way, the company can lose. That's a shame. You'll be in the perfect place to ponder your problems, and maybe alleviate them. Fortunately, this spot lends itself to reflection. Contemplating my punishment helped me see how to live with it.
The question is, can you live with your own?
I'm a structural engineer. I believe in stability. What Enter has brought isn't that. Their version of stabilization shifts the responsibility of managing entropy from the state to the individual. Human existence always carries entropy with it. That's inherent in the system. Social insurance, pensions, fair wages, these are measures against the entropy of living. They're also expensive.
Behind the abstractions, an unopened envelope rests on a countertop. The words, "Final Notice," stamped across its front. He glances down. The world spins slowly.
There's entropy in all systems. No living thing can avoid it entirely. friend of yours? Oh. You see that fire exit over there?
The gate stands before you, still locked. Take the chain between the beak of our tool and crunch it dead. The chain resists, trembles, then collapses in a jangling heap at your feet. Regards from the gang. The metal creaks and gives way. The chain lies bleeding out on the cobblestones. In another life, it would have been a serpent.
Carmona saw you scaling the pylon, but she did not see the creep fall to his death.
Bit of disappointment in her tone. This biddy craves blood.
Oh. Well, engineering is good work, proper. Though he doesn't seem to be doing much of it. Carmona knew he was off, but just a slacker all along. Carmona will not take comfort in that. Here. Some comfort in return. Not that Carmona's forgotten you came here with questions. Let's go. Well.
She lowers her voice, hunches forward.
The dock workers suspected they found an agent of the Weeping Eye working right here in the bazaar.
Your heart convulses at their mention.
Found him taking Lucian money. Carmona doesn't believe it, Domenina. They got the wrong man. Oh, nobody tells Carmona. But still, they got the wrong man. He bought a beautiful coat from Carmuna's stall just last week. A real gentleman. Nobody with the eye could be so polite or have such a good taste in outerwear. They're losing Menina. Bazaar's full of bootlegs. They're keeping an eye on their wares.
The Weeping Eye do not care about knockoff toys. If they're here, then something is happening way above this woman's head.
It would never. It was a trench coat, multicolored, but predominantly oranges raids. It recalled the carpet bag of the olden variety.
The man in photo 24. Were the Weeping Eye that close to you already? He was at photo 24 and your double was incapacitated. This is now your prime suspect.
And he always had a camera. Ask yourself, Menina. Would a Weeping Eye man walk around with a camera? Too obvious. This is all a matter of taste, and not other. The one you're wearing, I'm afraid so, Menina. He was like a son to me, Menina. But no, never got his details. Very well. Ah, yes. He was fine super block suit. I should have known you were cut from the same cow the way you scaled that pylon. I sent him to the docks west of here. Head boatman there reports directly to the bazaar manager, in charge of imports, exports. Maybe he knows where he went.
And she knows no more than you did already.
Oh yes, bastardo! It's him turned the bazaar into the bootleg bazaar, drawing Lusians, irritating the local mob. It's all men fighting while Carmuna sits. Haven't seen him or his assy assistant assing around for a while. They're probably shacked up somewhere, making the angels sick. Carmuna doesn't keep track of assy names. Who cares? She just smokes and skims clothes off the top of the shipments. Things we don't notice. And she's been collecting our payments for the last few weeks. Suddenly, we low people must tolerate a teenager managing the place on his behalf. I won't have it, Menina. She may run the bootleg bazaar, but she doesn't run her Doña Carmuna. Well, you ought to choose them better. Let him know he's a bastardo next you see him. He's not been himself. You know, he used to drink. Then he stopped. Perhaps he slid back into the bottle without Carmuna noticing. Every day he was at the shrine by the west gate, offering and praying. What business has a man like that with the stars? Enough indeed. Bastard. Enough. Bazaar's closing soon, Menina.
You return to the rack of clothing. Hangers scrape against metal with...
Discount for you, Menina.
The rack sags. You turn away. Bagman gestures wildly on the sounds from... The fire exit stands conspicuously ajar. Someone has wedged it open with a ball. You raise your hand to wave at the engineer on his pylon. He waves back. Nobody is paying any particular attention to the door, or seems close enough to care. Suspiciously nonchalant. They're just going about their days. It's a pelota ball, the local variation of handball. Pelota balls are not designed for use as doorstops. Someone has elevated this ball to contraption status. This ball is an act of resistance against the bosses and their fire codes. Are you on the side of the ball or the boss? It's just a ball in a door. A dark hallway. At the opposite end, you can just make out the bottom of a metal staircase. A fine place to hide in a moment of crisis. Marked and remembered. The tableau stays undisturbed. The fire exit remains. You emerge into the dark insides of a deceased mechanical beast. The only light comes from above a set of steel stairs, which you alight carefully, gripping the cold railing. The sticker on the panel reads, Propriedade de Renotel. In the center, the company's familiar dolphin mascot grins at you. Inside, you find a dirt-covered computer terminal. Above the gridwork of corroded wires, a sleek cable cuts a path towards the antenna. The ancient terminal groans in response. Relays clack in a series of deep, satisfying clicks, like pistol chambers locking into place. System waking. Please wait. Welcome to Renatel Control version 1.2. That's a text cursor, and it's waiting for your input. The artery before you connects to every device connected to the Renotel wireless network. The text cursor highlights the blank space where your command should go. Ask it. You step away from the The fire exit remains ajar. You pocket the ball and close the fire door firmly. The fire door is still tightly closed. The door sits flush.
You've come back. I hesitated bringing this up earlier, but you might want to know. It seems you have a follower.
Hair's attentive. A light crackle teases you. Could it be you've seen this person as well?
No, I don't think so. Of course.
You step back to the tower. You turn back.
You again. Any updates on the 9? But how can that be? A gentleman from the Carabineros said it would be in service any day now.
A handsome foreigner. The Carabineros were playing a trick on him.
You'd think with all the MTER money this place has gotten, they'd have fixed their aerotrams. I can't believe this. Where I'm from, the gendarmerie are bright and civic-oriented. What am I supposed to do now? I was simply passing through on my way back home to Sundark. I had been working in Copablanco, but the work dried up.
His eyes dart ever so slightly.
That was more than a week ago, and, well, here I am.
Despite his predicament, he's kept up with hygiene. His beard is shaved, his nails well manicured.
There used to be a more direct route via Havergelia, but the border has been closed since it was re-annexed by La Luz. It's not so easy to get around as it used to be, you know. I'm a political economist by training.
It must be said, this is the most handsome political economist you've ever encountered.
Well-versed in theoretical and quantitative approaches. No, I must say my combination of the two is rather exceptional. Ah, you're shallow. I see. No, I'd say for a Sunnis man, I'm at best median. Well, not in so many words. Circumstances. I studied on a very generous MTER stipend. One of those programs to take gifted but under-resourced youths from the periphery and educate them in the developed world. But recently, the Sunnis government bought its first computer. Suddenly, they found they no longer have any need for political economists. Well, technically, the national computer belongs to everyone. In reality, it answers to no one.
One national computer in the right hands could be, as they say, a game changer.
Long story short, reality forced me to make alternative arrangements. How to put this? You're surely familiar with the concept. A somewhat rich, older lady wants a nice exotic husband without the lifelong commitment, yes? Meanwhile, a clean, well-behaved man from the periphery wants to see the world but lacks the necessary capital. The woman pays for his relocation and gains a valuable commodity. A high-quality Sunnis husband.
No twitch, no hesitation. He's reclined into that reality long ago. If a woman of means wants him over other options, that makes him a luxury. He likes that.
A man by mail, a direct order dick. There are many names for it, some more vulgar than others. I offer companionship and a fair trade. If you consider it as a set of transactions, love's really no more than an economic problem.
It's not love, only the bourgeois matriarch's malady. Surplus capital, yet a lack of pump action from the masses.
Where else can one find men so clean, attentive, strong, and conversant in political economy?
Traces of a born romantic linger in the man's voice. This was a doomed endeavor from the very beginning.
In other circumstances, I believe it could have worked out brilliantly, but alas, in my case, endogenous factors conspired to thwart my domestic bliss. What can I say? Sunnis are both practical and romantic. I will tell you, madame, it was the lapdogs. All 6 of them. My betrothed, she wanted them to watch our lovemaking, my cleaning and housework, my lectures on recent advances in microfinance. Wherever I turned, there was a creature the size of a throw pillow, its black, wet eyes staring at me. At one moment, I wondered whether I was there for her pleasure or theirs. That's when I realized I need to escape Copablanco as soon as possible. Back to Zunzak, very far from here. Maybe I'll go to work for my brother, or maybe I'll sign up for a term on the lunar mines. Really, I just want to escape the developed world.
You know very little about the lunar cadmium mines, and would prefer to keep it that way. It is a privilege to raise class consciousness among our lunar comrades. A man turns back to his suitcases. You keep walking. A slanted aluminium box is bolted into the pylon's spine. The word Renotel is etched into the metal. A familiar dolphin grins at you. Cold and hard, but the playful smile remains. Inside, a slab of beige plastic, an old terminal. Behind a clouded sheet of polyglass, the screen remains black. No buttons on the outer housing that you can see. No glowing standby light. Your fingers find a steel drawer. It slides out with a creak, revealing a keyboard designed for gloves, each key a chunky slab. A low wavering whine. Behind glass, the cathode ray tube flickers once, twice, then flashes. System waking. Please wait. Mem check. 00016K. Welcome to Renotel Control version 1.2. Copy. Available commands. 1. Line diag. 2. Trunkmon. 3. Network. Based on the available options, this is a maintenance terminal. You might be able to get information on the Renotel network from here. So the name suggests. As for what kind of diagnostics? Around you, hundreds of landlines run up and down the pylon. The identifier you found on the payphone for the Miracle line. Try using it here. You know, for monitoring trunks. The terminal clunks, as if it's exhaling static. The screen flickers, awaiting your input. Line diagnostic mode. Enter landline identifier to proceed. Line diag node 04P03. Tone OK. Status. Voltage minus 51.3 VDC. Current. You're not sure how yet, but the wealth of details should prove useful. You close the box.
That's right. I'm a Renotel man. A certified Renotel repair technician.
That thing he's carrying has got buttons. A little antenna. That's a grade A thingy, all right.
Unusual name. May have heard it on the wind once or twice, but no, I don't know him. There's something in the back of my mind telling me I've heard that word being shouted somewhere nearby. That's all. None that I know of. Which reminds me, I really should get around to registering for a GP. You'll have to be more specific. Seen a couple of guys who match that description. Not that the uniform of all those type of men. You'll have to give me something else. They do, don't they? Have to give mine a good scratch every now and then with this helmet on and all. Very kind, but no thank you. I have a certain way of doing it. Like how a cat can be particular about how it gets stroked. As to your guy, I don't think I'm tall enough to see other men's bald spots. They're quite common as well, you know? Good point. It's been a while since I saw them. Long enough that I don't remember where. Right you are. I can tell you that it's Renotel's longest running and top performing fixed line. Must be just over a decade at this point. It's actually the last payphone in Portofino to still be running the old way. Now they've all gone wireless. The line cannot go down, not even for a second, which means it cannot be serviced or upgraded. First thing they taught me when I joined. The reason being, or so I've heard, is that Renotel would incur a bill of such whopping proportions that it could risk the whole company going under. Maybe it's not, but it's what people say. The unrealized loss, they call it. The company's big secret, gnawing away at its foundation like a rat in the shadows. No, that kind of thing isn't for me. It's just part of the job to know about it. Make sure it stays operational. You know why now. Not a clue. The address has been scrubbed from all records, even for us staff. It's the old payphone along the back ways, west of the dock. Sure. Of course, sure. Really? It's often a trivial issue with them. Apart, the wireless phone network is routed through electronic boxes called arteries. They work like the old terminal boxes, except there are no cables or wires.
What he says doesn't add up. The logic is broken. Whatever he's hiding, it isn't pleasant. It destroyed something in him.
Renotel has been upgrading its payphones across the city. They pretty much all run on wireless signals now. Renotel is developing a range of products with this technology, including portable phones, intercoms, headsets, and codeless scanners. I think he's a liberal, actually. Yes, one of the old terminals. It's a terrible tangle of cables up there, but I can handle that. The part I'm struggling with is climbing up this ladder. I'm acrophobic, one of my many fears. Oh no, you really shouldn't. Not only is it dangerous, but qualified Renotel technicians are the only persons permitted up there. It's complicated, not something I can teach you in a day. No, I didn't. Fascinating. I wish a magnet would erase parts of my life. The city. I've barely taken it in. Ever since I got here, I've been wearing a veil, hiding myself, not knowing who I am or what I am doing. There's still time for us to figure it all out. We're in this together. Me, you, and everyone else. It might be a forever task. Anyway, enough doom and gloom.
The tail you cannot seem to shake. The long arm of the party. His soft heart has had to nestle among wild things.
Same as everyone else. Mining cadmium, lithium, and other rare minerals. In my case, on behalf of the Illuminated Empire, La Luz.
As you depart, the chant of "I'm your man" starts back up behind you. The sour scent of urine, the piss smell. The boy shifts in his cocoon of mismatched fabric. On his sleeve, a holographic foil patch reads Marco.
How'd you know my name?
He narrows his eyes, chin raised, and looks down at his sleeve.
Oh yeah, you're right. Nah, it's from La Luz. It's the Salto-Tsuri Dream on neon. Personalized.
With a flick, the boy shows off the sleeve's electric magenta trim. Black tags dangling from the hem chime loudly.
What? They're all different. My friend's got a red one. Is that a band? Okay. Yeah?
He averts his eyes from you, and your attempts to converse.
I don't know. I don't know. I hang out like everyone else. It's normal.
You're scaring him.
What?
Not one step further, bored scum. I'll do it.
Coiled, fingering the safety latch. A noose around his neck. A lab coat splattered with blood, both new and old.
I'll enjoy it too. I think I can probably come just from watching the trauma sink into your face, right before the oxygen stops reaching my brain for good. Ha! I know false concern when I see it. 3 years in pediatric oncology.
His left foot twitches in anticipation of the jump.
So you're talking to your little colleague out there. I know you're from the medical board, and I know he's been watching me. Pathetic. Did they even train you? If you're not bored, which you fucking are, then go and deal with the stain of narc shit lurking outside. I know that scarf of his is a fucking wire. Kid, that's a 40-year-old man with a severe deformity. Terminal virgin, too. Stench of xenophobia all over him. No one takes down Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza, except Gonzalo E.S. Gonza. Don't you fuck with me now. Yes. I suppose I could see it. A feat. Easy to refer. Not mutually exclusive, however. Likely, in fact. They flipped them right there at the STD clinic. I only hear narco. Don't humanize him. Bring me one of his lying, scheming, bored narc teeth. Actually, yes. Narc canines, bearing the mark of their subhuman nature. Leave that to the medical professional. You have no idea what I can see in a tube. If I had his spleen, I could tell you how his dog mother conceived him. Here, use this. My board condemned Freibar. Because of his history of use. Primitive superstition typical of the medical board. Bluffing until I see
There's got to be some other way to assuage his paranoia than assaulting an actual child.
What am I, your mother? Rub cocaine on it. That'll numb almost anything. Don't shit me, you wired fuck. You and whoever's listening are not going to lure me in with ethically stimulating cases again.
Sadly, he's too paranoid to even listen to you.
Hugo Abbe? That dry-cocked, rules-loving traitor? Good luck. You'd be better off asking the vegetable. Jealousy, as far as I can tell. Oh, the drama pen needing to get you. Real or invented?
Definitely real.
They babble on about modernization, best practices, international standards. But the fact is, they shit themselves in the presence of a real doctor.
He looks down, vaguely surprised, shrugs.
You never get credit for the blood you leave in. I'll do as I very well please, bored harpy.
The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach.
Yeah? Tried once. He screamed at me about board narking and threw what looked like, dunno, something supposed to be internal at me. Kidney-like. Would have been pretty cool if he wasn't such a mad freak. I know. He keeps shouting at me. He thinks I'm a narc. I'm no narc, and I got a D in biology.
He glances up at you from the ground. His expression of furtive shame, as characteristic of puberty as the acne and fuzz on his cheek. He is 17 years old. He is not with the medical board.
He gave you that to intimidate me, yeah? Thinks I'm scared? Well, I'm not. My teeth? What for? Fine, do it. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. Take one of my teeth, yeah? Show him I don't give a fuck about his mad shit. I've my own shit going on out here. I'm on a mission. And if mission demands teeth, then fuck it. Have teeth.
Impressive. No way this kid's a board inspector. Whoever sent him is way scarier than any pencil pusher.
Otherwise, she'll call me a cunt. Like always.
He shrinks, as if someone let the air out of his jacket.
Comings and goings, alright? I have a job to do. I can't say she'll murder me.
It's still warm.
It's getting worse. I really need to just...
The TV can...
Hello again. See you.
Operant. Till next time. Operant. Till next time. Operant.
A hiss, followed by the frantic clack, clack, clack of a microfiche reader. High contrast negatives hit the back of your retinas. 58, collapse of Ildeser's Grand Bridge. 60, Laplage's royal family liquidated. 63, suppressed uprising in PR Yoffie. 67, the Agora minor blackout. No direct attribution possible. Cross-references simply point to one figure, skipping in the margins of history. Cryptonym redacted. Date of birth redacted. Nation of origin disputed. Joined the opera late 40s. Declared null entity in 69. The microfiche reader clacks a final time, settling on a monochrome picture. Beneath it, a nom de guerre. His fleshy cheeks pull his mouth into just the slightest approximation of a smile.
Warms the heart to know people still talk about you when you're not around.
The posture remains, yet the gravity in the air thickens.
Only in the strictly literal sense. Let's just say I know exactly what my heart was worth.
The box hisses. He puts a cigarette out in an empty schnapps glass. Suprema 100, like the ones your double brought.
Till next time.
The store has been left unattended. A haphazard arrangement of paperbacks and hardcovers that have seen better days. A handwritten sign teeters on top of one of the stacks of books. Books, 10 sol. Magazines, 5 sol. Place money in the box. Viva la comunidad. A few scrawled tags separate the various teetering piles into vague sections. Depends on how much you enjoy predictable pursuits of serial killers, variably through occult forests and the urban stage. Unfortunately, the stall's offerings look pretty bare. Nothing catches your eye. By far the largest collection, you see a wild range of material. From an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same author, Vitor Kampf, a prominent Lusian philosopher whose works have occasionally crossed over into international interest. Doesn't seem familiar. He gazes back at you from the cover, darkly handsome in glossy black and white, with the far-off look of an old film star. Underneath it is stated, The philosophical bad boy for our times. Many people are attracted to the mind rather than the body. By far the largest collection. You see or what? There are no medical textbooks you can see. You flick past the foreword, written by a prominent plastic surgeon, and into the table of contents. Soy and you, smoking, the real enemy. Are the injections failing, or is it stress? Why you should drink more water. But what does Mother think? Absolutely not. Even by the most generous medical recommendations. Nothing to that effect is written here. Instead, backed with a ton of evidence, the book simply states that smoking gives you wrinkles. Congratulations. You've been thinking about it though, haven't you? Oh dear. The large collection of self-help books almost seems to reach out to you, begging to be useful. A large space is allocated to the genre, but most of the books have been taken. Only a few worn stragglers remain. One of them doesn't even have any pages, just a dust jacket. People hunger for that happily ever after. A shelf of scuffed books are united by their preference for black and apocalyptic reds. On their spines, a series of grandiose words large enough to fill the universe. Two of the titles stand out to you above the others. Blight March of the Chosen and Greed in the Interzone. Pulpy space opera, not at its finest. The characters are heavily stereotypical, the plot is erratic, and there are spelling errors on nearly every page. A bunch of religious cultists travel through outer space in search of what they believe to be their god, but end up being swallowed by a planet. No, it turns out the planet is their god. They end up inside the belly of paradise and live there forever. Totally. It's a shame the word planet is mistyped as plant on the final page. Despite its dull cover, it seems to be an outright attack on the current state of reality, realized as an adventure through a futuristic city that thrives on depravity. A notorious Lusian novelist and heroin addict. Between all the gay sex, violence, and drug-taking, there's a serious point about how we're being held back by the unfettered impulses of the ruling class. It's not much different to a modern-day city, except the laws are much more lax, and what would be considered immoral now has become fairly normal. Certain conservative critics attempt to ban the novel, on the grounds that certain readers can't tell the difference between depicting something and endorsing it. If anything, he would object to labeling it fiction. The hundreds of printed material. Hundreds of... You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals. Most magazines tend to be, especially those that people donate to a project like this one. The more recent issues focus on the emergent Lusian styles. The oldest among them feature Portaferan clothes, local-made textiles from the famous silk factories. One cover catches your eyes. It depicts a leather-clad man, looking intensely grim with a large sword on his back. A label warns of ultra-violent content. The Hombre, Volume 5, Issue A. A quick flip through reveals the amount of blood spilled is only matched by the sheer amount of nudity. You do the honest thing. Nothing changes in the world. You turn away from the piles. The book seems expressly directed at people who are more comfortable with potentially deadly garage experiments than human interactions. A low-budget clandestine publication, somewhere between fanzine and paperback. The author's name is listed on the first page as Ji Cheng Wang, as it must be. This is a genre of literature neither written nor consumed by respectable individuals. It consists of some 60 pages of text, followed by an appendix with cut-out schematics for the body of the gun. Ostensibly a how-to guide, it doubles as a philosophical inquiry into the subject of firearms ethics. Firearms good, ethics bad. There are times in the conduct of human affairs when it becomes necessary to wang someone or something. This is a reality. There are, however, some preliminary considerations to disseminate. You would too, if your name was synonymous with death. Are you asking yourself whether you should or should not use the information in this book to build yourself a highly illegal firearm? Alas, there are many such decisional pitfalls in our world. It goes on extensively, the tone veering back and forth between sardonic hand-washing and outright murder advocacy. Probably not. Do you want to? Wang is the theory, and Wang is the practice. The instructions specify materials for a 6-shot pipe gun with push feed. 500-gram hard plastic melted down, 1 coin 10mm diameter, 1 broomstick or wooden dowel, 1 aluminium can, tools, glue, and plywood. Ball bearings. Yes, and it is up to you to scavenge it all. Best place to start would be Photo 24. There's gotta be some of this stuff lying around there somewhere. It's a working photo lab after all. Dotted lines mark the edges of 3-dimensional objects unfolded into rectangles and curved flaps. While unintelligible, the form of the gun lurks somewhere inside those shapes. Mathematical and yet crude, the lines display a profoundly unsober competence. 2 objects. The larger one is a mold that goes around the barrel and includes a crude grip, magazine well, and the outer part of the bolt feed mechanism. The smaller object is the bolt. Building it will be the test of fire. A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a decapitated head towards the reader, its lolling tongue and dripping viscera a promise of what's inside. Jagged metal, independently published metal. Hombre, Volume 5, Issue 8. The astringent chemical stink of cheap ink curls your delicate nostril hairs. The comic inks aren't even going to give you a head rush, but the nostalgia factor is undeniable. You pause on a splash panel, huge, taking up the entire 2-page spread. The Hombre stands in a pool of swirling water, a tiny ocean floating in a void of liminal space. The towers of the sunlit city stretch towards the empty sky. Their basements flooded, massive fish splayed atop their roofs, gasping for air. Before him, a red cloak, in the shape of his own silhouette, his own body bag, rises out of the water, inviting him to enfold himself inside. The longer you look, the more details are revealed to you. A tiny face hidden in the brushstrokes that define a pool of water, the intricate brickwork on a horizon line building. Flipping the magazine open to where its bindings hold the pages together, your eyes are filled with a horizontally oriented image, the comic's glorious cover, blown up in size. Black and white panels whip by, almost animated like a flipbook by the motion of your thumb. A word bubble filled with scratchy handwriting conjures a raspy voice in your mind's ear, a polyp on the perineum of society. A comic for big kids who can handle big kid words and drawings. A clawed fist hitting a pulped face, the violence itself off-panel, but somehow made visible by the suggestion of the word Krish in a sickly bold font. A figure, man, woman, or demon, it's unclear, being consumed by shadows, swallowed alive, screaming. It wasn't a guy, it was a moon cultist, part of the wicked cabal responsible for killing his companion and lover, Aurelia Mist, the healer with the transplanted hands of a dual-wielding assassin. At least he did, before Aurelia was murdered by the moon cult. This isn't even the best arc. Wait until he finally masters shadow puppetry in Volume 6. A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a decapitated head. You're confronted by a striking image in bold red and black. A woman perched on a sofa in a simply furnished apartment. A handgun lies across her lap. On the table next to her, a beverage in an appealing slim can. In white text, contrasted against the black shadows, the words, "Safe houses anywhere." This woman is being paid to convince you it is. It's nothing like the ones they have back in the People's Republics. Effa Red and Black Special Edition. The can is adorned with a handful of coffee beans, a sugar cane, and a splash of cream. There is no other identifier. She knows you're watching. The shutter's release captured the moment she was thinking about you. The future, the onlooker, forever. The young, capable, pretty, yet also shy and approachable classmate you imagined in your dreams. Your hand touches hers unexpectedly during small arms training at the opera's greenhouse. She blushes. The words begin to blur before your eyes. Your eyes snap back into focus. The woman, the gun, the appealing can are all as they were. Around you, the sounds of Party Alley resume. Dried flakes of paste drift to the pavement as you peel the advert from the wall and roll it up.
Drift away, Stardust. I'm a second-hand dream dealer, but I'm the only dream you got. What is that? This isn't peace. Nobody cares about peace anymore. This is V for Violetta. Ultra Violetta. Are you on drugs? This is a mask. Ultravioleta, the hyper-tier L-pop star. Lucian Electropop. No idea what I'm talking about. Must be brain damaged.
Don't be mean. We're representing the Ultras right now. It's not her fault she looks that way. This is what we call fan shifting. We become Ultravioleta, and we sing her songs as an act of faith and love.
Yeah, we're fan shifting right now. Not surprised you've never heard of it.
We like to do it together. It's fun to make the costume. And it's nice to sing to the world when it listens. That means a lot.
Whatever. We're not pretending. Why can old people not wrap their heads around it?
Ugh, like that guy with the weird headphones the other day. He was so weird.
He came up to us out of nowhere and said, in some territories, impersonating the monarch is a crime punishable by death. Death. He didn't say fan, he said devotee.
Oh, maybe that's why Ultravioleta's been missing all this time. Maybe the weird headphones guy kidnapped her, and he's keeping her songs all for himself. Not weird, scary. He was obsessed, like obsessed.
No way. But he looked so old. Wait, no, actually that's so chic. That fits.
It's unreal. Like, almost the exact embodiment of the moon glow spirit.
Why do you have that? How did you get that? That's secret UV lore, not for someone like you. Oh yeah? What's your favorite?
Deep. But we're bigger fans than you. We know her entire discography. Even the unreleased stuff she did for her high school play.
Nobody understands except the Ultras. Weren't we just talking about that? Kidnapped for sure.
Total crime of passion. I bet he's making her sing for him.
I wouldn't mind too bad if he kidnapped us.
You don't know that. You don't have to lie to us just because we're younger than you. We live in the world too.
If she is dead, unlikely, there's nothing more moonglow than dying young and tragic. You need it. You deserve it. Look at your hair.
She's harsh, but if she weren't a little horrible to you, then you might never know. So, it's a kindness, really.
Ultras are ultra fans of Ultravioleta. It's a lifestyle commitment. Some of us have even died for this.
Respect for the martyred Ultras. R.I.P.
Mass suicide. So chic. They didn't even have to plan. They just heard the lyrics and knew. It was time to jump off the balcony of their parents' apartment building.
We live on the ground floor. I'd have to, like, slit my throat or something. Messy.
Nah. It was just one live performance on the radio a few years ago. Lucky bitches.
Yeah?
Yeah, there are some good ones. Nobody's on the same level as UV, obviously. But Kyla Roja is cool, Bianca Clos Blanca. Dia Domino would be sexy, but she got a boyfriend, so Mimi Serafina's pretty okay for an old lady.
Luz is literally the only place making good music anymore. It's Sonido Futuro. There's no competition. It's not even close. She recorded Glass Meadow when she had a 39-degree fever. Her favorite month is Tritos. She's allergic to strawberries.
I know her real name.
No, you don't. Stop telling people that. That's a theory, not a fact.
Violetta doesn't want anyone to know. She took a vow. She abandoned her old name when she dedicated her soul to music. It came to me when I was listening to El Lugar Donde Nací, right after the second verse, when the mellotron beat kicks in. I just heard her telling me.
That is so moronic. You did not. Who cares? It's not true. We are both Moonglow.
Equally Moonglow.
What? You want to talk about the weather?
So stupid. Like, what are they afraid of? That we'll see what we're missing out on and realize Portofiero's a wasteland? Too late. Everything. The whole world is moving on without us out there. No, but it's a little bit more of it every year. There's nothing good here. And anything that is good is a giant pain to find. Like, we've been trying to get a genuine Lusian disc player for months. No luck. That's fine if you're desperate, but it's disrespectful to listen to Ultravioleta any other way than in the original medium. Not ours. Ultravioleta's inoculates against the fake, the phony, and the inauthentic. She's about the radical, real you.
It's just TV. Who cares?
Whole thing is so moronic. People would be a lot happier if they were able to just have what they want.
Censorship is basically backwards rape. And that's not very Moonglow in any direction. Sure.
An old bench kneels in your presence. Its planks are bowed and scarred. Marks to be revered from seeing many people over the years. It sags gently as you settle in. Operant Cascade's first special bench, filed H14. Location Landau, capital of the Holy and Democratic Republic of Mercia. A slab of marble and cedar, cool, even in summer. The perfect place to hand-roll cigarettes and devour deviant graphic novels. Hidden in the shade of St. Erentudris's Basilica, 3 streets away and 5 years early to your appointment with a bullet. Your mother would have been gone for another weeks-long mystery trip, or demanding you rise to a bar she held just out of reach. After some time, the present seeps back in. Your limbs don't feel as heavy as they did. Gently, Portofiro coaxes you back into its rhythm. The tiles of this plaza seem to radiate outwards from the strange tree at its center, unlike any other you've seen in this city. Time passes, but you take no note of it. No one takes note of you either. To wide a key sock, you're simply a middle-aged woman staring at a tree. Nothing much happens. You leave the mysterious tree to its business. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You press the soft plastic, feeling the curves where it meets the metal underneath. The poke sends a ripple from your fingertip through the rest of your body, resonating with pleasure. You step away from the With awkward reverence, you approach the shrine again. You adjust your position and gather the appropriate reverence. The audience of framed strangers watches you in silence. A prayer of interference. For the gambler palming a final chip. For the veteran, lacing up boots cracked at the heels. For the fool, stepping into the current and demanding the river change course. Your words hang in the air, brittle as glass. A crack of moonlight cuts across the shrine, the shadows bending unnaturally. Your words are gone as they are uttered, careered upwards on the air's invisible wires. In the darkness, you feel the presence of all the strangers' offerings more powerfully behind you. And now unoccupied.
Hello there. Tell me all about it. Tell me how bad you've been. I don't think that's all bad. Unless you want it to be. In which case, baby, you're a sinner. Whatever you say, baby.
She's too good at her job. You need something like a universal safe word to bring her into the here and now.
Hurt him, love?
A long pause stretches between you.
A sock importer, yes. He did call. He told me his work partner let him down, but he didn't seem afraid.
The words slip in like broken glass under a fingernail.
So you're the partner? He seemed hurt, but he didn't sound suicidal. I wouldn't have missed that. Not a chance. Just believe me. I would know.
She exhales and the line crackles. She will think about Pseudopod for the rest of the night.
Maybe. He mentioned music. He said he was excited to go home and listen to music. He said he was learning about culture. Your guess is as good as mine, baby. Just from someone who knew all about culture, he said it was going to change his life. Tell me all about it. Tell me how bad you've been. I don't think that's all bad. Unless you want it to be. And whatever you say, baby. Line's always open.
Rain greets you as you step out of... A watertight marine door bars you from entering Dr. Hugo's houseboat. A small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic, open 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. But is it to keep you out, or to keep something in? At the midpoint of the door is a 3-point full stainless steel lock. Only by someone with specialized knowledge of heavy-duty seacraft doors and their mechanisms. The hull of the boat looks solid as the door. However, around the corner, on the stern side, you notice a window, slightly ajar. You slink away from the... A watertight, a small placard above the entryway. The door, the frame is solid, the hinges well oiled and free of rust. The answer is no. You slink away. The hoglets are still grunting merrily among the urban detritus. This day may go down in history as the first strike in the Great Boar Human Wars. A faint rumbling sensation in your feet. Somewhere the babies are tattling. You turn from the vacant alleyway. You step into the booth. You hang up.
You're back again. You're fine. There's nobody there. Guardia Municipal training is second to none. Well... Did you flirt with him, perhaps? Is it possible you're imagining it? And keep in mind, just because men walk by, doesn't mean they're looking at you.
He's working off a memorized list.
There'd be no charge, as long as the officer isn't feeling physically threatened. But it'd be quite rude. Glad Morito could be of help. Can't say I'm familiar with the name.
No part of him is even trying to actually pretend.
I still don't know him. Were I aware of anyone conducting illicit business, formalities would be expected. Paperwork... Nossa Senora Polaris. But just the little ones, yes? Right. Thank you for the report. Morito doesn't have a pen. But he has memorized the report, don't worry. No pen, you see? And procedure says I'd have to file the report later today, at the station in the Sunset, an hour away. Do you have anything else to tell? Not this again. Did Aunt Carmuna put you up to this? My mother's sister, but she thinks that makes her my boss too. Even calls me Little Morito. So she put you up to this. Was he even a creep? My hands are tied, legally. Pylons are out of my jurisdiction. The Guardia Municipals. Just, you know, not me. Aerotram companies have their own branch of the Guardia. Good question. Really good question. We have a form for such inquiries. You'll find it at the central station in the Sunset. She's been a worrier for as long as I've known her. Always some catastrophe or other looming. But it's not just that. Carmuna and most of the older folks, they can't accept that things overall are all right. Look around. What do you make of the bazaar?
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. An assortment. You step away. The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. must be slain. A jolt of fear snaps through you, but you manage to not let it show. He lowers his head and you return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. You turn away from the... You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. In just a few words, the worst failure of your life is reduced to bureaucratic shorthand. Previous assignment, Portofino 88 to 91. Network, whole sick crew. Operants, Cascade. Asset, a secret the Opera has elected to keep from itself. Impossible to tell. The redactions are very heavy. Obvious. The Opera wanted him to know what sort of spy he'd be working with. Most recent assignment, Novessa, 91 to present. Satellite Facility B. Status inactive. AKA the Freezer, where the old, useless and discredited are assigned to wander the climate-controlled hexagonal galleries until they're dismissed or die of despair. Or very occasionally, until fate recalls them to the Opera's service. Now if only you can figure out why. The folder shuts itself with a tiny sigh. You turn away from the desk. You return to your double's limp body. Peeling wallpaper hangs above your bed. Uninspiring. Faded patterns. A great void of expression. The woman and her coffee watch over you. Mysterious. The bed welcomes you for a soft slump. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
Operant? Nothing, I'm afraid. I'll be here if you require.
You pick up the paper.
Hello. Hello and welcome as always to the reality situation. What's your name and where are you? A joke, obviously. This show would never solicit personal information from you, unlike the government, priests, and talking animals in your dreams. Remember, people, you don't have to answer. Indeed, anyone still laboring under the illusion that this is a free city is encouraged to take a swim or a boat out to the 3.3-kilometer mark, where that vessel orbits, and you'll see exactly how free we are. It's a patrol boat, in short. If I had to guess, I would say it's making sure no one ventures out into the unrendered areas. No, it's hard to say what would happen, since we are so deeply immersed in this illusion that we cannot even imagine life outside it. Reports of flashing lights upon the vessel would appear to confirm this hypothesis. What else? Salute.
The receiver. You step away. The intercom gleams in the daylight. The intercom light flicks. You're through. Now keep your seams together. Play the poet persona to the hill. Poetry's easy. Make it short, make it vague, speak in rhyme. You take out the medical dummy once more. Silicone wall. The dummy. The editor-in-chief's desk is somewhat orderly. A few notebooks and proofs, a terminal, and a collection of pens, laid out side by side. Among them, a luscious fountain pen glints in the artificial light.
Oh yes,
Thank you. It was a gift. The review's 6th anniversary. Our sponsor is supportive of the work being done here. Oh yes, the Civilization Trust has long supported our work.
The desk remains undisturbed. Among the many sections of the cabinet, you find a small stack of papers. The first page is filled with what looks like a set of printed instructions. 1. Read the poem silently, then aloud. Consider the line breaks and identify the meter and rhyme scheme, if any. Is the poem written in open form or closed form? Tutorial guidelines for the interpretation and critique of the written verse. 2. Paraphrase the poem. You may wish to do this with the entire poem, or line by line. If this is too confusing, focus on distinct imagery, or isolated parts first. 3. Consider the poet's word choice. Identify figures of speech, identify metaphors and/or similes if they are present. Perhaps you are a creature made for soul work. Don't count on that. Keep your day job for now. A printed table labelled tetrasyllables. The first column contains hieroglyphics. The second has a series of words. Strange series of U-shaped symbols and underscores. You vaguely remember these are used to measure or describe the sound of poems. That's poetry's dirty little secret. Often enough, the rhythm follows a predictable pattern. The poets like to act as if it's some sort of magic, but structurally, it's not that hard. Prosleosmatic, ditroche, diam, coriam, antipast, dispondi. The word coriam has been circled in red pen. The corresponding meter notation reads -UU-. If you ever need it, you can now pluck that information from the archives. The paper spins in your hands with a rustle. You put the papers back. Knitwear ensemble, sensible boots, a collection of beaded necklaces. She smiles shyly as you take her in. A plucky literary aspirant, grinding away experience in the hallowed hall of art. Adorable. The sub-boss of words. See how she flaunts the red pen of redaction. Good. This poetry has rules and documents. One she can't bring herself to answer. She rests her small palm on top of the sheet of paper and slides it towards her side of the desk. Away from you. Big word, boss. The woman contemplates the spread of pages before her. She glances back over her shoulder as you approach.
Ah, I wasn't expecting anyone today. Have you come to submit?
No, you are here to dominate. Maintain your persona. Don't sabotage this opportunity.
That's right. We welcome any new and aspiring poets that can meet our quality bar. Hi, I got Slick, Editor-in-Chief. How may I help you? It's a journal of contemporary poetry. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about it? The review is open to all genres. Lyrics, ballads, elegies, obards, pastorals, paeans, even the occasional eclogue. Really?
A hint of suspicion.
We are still a modest operation, I have to admit. For the moment, it's only myself and my sub-editor. It's true. Even without full staffing, the printing presses still take up so much space. Yes, I suppose.
It's like she was suddenly thrust upon a stage, all her lines unrehearsed.
Well, Our sponsor takes responsibility for staff and premises, while I remain in charge of the magazine. It's an arrangement that allows one to focus. It's been a great help.
Her intonation is that of a teacher describing a particularly overachieving student as a pleasure to have in class.
Those are all drafts of our next issue. Each page is laid out, already formatted. Now the job is to decide on their sequence.
Finding order. She enjoys this. It keeps her together. Grounded.
We're very fortunate to enjoy the support of a very small yet dedicated readership.
This is the answer she wants to give, carefully avoiding any mention of her sponsor.
Ah, well, that too, naturally. Oh, what gave you that idea? You mean her meter exercises? I can assure you that there's nothing sinister about them. There's a reason we call it an artistic practice.
Some people's baseline is kindness.
Appreciating the arts and creating them are two very different things. Few of us are blessed with both gifts. Of course, anytime. I imagine, of course. Not to my knowledge. Our contributors tend to look a bit less put together than that.
Artist types have their own uniform, usually whatever constitutes the opposite of formal.
Adieu. May you be there when inspiration strikes. Excuse me, you can't go in there. Staff and contributors only. Anyone who wants to is strongly encouraged to submit.
The editor-in-chief's desk is somewhat among them. A luscious fountain pen glints in the artificial. The desk remains She nods.
Ah, hello again. I imagine you did. Please, go ahead. Of course. Adieu.
I told you this place is off limits. You probably
We better pack up our
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
No, we don't want to be involved in anything like that. Yeah.
Wolf time.
The kids.
Oh, do you want to talk?
The children ignore you.
Hi. Oh yeah, she's cool. Intimidating too, despite the size. We hang out sometimes in the back of the stall. She's been... Western entrance to the bazaar. What takes your fancy? You need anything else? Thanks for
A cosmonaut suit, a relic of Project Autonomia. Its shoulder patch reads, "The stars are ours, 77. A classroom with a buffed blue floor and white fiberboard tiling. The teacher rolls a square little television in on a cart. The girls in their final year of gymnasium gather round. The camera follows the white column up, up, and then it jerks or cuts out. When the picture returns, there's just a white cloud sprouting new white limbs. The rocket nowhere to be seen. For a long moment, none of the students can tell what's happening. Then, one by one, they realize. A faulty seal, a minor propellant leak. Next thing you know, 4 cosmonauts are splattered across the face of God. You and millions of school children the world over. Expensive, fruitless. The failure of Project Autonomia promptly tanks the Portaferan economy. Supreme Leader Nestor flees into his 3rd exile not long after. As for the bazaar, it's saturated with surplus equipment, memorabilia and replicas. The suit is most likely the latter. Few of it genuine, But does it matter if the feeling's real? Your focus one.
Good day. Allegiance clothes, Carmuna calls them. Whatever has their favorite music on it. Lately, the Violetta girl is winning. Take a look, I have one. Good day to you.
My format-sensitive friend. How goes it? Oh, yes. Her. Lana. Lama. Something like that. That's because the kid skims her crates. Privilege of rank for you. Utterly tasteless. You know the kind. Skips around listening to music on liquid storage vial. I attempted to discuss Einzelton XR with her. To extend a hand across the generations. She called me an Einzel cunt, told me to fuck a disc. At least this one understands how to keep the books straight. But when it comes to culture, nothing but white noise on a dead channel. I thought I asked you to kindly shut the fuck up. Clearly, I'm not expressive enough. Let me hammer the point home. If I have to hear any more about your communist friend, the Weeping Eye, or any of the other shady transactions you people are involved in, I'll slit my wrists with a shard of velo disc and bleed out right here in front of these children. Is that clear? As far as I'm concerned, Tempo del Sur is nothing but a plague vector responsible, in part, for the outbreak of Lucian culture, if you can call it culture, in this city. My interactions with him are limited to receiving a twice-monthly shipment of trash that sells out faster than any of the valuable rare media I sell, paying my monthly fee for keeping my stall operational, and occasionally including his name in my nightly prayer of hatred.
His speech speeds up the more he speaks. The external manifestation of a system careening towards a vascular catastrophe.
Your friend asked about him. I passed him on to the boatman. What more do you people want from me? If you're so concerned about my health, I repeat, please stop asking questions about lost communists. Sure.
You approach the still door again, this time knowing who it belongs to. Silence from the other side. Below you, the social static of the bazaar muffled by distance. You get no answer, no twitch or shuffle behind the metal. But you get an impression of the room, a vibration. Somewhere between crime scene and radioactive accident. No answer. Silence. A brief tremor runs through the metal, but it doesn't budge. Humans dominate doors every day. Hold this one back down the pecking order. Stop. Don't enter. Don't break this seal. This doesn't have to be yours. It's a standard lock, and you have a lockpick to hand, so you can certainly try. You step back from the door. You stand before Tempo's door. You slip the arm of the tool into the lock, exploring its cold metal viscera on feel alone. You focus into your hand until the tool becomes a part of it. You feel the pins relent. Believe in your lies. A last gentle click, and the way is open. A ruined sofa with a sad story to tell. The air hums. This is a spy's death. Too much. Update. Asset taxman was unknown. Now zeroed out. Multiple assailants going by the footprints. A brief struggle. Then the inevitable. Askew on nearby shelves, a stereo system, blinking on standby. They used that to drown out the noise. At the start, at least, this was not a clean hit. You imagine him getting his last licks in, dying roaring, slower than they betted on. All teeth and fury and cunts. The aftermath was the point. This is a warning. A slow, cold needle to your soul. The blood is curdled and cracked, the color of old brick. A week ago, maybe more. The way espionage crises always go. People collide in slow motion, gripping the outer edges half blind. Bodies mount, telephones ring. All treaties are hereby denounced. Prepare for open war. Mere minutes into the match and the away crowd are silenced by a stark scoreboard. Enemies 2, Cascade 0. On the desk are a grey notebook, an e-terminal, and a broken photo frame, face down. Next to the frame is an eye with a long single teardrop, shaped out of a fine white powder. The eye of your enemy, waiting to greet you. It's soft and ringed. The word accounts is written across the top in black marker. A thicket of serial numbers, dates, columns and rows cover the pages top to bottom, along with shorthand references to incomes and outgoings. You notice the handwriting completely changes in the more recent entries. The first dates back years, harsh-lined, heavy-handed, all capitals. Tempos. The second set is an elaborate looping cursive. Some of the eyes have little hearts instead of dots. There are none. The first set of handwriting even uses the word cunt with the same wild abandon as the second. It would be quite rare for rupturing blood vessels to entice one into calligraphy. The heart suggests a compassionate touch, maybe even a human relations department. A list of names, titles and compensation. One of the rows has been firmly crossed out with aggressive black lines. Ignatz. Could be the individual of flexible loyalties that Carmuna mentioned. Rent, utilities and other minor operating costs, including travel. Multiple instances of round-trip tickets between Portofino and Acuerda La Luz. You avert your gaze. It doesn't turn on. Someone's cut the cord. The crying powder eye stares at you. It is a signal. The crudeness of it points towards a sick joke by the weeping eye. The eye watches you. Your finger returns to you with a dusting of white. Power plant. If gasoline could kiss, this would be the perfume on the collar of its shirt. The privatized roads of your mind are now a high-speed rail network which penetrate the brain-blood barrier. Enjoy. It's cocaine. The eye is no longer weeping. As you turn the frame around, dust falls and a blade of light momentarily obliterates the row of faces presented. Inside your stomach, Spider's skull. A surprise attack launched from your own past. Here you all are. Taxman. S-Stock. Virtue. Cascade. Radiant. Kindred. Holocene. Your former network, known to the Opera as, unknown to you, as those friends you left to die 5 years ago. Your people. None of them meet your eye, apart from you, the only one looking down the camera. They were counting on you, and you abandoned them. While they thought of you, you thought only of yourself. You selfish little child. What a thoughtful gesture. Very late, but very thoughtful. You slip the photo out of the frame, into your pocket. Pressing against your heart once more. You did what the assignment called for, what you were told to do. A fatal case of sentimentality, leading cause of death among old assets and spies. He wanted to keep you all around. Too late. Fading lights in the fog. You are here now, under attack. Beneath the photo, and your heart, a tug. The window to your right. Did someone see you come in here? You can make out an impression of the bazaar beyond the window, obscured by dust and grime. You gather up your sleeve and exhale onto the window, where your breath reveals a clear handprint in the dust. You raise your hand and place it gently onto the print. It's smaller than your own. That is not Tempo's hand. You are late to the party, and the after-party. Across the canal is the district of Lower Vudas, a haggling mess of slums, continually sprouting from the defunct ruins of itself. A cross-section of the city would be a cliff face, stacked with evidence of floods, political tides, and fossils of forgotten hardware. It hums with free-flowing commerce, pensioners with oversized bags, teenagers carrying skewers of fried shrimp, dockers moving pallets off the canal. He is stained all around you. Best he can do, currently. An unusual shape breaks the pattern. A large orange figure, sliding between the stalls. Glancing up at the office. Too much, and too often. The man from the photo shop. The weeping eyes errand boy. A possible cover. Of course. In espionage, coincidence is folklore. Known to the Opera as the Whole Sick Crew. The desk is as you left it. You tap your fingertip across the dusty eye, then turn it upwards into your nose. If the entire weeping eye came through that door right now, you'd kill 'em all. You turn from the desk, back to the ransacked room. You can make out an impression.
Can't let you past. We got a mother situation. Just like I told you, mother's out for her constitutional. I'd stay out from the back ways if I were you. The mother took out a whole squad of carabineros once. Bullets bounced right off her hide. Ate the faces of every one of them. And their big hats, too. The main entrance to the east. Please, do not panic.
You might have better odds if you go by the south and come up through the rusty gate.
Good. Morito always advises that.
A click somewhere inside. The world slows. You lock eyes with the man from the photo shop. He cradles something within his coat. Fear, gun, move. The time to act is now. Your opponent looks this way, then that. He thought he saw his target, but there's no one there. Just nondescript masses going about their business. He turns his head in your direction. His gaze slides over you, frictionless. Your form may flicker, but keep focused and the disguise will hold. The exit is in sight, tantalizingly close. And so is he. You hear the whine of a 50cc engine. A small tuk-tuk appears in your peripheral vision.
Yo, operant, this way!
A teenager in a tuk-tuk called you a cunt. They may be an ally. You may not have a choice. Your cloak of indifference holds. You don't know her, but she seems to know you. Your body crackles with electricity as you batter your foe into submission. His eyes light up in fear. The man flinches and the air stands still. Two bodies collide. One folds.
Come on, time to move!
The man's hand slips out of his coat. He grips a camera tightly to himself. You race towards the waiting tuk-tuk and hoist yourself up.
One of those nights. Kansa Kimbo.
The girl gives you a quick, not exactly kind once-over from behind a dark cigarette and crescent nose.
Don't recall throwing it. I'm just someone who's been waiting on you, Herschel. Tempo talked a lot about you. Said you'd be late, too.
Your former asset was swapping secrets with a teenage girl. What is occurring here? Not that. Probably. The man was a committed homosexual.
Magician's apprentice. They throw knives at me and I get paid not to flinch. All of it's gone wrong. Someone took Tempo out. The whole way out. Who do you think found the blood? He's dead. Turbo dead. Sorry. Tempo had enemies in every direction. Take your pick. Sure, Herschel. Weeping Eye, or the Carabineros, or the Azuri mob. Maybe they want to go to the mattresses again. Fuck you care anyway. Tempo always called you a friend. 5 years, no word. Some friend. Yeah, but everyone says that. 'Cause it's easy to say.
Carried from a nearby apartment, a piano melody floats through the room as if on small wings.
Anyway, he's gone. So now it's me or it's nothing.
The girl studies her half-dead cigarette and falls silent. You can hear her silence. Don't trust you with the big stuff yet, fuck off.
From the photo on Tempo's desk. That was all of you, right? The whole sick crew? Thought so. Not a lot. That you were good, that you had something together, and that it was a shame how it all went down. Slowly, then all at once. They got the girl first, he said. Carolina. Then the floor gave way. Getting your shit kicked in usually is. The ritual, obviously. Has it started yet, or what?
That's your cue to know what this is.
Cascade or nothing. Tell her Taxman is ready to begin the ritual. That was Tempo's message to the opera. What's it mean?
It's a tempo styling for something significant. All gravitas and enigma.
I would, actually. I just saw you in action. I thought you were high up in the opera or something. Tempo said you were top floor, brightest spy in the sky.
Uh-oh. Tempo didn't know they shelved you after 91. He thought you were still respected, revered even.
What's that mean? Are you still a spy? Thanks for the honesty, but the way Tempo talked about you, I'm glad he's not around to hear that.
So are you.
You're supposed to be the Great Cascade. Pockets full of answers. All my cards coming up.
The girl closes her eyes, then opens them again. Smoke drifts from her nostrils.
Quiet, Herschel. I sense the presence of spirits. They want to commune with us.
Tears iced over with sarcasm.
Yes, I hear them. They're close. They're whispering. Ritual's completely fucked. It's gone. Unless you can find this old Luthien guy. Before Temple got knuckle flicked off the board, he was setting up a massive deal with some Luthien guy who's like 1,000 years old. Someone way high up. My best guess? This ritual's all tied up in that. Temple called it a blow for culture in defiance of all known laws. And he said that if he fucked this one, the Weeping Eye would kill us all. He said this numerous times.
The exit papers you discovered at the shrine grow a little heavier in your pocket.
Seems that prophecy is coming to pass. Temple was first, a blood sacrifice in his own office. Next is me. Then you, probably, if you're still around. You're part of this deal now.
With your old friend, there was never one deal. Always a tangle of side bets, optional riders, and overlapping interests. Arranged in such a way that Tempo always wound up across the table from himself.
It's all right. I didn't care for that office anyway. Good reason to never step foot in it again.
A scab she's already been picking at, destined to scar.
You walked into the same thing, didn't you, Herschel? Let's put on our big girl faces and finish what he started. Secret jail or some shit. Out of reach. I never knew his name, or his new name. But yeah, that's him. Where'd you get that?
Here, point awarded.
You mean the shrine with all the pictures of dead people? Good fucking omen. This Dante prick disappears a couple of weeks back. Gets snatched, vanishes. Like that. Said some hyper-incriminating shit into the phone that everyone knows is tapped. Extremely schoolboy error. Tempo's on the other end. Hears him get taken. Black bag job. Now he's locked up in some secret jail, saying who knows what to who knows who. Right. Malin. Said her dad turned into thin air. She doesn't smile much anymore. Not a great look when you're trying to sell parties to people. You should see her fucking receipts. Yeah, it's right under the flashing neon sign that says, "Secret jail this way." Sorry. It's been a tense couple of weeks. I don't know where this jail is. Spy stuff, your world. I'm useless here. This old guy getting snatched really spooked Temple. Like weapons-grade coke binge spooked. Last time I saw him, he was bleeding out of his nose and talking very seriously about fate. Correct. You've got me in this safe house, and I've got you. I'm not on coke, but I am spooked to fuck. You need to find this old Lucian guy and either just bust him out or shut him up. If this ancient prick spills on our massive deal, we're all fucked. You, me, and everyone.
She was going to say another name there.
Everyone, I said. The bazaar, the vendors, the smugglers, whole kingdom. Mayday every day.
No, something bigger here. Something she's holding back. This is her way of asking for help. She needs a friend.
Thanks. And fuck those opera cunts. What do they know? Temple always called you the best. Take him at his word. He said you'd come through for him, too. For us. So find that old prisoner, Herschel, and come through. Yep. Temple offered him safe passage through Portofino. Set him up with a new life. He was good at moving people. And making them up. The techno-fascist nursing home? Who knows? Probably death in some form.
Or maybe himself in some form.
Something he called the Mega Violator.
As she speaks, a tiny shiver passes through her.
I would say conceptual object, but it exists. The illuminated cunt never came through with it, or at least, he didn't have the chance,
So who knows where that got to? Only shot we got. It's you and me, Herschel. One cunt down, two more behind the ghost of him.
Her hand reflexively reaches for the cigarette packet jammed into her left bra strap. She smacks the packet once against the side of her head, then flips open the top and plucks one out. At the aerotram stop with tempo, fog-stained and matted with rain, the final time that both of you felt certain would not be the final time. He smacked the packet on the side of his head before offering you a smoke. You do it too sometimes, without realizing it, when you're thinking of those days. Nostalgia is a symptom of reactionary mental retreat. You must remember forwards.
We hosed here, Hush? Firm grip needed. These things tend to bite and scratch. Anything from our dream kid?
Kindred, unreachable for the last 16 hours. The screech and groan of your aerotram arriving.
You should probably get on that. And don't worry about me, I'll be alright. Take care, you dim cunts.
Yo, ground control to Herschel. You look like my grandmother during an absence seizure. Closer than most, I would say. Yeah. Thank you for noticing. My name's Yana, and I'm the fucking man. He's not my boyfriend. We were just hanging out for a while. Maybe we still are. Whatever. Yeah, it's terminal, unfortunately. Some cunt has me in his crosshairs. A cunt with weird headphones and a shit mustache. Dunno. Headphones are the defining feature. And the fact he's after me.
She's used to dealing with peripheral creeps, but this one's unsettled her.
That's why I'm here, and not in a bazaar. Midnight pricks won't stop exiting the fucking woodwork. I don't know, and Tempo had no fucking clue either. But he was very scared of him. Way ahead of you. I'm in the middle of smoking this cunt out. My acid is already in theater. Cryptonym, Scarf. Yes, obviously. But also, do I? Use your spy shit. Make contact. Tell him I approved the meet. Yeah, you spoke to him. Now I need you to make contact with him. Keep up, Hirsch. Fucking hell. Also, you can tell him that my schedule freed up this weekend, so I could see him for like 1 hour, maybe. As long as nothing better comes up, which it might. Good. I like enemies. They solidify my fucking position. But you know what solidifies it even more? Non-stop odd shit with you. No, other people taking care of those enemies for me. Ignatz. Area clown with shit taste in jackets. He used to work at the bazaar, till Temple sacked him. For being a clown, officially. And unofficially, for maybe going in with a weeping eye. Carmona's got dye in her brain or something. Whatever she comes out with, assume the opposite. Either way, Kunt's just bought himself a lifetime ban from the bazaar. Welcome to the delinquent heap.
His second ban-in that you've been witness to. He's a ban magnet. The girl inspects the disc over the top of her cigarette.
This is one of those Einzelfucks Petre won't shut up about. Fuck me, there's 2 of them? I know she's missing, but that's no state secret. Whole world knows that. Kidnapped, I heard. Sad end if it's true.
A flash of your abandoned double, alone in a lonely room.
Of course, you can't go wrong with V. All her stuff is good. She's like a friend. She gets it. Where did you get that anyway?
Be open with her. This girl is not your enemy. She may yet be your ally.
As in dead?
Blown away into the night before you could even give chase.
Sorry to hear it. What happened to him?
He deserted the track before the starting gun. Mental weakness led to physical.
The worst type of schemery. Sounds like we're two down, Cascade, and getting cunted harder by the minute. Hope he pulls through. Okay, good. Whatever. Dipped one in nitroglycerin. Fair warning.
Her fingers are spangled with violet glitter. Smoking any substance other than party-approved brands will be classified as tobacco wrecking.
Greedy cunt.
You rest one on your lip and pocket the second for later. The smoke swirls lazily in your chest.
Don't think you're getting another one, because you're not. Me and Marco. Fine, but also not great. I barely had time to see him. That makes a couple of us. It's weird. When he's around, he annoys me and I want out. But when he's not there after he's gone, he becomes like the best person ever in my mind, even though he hasn't changed. Maybe. We'll see. I hope we can.
They won't make it.
Probably his smile? Moving on. All right, Herschel. Psychologize me. Yeah, I did some odd job shit around there. Admin stuff for Tempo. Became his assistant, basically. I'm a criminal prodigy. Best in show. Fleet of fucking foot. I was just Yana. The bazaar took me in. Tempo kept me. I don't think so. The bazaar's receipts don't think so either. People say the culture goes backwards, or downhill, or whatever the fuck. There's only one real blockade to culture. Blind and deafen yourself. Then maybe you're protected. Anything else? No chance. We'll find you eventually. Probably where I left them.
Push a little harder and she'll open up. This girl wants to tell you things.
Last time I checked. Mom's a swimming instructor. My dad creates radio jingles for a local station. It was for a while. I'll check in on them someday. I'm retired. Government education is for losers and narcs. They're never gonna teach you the most important thing in life. How to make fucking moves. We had a professional arrangement. Now we have an extremely personal one. I was here. That's all. Hold on. Don't I get another name? Like how Tempo was Taxman?
Could go with Tax Girl. Strong thematic resonance.
Get thinking then. And it better not be Tax Girl, or I'll kick off. Speak your piece. Keep your powder dry, Herschel.
You pick up the payphone. You step away. You pick up the pay. You step away. A name is emblazoned across the side of the tuk-tuk, in a cool blue font partly obscured by diaphanous hand-painted soap bubbles. Lymphadores are Spies, cleaners for hire. Around the back, an aluminium roll-up door shields the contents of the trailer. Evidently the expensive kind. The roll-up door is bowed in, half crushed. The aluminium edges are misaligned, leaving an awkward gap that's desperately bridged by a worn padlock. The leather-upholstered bench is barely big enough for two people to share. A half-eaten sandwich, wrapped in paper, leaks grease onto the passenger side. The window is rolled down, just a crack. You can see the contents nestled between two flattened plantains, fried shrimp covered in melted cheese. A gastronomic monstrosity. No one abandons a sandwich like that for long. Someone has jammed a half-empty spray bottle of disinfectant and a damp rag into the shallow well on the dashboard. And there's a parking permit for 422 Calle Espinas taped to the inner windshield. The only other touch of the personal is a copper medallion hanging from the rearview mirror. The cheap metal was oxidized, a green patina on an embossed 8-pointed star. Some astrological thing. Who can keep track of it all? The cleaners, wherever they are, have left little trace of themselves or their equipment inside of the vehicle. The tuk-tuk remains in its place. The cleaning tuk-tuk with it. The old padlock, under stresses it could not possibly endure, shudders and pops open. The small space is tightly packed. In the corner is a selection of buckets, a rack of brooms and mops mounted on the wall above them. Bottles of cleaning solution are tucked into every free space, with names like Zyfrox, Extra Clean, Shine and Shimmer. Your eyes land on a shapeless garment in a disconcertingly meaty shade of pink. There's a zipper on the back and a large tinted window at the front. A viewport out, but not in. The cleaner's face obscured from clients who'd rather not have to acknowledge the humanity of their janitorial staff. Anything that obscures your face is good, when this suit has the advantage of obscuring your humanity completely. The suit slides off the rack and into your hands. The tuk-tuk remains in its place.
Hey, you. You're new to this scene, aren't you?
A young man in a long, colourful puffer jacket with an oversized collar stands guard. His forehead glistens with sweat.
Really? I haven't seen you around. But maybe it's a good sign. Maybe the scene isn't as dead as it seems. My name is Kurt, by the way. Kisok, born and raised. Likewise. See this jacket I'm wearing? A product of the local scene, custom made by one of the tailors here. Pretty cool, huh? Thanks. People in the know recognize each other, right? But you know what's not cool? Some of the official heat I've been feeling as of late.
The man stares at you with a long, stern look of hesitation.
I've bowled too hard. The streets of Portofino have not been ready for such a display of style. And to be honest, I haven't been ready either. This cool jacket? The party alley tailor made it for me, but I never paid for it. I owe him money, I have no money, and I cannot show my face around the heart of the scene.
Exiled.
I'm a local guy. Been around here all my life. He knows my dad as well. And we signed a contract. I know fuck all about contracts. But I got the jacket. I felt exhilarated even. But I haven't been able to come up with the money. Haven't even had a single crossover. I never intended to. Ever since some new faces started popping up, I felt an undying need to improve my game for any potential scene crossovers. These days, the scene has deemed the notion of work out, so no. We signed a contract, as I said, but I was too excited to remember anything about the total cost. Maybe it was a lot, maybe it wasn't a lot at all, but the jacket is baller. I suspect and fear it was a lot. Can you find out how much money I owe him? What if it's impossible to pay back? What if other people find out that I am bowling on borrowed time? It would spell disaster for the scene. Thank you so much. Go to the Party Alley Plaza. It's east from here. There's a tailor named Bruce. Maybe you can ask him, like, quietly, diligently on my behalf about the, the price of the jacket. I'll be sure to make it worth your while. I'm checking out the scene, inhabiting the streets, thinking about the past and the future. Crop tops, monuments, and communism.
Wrong. Communism is omnipresent.
Look around you. They tried it here, but it didn't work. All that remains from it are monuments and crop tops. Yeah.
Struck a nerve there.
Nothing's wrong with crop tops. It's all to do with belly buttons. In the current year of 96, the scene has deemed them out. This decade is all about portability. It's not feasible to take a monument with you. Maybe like a brick from the foundation or something, but not much more. Yep. Lucian everything. Full reflection clothes, high-speed synthesizer music, and tiny attack dogs. They intend to overwhelm your eyes with brightness, so you wouldn't see them coming. Cool, but also menacing. A wall of electronic sound punctuated by low-end rhythm designed to misdirect your sense of space and time. L-pop is just the introductory lullaby to make the people, ballers included, drop their guard. The scene thinks it to be some kind of a power move, just for laughs. It's not like you'd see or hear them coming, right? I've been around the scene long enough to have a feel for what's up next. They must have some substance, given their success on the global scene. A lot. Look at those people over there. Out-of-towners. Thoughtless threats. Futuristic materials, high-grade factory work, not yet fully reflective, but getting there. Well, maybe you lack the necessary context of the scene. She's got Vertanine sneakers. He's got a sacrophobe coat. And that man over there is most definitely wearing a crossbill. Those are all illusion brands. They don't even sell the knockoffs for some of these in the bazaar. Hence, they're most likely from out of town. I told you, been around the scene long enough. I think they are illusion brand ambassadors. I hit them up the other day, hoping to represent the scene of Portofino. But they weren't very talkative, told me to mind my own business. I thought we could have a scene crossover, but it was not to be. When life closes a door, it often closes another door before opening a window. The window of the scene. That's how it works. You're out until you're in, and vice versa. For decades, Kisok was a very low-quality scene, as far as the global scene goes. It's starting to show promise now, but I have to keep watch to make sure it doesn't go the wrong way. Oh, you don't know the scene worldwide? That's alright. Many don't. It takes many years of experience to see the scene like I do. I'm here to divulge. La Luz is currently leading the scene, the undisputed world champion of what's in. Cicatriz Frontera may be the political capital, but the city of La Cupola is the scene capital. I've heard rumors, though, that the political types are all imprints of just one scene savant, and that's why the capitals are different cities. How would you duel for recognition if you're one and the same? You're obviously new to the scene. Ballers of that caliber are destined to be at war with one another, especially if the difference between them is small. It's the only way to find out who is for real and who is not. Comes with the territory. Sometimes it happens that both of them turn out to be real. That's what's called baller synergy. Very good for the scene. A firm 2 or 3 on the 10-point scale I just thought of. It's not very baller of them to force everyone to do jumping jacks or executing civil servants in the street, especially when wearing the clothes they do. Cool older guys will tell you that Kisok once ranked #1 on the global scene hierarchy. The Palace of Culture used to be the center of scene operations. Chief Baller ran the Communist Party from in there, but they couldn't keep up with the changing scene. In short, Kisok has ranked low for decades now, but new ballers rise from its ashes all the time. Ballers like me. This place is on the up. Only the culture, or rather, the baller blockade is holding us back. Did you lose your sight all of a sudden? You're looking at one. Take another look at the jacket.
He pauses, watches you a moment, and shuffles something in his pockets.
I protect my sources. Yeah, cool. See you on the scene.
You gaze up at ultravioletta caught mid-song, enshrined in purple. Music emanates from a nearby low-fidelity speaker. Disorientating. She's both ahead of you and behind you at the same time. Every direction at once. An expression of exquisite emptiness stares back at you. Strange eyes beneath a crown of foxglove. A little of both. She is the contour of a star. An indifferent angel, visible by the light she sheds on this planet. Ultravioletta, according to the projection text. Below the name it reads, "Cover the moon when I'm gone." Artist and song. A delicate voice weaves through slow chords, then soars over a crescendo. You smother a twinge of sadness in its crib. Cover the moon when I'm gone. I'll make you miss me like a sad song. The girl continues to stare beyond as you turn from the
Good to see you on the scene again. Yes? Really? What? The bank? How can it be? This is not what the scene is about. I owe money to Emter?
It's obvious this young man has been lured in by the false, evil promises of liberalism.
See you on the scene. Good to see you on the scene again.
Money. Some say it is real, others say it is fake. But it definitely has an impact on the world at large and the individuals within. For this young man, the explanation should be as simple as possible.
What does that mean?
Even simpler.
But how can it be? I've never even met anyone from Emter. How would they know of my desires?
You can do it. There is a moment of almost serene, silent reflection within his eyes before the stark reality washes over him.
Oh no. So I'm in a lot of debt. Is this what they call the invisible hand? I think I am feeling it around my neck. What should I do? Should I become an illusion brand ambassador? How am I going to face my father like this? He's a proud man, he wouldn't understand. I now have no choice but to agree. In the scene they say that communism never worked, but I think the alternatives aren't working either. There must be somebody from Emter around here who could help me. Someone who could absolve me of my debt. Like a high priest of capital or a liquidity mage. Please, find them and help me. I promise I will make it worth your while.
There is no such thing as a high priest of capital. There are, however, Emter representatives.
He's old school, living in his delusions of past grandeur. Thinks he's got it all figured out with the money, the business. Very proud. Zero knowledge of the scene or what's fresh. Going to give me another one of his lectures. Very uncool. He's the manager of the housing campaign. Or at least that's what he calls himself. In reality, he's just a janitor. Yeah, like what's definitely out. The scene's the scene. See you on the scene.
Can you smell that, Cascade?
Sweetish, faintly burning, the odor of leaking refrigerant.
An intrusion from the past, with the augmented feeling of reality that olfactory information lends to memory. The call of Satellite Facility B, a vast honeycomb of windowless hexagonal rooms in a satellite facility 20 kilometers outside Novessa. In administrative limbo with the burnouts and fuck-ups.
For 5 years, you wandered like a discarnate entity around those mazes of unlabeled discs, vacuum-sealed bags, and folders in a vertiginous array of colors: ochre, pomegranate, olive, and beige. The lack of direction was, of course, part of the design. The freezer is not simply a storage facility, it is a test chamber. Every few days, you encountered another poor soul between the shelves. A man or woman with a haunted, wan expression, or else some hideous, permanent injury. There was nothing to separate you from those unfortunates, only the whim of your controllers.
You might have remained forever, had the occasion not arisen to unfreeze you.
Beware, Cascade. You have seen how easily you can be shelved. As soon as your assignment is over, all bets are off. Already their fingers are hovering over the storage button. But now, you won't be caught off guard.
Don't make eye contact.
I can't. Don't worry.
Yeah, the Hypermore is cool if you know what you're looking for.
Thank fuck. It's leaving.
I don't know how you managed to kick the hogger off the phone, Monsieur, but we owe you a drink.
The characteristic taste of Portoferro's local schnapps is as foul as ever. Its effect is soothing.
What brings you back here?
Two of the pilots slowly turn their heads towards the third, the silent one. A leaden silence descends. You have touched on something that should not have been touched upon.
Now, what makes you ask that?
Well, we're not. Not how we get our kicks.
If Joe wants to tell you, that's his problem. I'm not translating.
Steady breathing, a gaze as missing as it is fixed on you. He will not lower it. Defiance keeps it aloft. His companions may not accede to tell you, but he will. If you can understand him, that is.
You shouldn't.
Why don't you tell us something titillating instead, eh? Liven up the mood.
In his perennial lasciviousness, he's trying to throw a lifeline to his friend.
Frankly, there's not enough schnapps in this goddamn city. Besides, only Slava can really translate for Zhao.
I'm not doing it. If he wants to tell you, that's his business. Why don't you tell us something nice? Until next...
Shh. It's her again. My stalker.
Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder.
Hello, again. I'd hardly call Gonzalo up here. I hope he was on his best behavior.
There's no telling what Gonza's behavioral baseline is.
I doubt he was serious. He has a penchant for theatrics. The more gruesome, the better. I'm just glad you don't seem to need medical attention in response to his medical attention. Just please don't let him operate on you. We used to work together when we were both younger. I'd rather not get into it, if you don't mind.
A man of science should cower in the face of hard evidence, destroy him with the power of observation.
I understand that you are unfamiliar with Porterfield medical documentation. See? A seal from the medical board right there. That's enough.
His mask of placid indifference has begun to slip. Beneath something warm, red, wet. His face crumples, head drops to his hands as he mutters something. Voice so hushed as to be indecipherable. Unauthentifiable muttering. Compel him to speak.
I put dogs to sleep. The license is real, but it's expired 4 years ago. The medical board didn't revoke it like they did it to Gonzalo, but they declined to renew.
You know it well. The sensation of being formally fucked.
The only legitimate work I could get was veterinary. I offer family medicine services on an informal basis. But as you can see, not many families pass through here. And well, there aren't that many dogs either. Yes?
He would rather talk about anything else.
Oh, sure. If all you are considering is the fact that they are both made of meat.
Your flippant misunderstanding has hit a nerve. It's not the first time he's been dismissed this way.
I don't blame people for only bringing me the hopeless cases. I wouldn't even start to know how to cure mage. Let alone something serious. Nothing malpractice related. My record was spotless. What happened was out of my control. They actually like their pets. They prefer the person giving them end-of-life care to not do so with visible glee. I am, apparently, the more compassionate option. On a case-by-case basis, if the patient isn't able to travel, it can make it easier on everyone. Though some people prefer not to associate the memory of the procedure with the place where they live. I'm going to assume that I simply misheard, and not that you just asked me if I kill human beings. On a case-by-case basis, yes, well, someone has to do it, right?
He'd simply prefer it weren't him.
Euthanagist is a noble profession. During the early days of the space program, the most respected member of the medical team was the one whose job it was to prepare self-termination material for the cosmonauts. That's what I tell myself. Until next time.
The one per...
Excuse me, the upstairs room is private. That's not the insult you think it is. Now, please.
You let the ladder...
Marcia.
He nods gruffly.
Wish I could say the same, sweet lips.
From the ship?
I would say ask the Duchess herself, but she doesn't talk about clients. She told you? Must be a woman thing.
Well, there you have it then. But no, I don't remember anyone.
Until next...
You're back again. That's an odd question.
A better question. Why are you bringing this up, sans subterfuge, to a Guardia Municipal officer?
Yeah, we don't have those here. Never understood the concept myself.
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. You approach the reality situation flyer once more. The People's Bureau of Entertainment would never allow something this anarchic to make it to air. Yet another poster that would look awesome on the wall above your bed. It's been adhered to the wall with blue reusable adhesive. Sticky, easy for quick installation and removal. You're able to get it down and rolled out without any difficulty. Bagman's been flooding the city with these. They're designed to be taken home. The storefront is closed firm with a metal shutter. Plant life sprouts from cracks in the brickwork, growing over the aluminium. It must not have been open for some time. Carl was here. M+Y, heart. Unstoppable trade forever. Marito is a dog rapist. You lift the shutter gently. It resists. Locked. Around you, scattered pairs of eyes watch as you jiggle the shutter. Too many people around for a break-in. Come back at night, or find another entrance. You turn away from the storefront. The desk is as you turn from the desk. The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. He already fears the worst. You don't need to get into the uglier details. He already fears the worst. He doesn't know what he's asking for. Not really. Cowards. Tell him to not go into that office himself. He shouldn't see. He doesn't have to like it, but his nights will be kinder for it. Ignatz, the man you first saw at Photo 24. What have he got to pseudopod? Ignatz was lurking around Photo 24 after all. Except pseudopod was no vanguard. Regardless, Ignatz should be on your list of culprits. If he knows something, it'll require finessing. You scan the area, trying to mirror his gaze. Along the harbour, dock workers shuffle crates. Further out, the unfinished tram pylon looming over the bazaar. And the outline of a building, just past the roundabout. Yes, it's hard to say whether he was looking at it, but the direction is right. Instinctively, he looks down, but tries to stop himself. It's almost like yes, everything within him is making a concerted effort not to react. You squint. Only highlights and outlines remain as the dockyard and then the bazaar disappear. You glide across the water, out to sea, until it merges back into a meandering canal to the southeast. The Noscurrent is building. This time, you're sure of it. An uncharacteristic tension in his voice there. He lowers his head in brief silence.
quite the commotion down there. That man in the garish coat was no friend, I take it. Of course. Please, have a seat.
Good day. Bazaar's closing.
Thanks first.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres. Various sections are separated by narrow plastic dividers, each one labelled with the same neat script. A baffling assortment. Hairdresser music, children's choirs, self-love anthems, opinionated female vocalists, and too many keyboards. More labels. Falsetto-centric. Made for pederasts. Made by pederasts. Pretentious time signatures. Yodeling, ululations, et al. You're not just flipping through records. You're going deeper into Petra's Museum of Loathing. The section Weaponized Boredom includes such titles as Music for Dentist Waiting Rooms and Narcoleptic Landscapes, both by Eloisa Alba. The care placed into the organization is itself an act of love, performed hatefully. A single label fills up the entire back row. LPOC. You feel the media vendor's eyes on you as you flip through the offerings.
Have you met fans of the slum? If I leave it out front, I'll spend the evening scraping fluids off the jewel cases. What galls me is that it doesn't matter how I label any of it. These animals thank me for being thorough, then buy two.
You try, but it's difficult to find something you're interested in while wading through the labyrinth of the salesman's disdain. Whisper funk albums, kazoo devotionals, a breakup/meditation EP, an album cover where the singer hugs themselves in the mirror, track lists with 9-minute-long affirmations, a solo project described as ecstatically celibate. You know there's something worthwhile in there, but it is lost amongst the brambles of trash. Reason will not help you here. Close your eyes and let your hand seek out what it wants. There. Swirling maelstroms of darkness adorn the album cover. Intricate but hardly visible patterns of black on slightly darker black. The band logo is an illegible scroll, allegedly composed of letters in a human script. On the spine you find the title, Blood Golem. The artist. The album is called I Will Know You by the Sound of Your Structures Crumbling. It is what your hand wanted and found. Violence. An all-out auditory assault. Its condition is pristine, as though it were pressed yesterday, for us and us alone. There is no track listing, no credits, only violence in its purest form, unjustified, unrighteous, primal. Now, always.
Still crass music on a crass, replayable format, but at least it's not an active attempt to idiotize the population. I'll give you that.
He nods curtly. You turn your attention away from the shelf.
Maybe not.
Ah, hello again.
Before, she mentioned the magazine's sponsor is the Civilization Trust. It suddenly seems highly relevant that you recognize the name.
Is this about the man in the suit and glasses again? Another man? This must be some kind of joke.
The other side of the room, where the sub-editor sits, has suddenly gone still, silent. You're exposing yourself. Shut this down. Right now. Just what the assignment called for. Some big thinking.
The question's extraordinarily vague, but I do have an answer for you. To my knowledge, there is not a single Y chromosome in the entire facility. To our private office, oh, and the basement, I suppose. There is no rest of the building. Forgive me, but may I inquire as to the uncommon interest in our offices?
This direct line of questioning is drawing far too much attention to you.
Fine then. Ask as many questions as you like. As I already said, only staff and contributors are granted that privilege, as it's our collaboration space. In your case, all you need to do is submit a poem for the next issue. If we accept it, you will become an official contributor and be invited in as part of the editing process. Not really. Unless you're interested in reading through hundreds of rejected poetry submissions.
Forever consigned to the back room. The worst fate for any labored words.
Nothing. I'm afraid the lower level is entirely out of use at the moment. Even I haven't been down there. Did she? That's her business. She's responsible for keeping the records. Makes no sense for both of us to wade around down there anyway. It's perennially flooded due to the nearby waterlock. It's supposed to be hermetic, but I guess the walls are getting old now.
Whatever's down there is a secret, kept even from her.
This space had been abandoned for several years before we moved in. As I recall, it was once a sewage treatment plant. Institutional requirement. One of the few conditions of our generous sponsor is that we abide by certain security guidelines. Naturally. If you say so. Well, naturally.
It's as though you proposed something unseemly at the dinner table.
Oh, no. Of course not. We accept submissions by mail or in person. Verse poetry only, and standard formatting rules apply. 12-point font, double-spaced. I read it first. If the work shows any promise, we'll work together on the edits to make sure it syncs. We have room for one more in our next issue. Is this some kind of a joke? Are you trying to test whether we really read our submissions? Well, we do, carefully. This poem was handed in by a sad and unkempt young woman not 3 days ago. And you thought to bring it inside? Please. I would ask that you not waste both our time with these games. You are here to submit what you do not have. A conundrum, one must say. This is a publishing house, not a writing room. Besides, this kind of environment is not conducive to the kinds of inspired verses for which we hunger. I would suggest you find your own desk to write at. You must have one at home.
There was a desk back at Photo 24, the one with the red folder on it. That would work.
My advice would be to make sure it's quiet and allow yourself time to contemplate before you commit to paper. Evidence of abundant poetic reserves. In particular, those that are unflinchingly extracted.
The inner core of people. She wants them to rip out whatever makes them tick.
Poetry is a natural resource. Nothing more, nothing less. Your work is to mine that resource at great personal cost, and ours is to refine it into the rarefied commodity that our readers demand.
A shadow passes over her face. In the darkness, her pupils momentarily dilate.
You have it in you, but you must be fearless in extracting it. That is impossible for me to answer. I don't have favorite poets, only favorite poems.
Not a people person, then.
If you're after some samples for inspiration, I recommend browsing our latest issue. Till the fields of scripture, roll through the briar, make dreams out of scars, verses from fire. Isn't it? I took one of LaGrace's stanzas and tweaked it to serve as motivation for those who aspire to our pages. It's in all of our issues under the submission guidelines. Absolutely not. Poets should never dumb down her verse for the sake of being understood. It is on you to interpret the meaning.
The spectre of art for art's sake rears its decadent head.
Please do.
Ding, ding, ding. The Trust is a well-known front organization founded and financed by MTER. Ouch. Sorry. The state cut all funding for the arts and humanities in '86. Not quite. The Ministry of Mass Culture has actually branded the Trust. Malicious actors tripping and flailing upon the world stage. Oh no. So close. To date you haven't given the Trust a single soul. Ding ding ding. Correct. The Trust is nothing more than one of the many fronts for l'Empire sans territoire. Patrons of art, for any other sake but the art.
Oh, there's no catch. They're just very attentive. The prestige of funding important cultural work.
The sub-editor smiles over at you both, twirling her red pen.
Yes, the MTER people. You can't move in the art world without brushing against it. The patronage of the Trust is the sole reason for the existence of dozens of magazines, theaters, and newspapers.
Private foundations, colostomy bags for the so-called high arts.
I don't disagree with that, but it's simply not realistic these days. Without the Trust, there might not be a culture, at least not one you or I would recognize. Have you noticed recently what passes for art out there? Twinkly L-pop foolishness Seizure-inducing cartoons, adults eroding their wits with rubbish made for the prepubescent. Let's just say that it allows for the existence of art that doesn't have to impress a teenager.
It occurs to you that this little magazine may well be the sum total of this woman's life and legacy.
Yes, it's nice, isn't it?
The woman gives you both a little wave, a delayed smile just behind it. That sub-editor is an MTER operant for certain, rank unknown, and your movements.
I don't really have, if you say so. Adieu.
Bagman gestures wildly on the television screen. This is the...
I am Sub-Commandant.
The sounds from the... Sprawled in front of you is a huge control panel. Work this out, and you should be able to drain the water outside. The controls before you are unlabeled. There are 2 glowing buttons, a switch, and a single large lever. Push the buttons. No, wait, the lever. Whichever goes click-clack the loudest. The sound of water outside. Use it as your guide. Nothing appears to happen. No haptic feedback. No audible change. Best ignore this one going forward. The color of affirmation, healing, for some, even hope. The button remains nestled in its place, oblivious to your thoughts. A short, powerful hiss of water resounds in the surrounding plumbing. A high-pitched whine from a motor. No, something's in the way. At least you know the last step. Pressing the red button. The last step is holding it down. It doesn't budge. The metal switch flips to on with a heavy, satisfying thunk. Main drive engaged. As you suspected, the button releases a stream of water somewhere when it is held down. The hiss turns into a trickle, and then stops entirely. The water won't drain unless it has somewhere to go. Nothing appears to happen. Despite a noticeable thud, safety pins refusing to yield. A hum of machinery runs through the walls, and the cling of metal on stone. You're on the right track. A short, powerful hiss of water resounds in the surrounding plumbing. Again, a hiss of water. The hiss turns into a trickle, and then stops into... The water won't drain unless it has somewhere to go. Again, through the wall. A gate opened. It shouldn't have. Pull it again. A hum of machinery runs through the walls, and the cling of metal on stone. You're on the right track. Nothing appears to happen. Thunk, and the switch flips to off. The groan of shifting iron, muffled by masonry. Now let the water flow. Again, a hiss. You hear it running through the waterlock, splashing through on the other side. That worked. It's draining. You leave behind the control panel, its arcane language now mastered.
Go on. It must be down there somewhere.
But it's all slimy.
Don't worry. I'm her father. I'm just trying to teach her a lesson. She dropped my expensive bottle of schnapps in the water. Now it's drained, she can go and get it for me.
It was an accident.
I know, Caracalito, but Daddy can't catch any shrimp for dinner if he's thirsty. You dropped it, so you have to find it. Don't you agree? What are you, the Canal Carabinero? Whatever. Come on then, down you go. Not for 2 weeks. Normally her mother looks after her, but I've got some time off myself, so I'm doing it.
We're spending quality time together.
We were, until you dropped my bottle in the water. What about it? I don't want your schnapps, I want mine. Besides, that's the cheap stuff. I have the on-tour edition, the strong stuff.
Don't step on the shrimp. They make your shoes smell.
Out of the darkness emerges another wolf cup. Large, plastic, and glorious. The plastic wolf, in round spectacles, reads an ancient tome. A wizard's staff strapped to the back of his cloak, splashed across the cup's side. Someone seems to have put this container away for safekeeping, and then forgotten about it. He looks sort of bookish and reserved, actually. He looks like the kind of wolf who'd stick his snout in between the pages when no one was looking, just to smell the old paper. Itching to prove that he can lead the pack, if they'll only give him the chance. Globs of yellow paint refuse to stare back at you. His gaze is fixed somewhere to the side, drawn away from his book. By what? It's unclear. Eager Wolf joins the crew. Another plastic wolf cup in your hand. As before, 1 out of 6 is stamped on the hard bottom. 6 in total to get your hands on. You're on your way to collecting a full set. Your fingertips itch with anticipated pleasure. The door looms. Its keypad glowers at you dubiously. Glossy metal finish. No hint of rust or weathering. An even darkness runs along the door's edges. The metal is cool against the flesh of your ear. It's quiet. No activity behind the door. Once open, you should be in the clear. A heavy, die-cast 10-digit keypad with a matrix of tactile switches. A trio of wires runs from the bottom of the keypad to the door. Assuming an 8-digit combination, you're looking at 100 million possibilities, rounded up by 1. It seems wiser not to try. You look around the imposing door. It's hard to see its full form without a light, but inside, there seem to be hundreds of small protuberances sprouting along a cylinder. There's something about stars and what it says about this type of lock, but it doesn't quite come to you. You haven't learned anything new, but at least you gave the lock a good eyeballing. The door remains. A bottle sits in wet surrender among the grime. The label, damp but still holding strong, reads, Vishnya Schnapps on tour. Must be the expensive bottle of schnapps the young girl dropped into the water. It's 60% proof, much stronger than a typical bottle of schnapps. The sour cherry flavor makes it go down easy. You snatch up the bottle and realize it's unopened, and therefore uncontaminated. You are faced with 2 options. Return it to the father at the top of the ladder, or...
Hello.
Nice try, but we're not moving. We got to this fishing spot first. It's ours. This is a sought-after placement. All the local shrimpers want it. What about it? Ha! Yes, it is. But you're not just gonna give me it out of the kindness of your heart, are ya? Deal. Ah, lovely stuff. Thanks. Uh-huh.
Bye.
We've just had a fumigation done. We're not due for another couple of years. Right, okay. What will it be?
She gives the photograph a brief, considered glance.
No. That's you.
Something about the woman in the photo doesn't match the person standing in front of her now. She studies the photograph for another moment.
I don't think I've ever seen most of these people. No problem.
She glances at the print.
That one was a carabinero, right? Right. Him I used to see around. That's tough. He died, I think. It's been a while. Almost 5 years. He was... I can see that. How'd you say you knew him again? There was this guy he used to meet with, Rustamian. Heavy set. Pretty sure he was an informant. Yeah, go dice. That's him. I'm saying he might know more, if that's what you want. Don't forget your photo. See you.
It's still almost
It's getting worse. I really need to just give up on it and buy a new one.
Electrons deflected by magnetic interference. The shadow mask has been corrupted. Without an instrument of magnetic banishment, you are near powerless to exorcise the demons of distortion from the fogged mirror's television.
Oh. No. I'm not sure what you're even talking about. No wands here.
All hope may not be lost. The proximity of the speakers to the CRT screen has caused this blight, so perhaps removing their malign influence will, if not completely free the television, at least prevent its further defilement.
Yep. Probably should.
The bartender stands on her toes and moves the speaker a few centimeters. Almost instantly, the purple blotch recedes.
Well then. Good eye. Thank you.
For a quarter of an hour, you watch as men in short shorts and tall socks hurl a leather sphere against concrete with tremendous force.
Helps with blood circulation, reduces fatigue. Also makes their legs look longer. Thought you said you were a regular once upon a time. That's Kisok PC. Everyone around here goes for them. Recreación. Bunch of pretty boys in short shorts.
Their lack of expression is so blank as to be an expression itself. Drakration is a money laundering vehicle for the profiteer class. Those who've won the end of history by steering years of stabilization packages to their chosen enterprises.
They're alright. Viva Kisok. Just remember that we're not allowed to use the WCs in another team's arena. I guess they're worried someone will take it upon themselves to recreate the ceramic panic of '83. One person rips out a toilet and lobs it into the stands. One time! And if not, there are plenty of plastic bottles around.
15 minutes pass in near silence as you stare at the television, mesmerized by the rhythmic action on screen. In your trance state, you hear a voice that sounds eerily like yours hiss, "Yes," when one team scores a point on a particularly tricky shot. It's only when the channel cuts to a commercial for tuk-tuk insurance that you snap out of the sports-induced reverie.
No, shush.
The bartender gives you a brief, familiar nod as you slide off the stool.
Operant. Come around, have you? Bon. Let's talk. My offer is this. I share with you a little from my wall of shadows. You help me with some personal research. Reading material. There's a bookstall just north of here, unmanned. A holdover from more idealistic days. There's a certain magazine in there. I'd like you to bring me a copy. Ultra middle-brow poetry, if I understand correctly. Somehow this city with a literacy rate hovering about 68% manages to keep an arc of high culture afloat. Curious, don't you think? Probably not. But then, probably shouldn't be running around in theater without approval. Controllers get very twitchy about that sort of thing.
The punishment for desertion in theater is reassignment to the Lunar Cadmium mines.
For your professional sake, I'd think best not to go crawling back empty-handed. In my time, operants like to submerge themselves in the local culture. Get in there. Slather yourself in its essence. Covered with a genius loci. All that good stuff. I don't know about that. But it probably won't make you a worse one. Come on. Bring it here once you've got it. Till next time.
Thanks for fixing the TV. Very kind of you. Kisok versus Sporting if you're interested. Scores tied.
With the purple bloom.
You have suit yourself.
They're not here. Never drank himself. He'd cover you if you whined about it, but only if he was already getting one for himself. Product of her generation. She knew how to keep herself to herself. Slouched in the booth. Affect too stiff to be believable. Like one of those master sword makers the government subsidizes to make 2 blades a year. It took him a long time to warm up to people, but once he did, he was loyal to a fault. Back to the nearest wall. The memory of the endless ring when you called to tell him the boat was going to leave without him still itches at you.
Let me know if you need something else. See you.
You return to the disused storefront. You slip your lockpick into the keyhole at the bottom of the shutter. You hear it click open. There's a loud metallic clank, and then it lifts up, surprisingly smooth. Thick spiderwebs stretch and break. You duck low beneath the shutter and out of sight.
Your presence is weak. Fate delivers me an unworthy adversary.
The creature's eyes glow with cunning flame. Its ears tuft delightfully in every direction. Long grey toes ripple over a mountain of trinkets as it inspects you. A puppet. There's someone hiding in the pile beneath it. Broken cages everywhere. This could be an escapee. On closer inspection, its eyes are no less cunning and its ears no less delightful. Its tail swishes arrhythmically behind its back.
Abandon your notion. Tremble before the majesty of my realm and of me.
Is this the dog thief? It is standing on what looks like a pile of stolen goods. Hard cut to his tiny face. Crash zoom. His golden eyes flash.
I'm the king of trade! For now, enter the economic war zone. Enough mouth work. Show your objects. Laughable. Listen. Not talk. Business correspondence.
Why does the reactionary speak in authoritative tones? Is he insecure in his message? Laughable. Do not let his curiously prehensile toes distract you from his aristocratic status. This horrible little man is a class enemy.
I do as I do. Unthwartable schemes forever. Fragile foe. Puny beseecher.
The monkey stares you down. His adorably well-fitting shirt does nothing to tamper the fret.
Prove it in skirmish of value. Secret sources. Knowledge denied. Do not consider yourself my equal. Concept beneath notice.
His eyes flare, his lip curls.
And all challengers welcome.
The geysers of his nostrils erupt with curiosity. Warm expulsions of air on your knuckles.
A curse. Take it with you. No trade. Yes, yes. Challenger enters. Commence economic combat.
He wriggles his toes, drawing your attention to the pile of miscellaneous objects atop which he stands. A sneer waves impressively across his jagged lips. He rummages into his pile of stuff and brings out a paper hat, folded into a peak.
Symbolism unnecessary. Monarchy absolute. Apart from shame.
He closes one eye to consider you, carefully, before lifting a strappy leather harness from his collection.
Dynamic yet functionless.
Buried among the pile, you spot your prize. This wolf's face is nearly covered by a dark, sweeping mane. She's dressed for battle in jeweled armor, but her snout is stretched in a yawn. On the side of the cup in curling letters, Dream Wolf. Tears gather at the corners of her green eyes. Buried on the side, you turn your eyes back to the teetering stack of stuff. The monkey bares his teeth at you. Tourist, the monkey. He flicks his ears in excitement.
Amass increasingly desirable objects. Condescend at peril. Legs and head unadorned. Alpha face gear admired. Shiny containers reveled in. Contents ignored. Only most premium goods desired. Everyone is bad at everything. Yet to find worthy companion.
Is it a companion that he's looking for?
On the short while only. I grow impatient. False wolf admired. Must trade fair. Shiny trade. Pleasing hinged open function. Accept. Glimmercube craved. Meaningless standard.
He digs the wolf cup out of the pile and throws it into the air, watching with glee as you scramble to catch it.
Pointy goblet repelled!
He flicks his ears in excitement.
You are puny. Prove yourself. Fertile color. Pleasing hue. Ruttings abound.
He flings the harness at you.
Wear straps and know you've been a victim of the trade.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
Ah ha ha! Flimsy item desired. Variation in packaging proposed. Snake! Snake! Oh, ha, ha, ha.
The king hesitates, his tail thrashing a furious metronome.
Fear nothing. Nothing. Trade your evil siggies.
He takes the pack gingerly between his atrocious thumb and forefinger, then flings it away onto his pile.
See? No fear.
He draws back a nasty little arm and whips the hat through the air towards you at speed.
Traded.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
Farewell. You have farewell.
You're back again. The animal zone. Well, that is outside of my jurisdiction. Someone else can deal with that.
The GM gives you the The stall remains as You could get that poetry magazine Houseman wanted, even though you found the jail. A little gift. You scan the stall, but find no poetry section. Instead, there are several piles. Most of those journals look cheap. Pulp adjacent, really. They probably feel cheap, too. Exactly. Think high-quality spine, silky cover, something with a premium heft to it. You just need to dig in. You turn away. The stall remains as haphazard. You come across a small collection of a notably different stock, not far from the top of the pile. They're sturdy, recently pressed, and the finish is smooth to the touch. You turn away from the piles of books. The latest issue of a literacy periodical called the Nos Currentes Review. It's weighty, as if promising to be a tome of great import. First impressions matter. The person responsible for the design of this journal knows that. 2 greyhounds frozen in mid-gallop against a field of blue. Around them, the titles of a few major poems and contributors. There's no logical connection between any of these things. The table of contents lists dozens of names you don't recognize, on pages filled with heart, with soul, attempting to put into words the inscrutable feelings unique to these modern times. That cryptograms page is the only one worth bothering with. You alight on a double-page spread of poems. The first is about an ungrown hawthorn tree. Another tries to force razor to rhyme with demi-semi-quaver, while one is simply blank. This only serves the people as an example of the mediocrity they should avoid. Experimentation inside a given medium is the only way its boundaries can be discovered and transgressed. Despite containing no words, the non-poem comes with extensive footnotes. There's at least one of these in every issue. It's claimed that a non-poem draws attention to our need for poetry by forcing us to embrace its non-existence. Maybe that's why you were taken out of action for 5 years. The non-Herschel highlights the need for the real Herschel. Easy to say when you've never even tried to write a poem yourself. Nothing so vulgar, just more fastidious arrangements of words, all without illustration, bars and bars of it. The literariness of the magazine really comes through. Focusing on the relentless black on white of the pages make your eyes strain with effort. It is no longer a magazine you look at, but a blurry carousel of monochromatic scenes. You turn the magazine back to its cover. Asymmetrical grids and empty boxes, a jumble of letters listed alongside them. Every inch of the page has been used meticulously. Holocene would love this section. Cryptograms are his thing. They are intended for the general public, if a niche section, so should be way below the level of cryptography you encounter in theatre. You've already solved tempo cipher since you returned, so you've had a little practice at least. No need to waste time on anything that doesn't directly help with your assignment. You can't start doing cryptograms for fun. You turn the magazine back to its cover. For interest in obtaining a subscription, to purchase in bulk, or to make a submission, a gold embossed logo type at the bottom of the page. Unfortunately, part of it is smeared during the printing process. It is only possible to make out the words made, thanks, and trust. Must be the acknowledgement that the Civilization Trust demands from the cultural products it funds. Claw marks left behind by the vulture of capital. You hold the photograph in your hands. Beneath the smudges and creases, 7 figures gather under dim barroom lights. The whole sick crew. Together in person for one night only. In the center, you, their lead and birthday girl. It's not actually your birthday. You just say it is. There you are, together. Just once. And yet in the photo, all are smiling. Oblivious. There's Tempo, off the drink and vocal about it. He's still the loudest and most aggressive person in the room on just a soda and lime. Far left, a frame built for violence. Bulbous, glistening skull shaved bare every morning. People like Tempo move through life telling themselves the devil is in the source until they get off it. Only then do they realize it is inside. Next to you, Ramses is warm silence, nodding along. It's hard to tell whether to the music or to the conversation. Carolina stirs her drink, a gin drink like she imagined you would be drinking. They didn't really talk, but she gravitated toward his presence like an animal to an abandoned building. Black bangs, a scarf her face always seemed about to disappear into, the openness of her smile betraying her youth. Ramses smokes inside, indifferent to laws and customs. Carolina has actually gone and bought you a gift. She says they remind her of you. You still have them, in fact. To your other side, Vespar keeps disappearing and reappearing with 2 small glasses of schnapps at once. The second one he calls his insurance policy. Not that it made any difference in the end. Leather jacket, mustache and military cut. A face that could fluctuate wildly between innocence and depravity depending on the expression it took on. Even though she's just arrived, Esty looks ready to leave. That she's even come at all is a sign of respect. Holocene arrives last, thinking it's only going to be the both of you. He goes pale when he sees your entire network gathered in one place. He's appalled by your sentimental fallacy and threatens to report you to your controller. Compared to what comes later, this little gathering is almost excusable. The last thing any network should think of. And somehow, despite everything that comes after, it feels good to let yourself remember. A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a decapitated head towards the reader, its lolling tongue and dripping viscera a promise of what's inside.
I've moved Pseudopod into the spare room. He'll be safe in there until he recovers.
She gestures towards a small room with a small bed inside it. Situated on the bed, your would-be double could almost pass for a convalescent, were it not for his empty, fish-like eyes.
No, I would have to agree. He's been like that since I moved him. What about you? Are we any closer to finding out what happened to him? I suppose that's principled of him. Lot of good it does Pseudopod just now. Were you able to piece together what he was investigating before you arrived?
Her demeanor is sincere. You could open up if you wanted.
That's good. I'm sure he left ample clues. He seemed quite diligent. You'll just have to come at it fresh tomorrow.
The attitude that has carried her through her entire life, through whatever hardship.
Well, I suppose that's all. I'll get back to the desk.
She doesn't move.
I was just wondering how it feels, you know, being in theatre again. I'm not sure how this assignment compares to what you were up to at Satellite Facility B. The freezer, yes. It must be a relief to be out.
The facility's nickname is new to her. A delicious tidbit to hide away for later.
You picked an interesting time to come back to Portofino. It's not the same city it was 5 years ago. For one, we've become a front line in MTR's culture blockade. The powers that be seem to have become more protective of their investment here. 'Tis the season, it seems. Pseudopods seem to think they may even have operants working in the city right now. Then, of course, there are the anxieties about Réunion. No one can say whether in 5 years' time we'll still be part of the developed world, or whether we'll have been annexed by techno-fascists. Maybe. They're terribly organized when it comes to getting what they want. My father used to say it's because they're all of one mind.
A long time for a rumor to linger.
It's odd, isn't it? In some ways, I have so much more to worry about now, but it doesn't feel that way.
The inextricable swirl of global perils and the middle-aged terrors of a life wasted.
Is this some kind of assessment? Nothing too much to tell. Certainly nothing that would interest an international actor like yourself. I've been running this shop for the last 3 decades. Business isn't exactly good, but it's enough. I just get on with things. No, it's just us.
You, and the breathing mannequin.
Divorced.
Unwelcome terrain. Tread lightly.
No, nothing like that. Can you imagine? At my age.
Younger than your mother, but in her mind, she's an old woman.
Wasn't in the cards. Most people prefer drop-off and pick-up for their film and prints. No one lingers here for very long.
Some days pass without a single customer.
A fit of boredom, if you can believe it. Here I thought I'd broaden my horizons, so I signed up for a mailing list, one dedicated to foreign literature. Then one day, this very polite man with a very pleasing accent was on my doorstep. I thought he was going to try to convert me to crystal worship. Instead, he asked if I'd be interested in letting my upstairs room. Yes, it was.
She likes remembering him this way, in her shop, pretending to discreetly examine her list of services.
I don't presume to know the inner workings of the opera, but I have to think I could be better utilized. Of course, I'm happy with the tasks I've been assigned thus far. Keeping a safe house is a major responsibility, but I have other skills, you know. Chemistry, for one. I have an entire photo lab back here with access to all kinds of toxic chemicals and powders. And yet I doubt anyone would suspect a woman like me of, say, poisoning someone.
This is a woman who's planned countless perfect murders in her idle hours.
If the assignment required it. I'm not saying I hope it comes to that, just if it does. Born and raised, as were my parents, and just as proud of it as they were. It was a different time back then, of course. Kisak feeds itself, my father used to say. There was a steel foundry just a couple of streets away, as was silk, leather workers, bakeries. People used to make things here. I'm no regressionist, operant. I know Portofirans made their choices too. As I said, I love Kisak. It just doesn't feel like itself on some days.
The image in her mind growing fainter, like it might disappear the second she stops believing in it.
Tragic what the Lusians do to their old colonies, displacing all those poor souls, forcing them to abandon their homes, and that's the lucky ones. Not to mention the reunions affecting us too. You've got refugees washing up here day and night, speaking in gibberish, making a mess. They don't even try to integrate. That's not what I had in mind. The Lusians have to be stopped. That's my final word on the matter. No. Actually, to be honest, I find some of the things he says rather upsetting. Yes. And it does a good enough job of bothering me all on its own, without Subcommandante Bagman's help. Of course. Something else? Go on, then. Of course. Ah, yes. I poked my head in upstairs, just for a second, to check the hot water.
A hot water heater on the second floor. Definitely snooping.
And I couldn't help but notice the art. I'm curious about your choices.
You are being challenged to justify yourself. She hides the disappointed twist of her mouth behind her hand.
You sound like my ex-husband. Oh, I see. Oh, of course. I should have known. I suppose this is all rather glamorous, isn't it?
Hopeful. Deluded.
Well, I'm... whatever makes you feel at home. I'll be here if... Oh!
She doesn't seem to have been expecting you. Strange smell about her. Chemical. You remember it from somewhere. Something's got her in an unusually euphoric mood.
Of course, all good here. How may I support you this fine night? Nothing, I'm afraid. I'll be here.
You approach your double's bedside. You return to the desk. Everything is right where you left it. A flat surface, a folder with some loose paper. There's even a pen that's been left behind. Yes, it seems suitable. You turn away from... You return to the desk. Everything is right where you left. You plunge deep into the mirror of your past. A gust of wind knifes through you. Operant Holocene turns to you while walking through a street shadowed by soaring tenements.
Cascade, do you think you carry all your past lives with you? Or must the same life be broken and reassembled time after time?
Too late. The coffins have been kicked and the memories are waking now, one by one.
I often think a controlled suicide under a litany of psychoactive substances might be illuminating. The shape memory of a life versus a million deaths in a single soul.
Elysian Asset had sent a series of cryptograms for you to decode his whereabouts. The man was almost comically paranoid. Later, you found him dead, symbols slashed into every part of him. Holocene's words haunt the air, a hypothetical that perhaps he would soon after be tempted to answer in the flesh, along with the rest of your crew. No. This file was supposed to be destroyed. Don't bring it back. You're dimly aware of words being committed to paper as more memories crash the windows of your mind. Stray phrases come alive in the space between your mind and the paper, glowing with prescience. You pull on your learnings from the exercise papers to sharpen up your poetry. You read it back to yourself, out loud, and find a way to improve your metaphors. The past unspools itself. You're merely its servant at the wrist.
The terrible fate of all spies, Cascade. Powerless to change the prophecy, yet endlessly free to decipher its runes. Much like death itself, a prophecy and its runes before a human race of spies.
It is done. The page is filled. All that's left is the dull bruise of guilt and the loose memory blowing around you like a slow storm. The raw materials are pristine. Any stylistic refinement needed is the editor's literal job. Time grinds along when you're revisiting old ghosts. Believe it or not, there are people who do this for free. You turn away from the desk. The heifer coffee lady casts a mysterious smile over you. Bagman watches on approvingly as you secure his position. More somethingness. Stunning. The bed welcomes you for The murmurs of Portofino fade into nothing, as do you. Raw information atomizes itself on the other side of the... and rings.
Have you even read yourself, Cascade? The self is a text. Its meaning is not self-evident, even if you do live inside it. To understand it, it must be close-read, annotated, dissected, and subjected to several rigorous critical frameworks.
The book stays closed. It has a nice cover. What more do you need?
There was a time when you were keen on reading beyond the surface. But then conformism intervened. You grew satisfied with a shallow idea of what you are. Defector. spy, operant, miserable failure. These are all just cheap genre terms, a mask for the perfect impenetrability of the text. There are many methods, but the most reliable ones not tied to specific religious or psychoanalytic traditions involve disgorging your psyche onto the blank page and then contemplating the results. It's time to begin. Turn the scalpel inwards, and then peer into the orifice you have made. Bolt of pain rips through your psyche. Soon, everyone will know what your innards look like.
Operant. Brilliant work. It seems your pomegranate folder was true to life. That's so. Why hand me the magazine then? This isn't the bank, Operant. No deposits. But a donation's a different matter.
You could ask about his motivations, casually, as he asked about yours.
Call it talent scouting. I may be a non-entity, but I'm not entirely out the game. Wanted to see for myself what it is the opera once saw in you.
A damaged heart, longing to redeem itself.
Good luck getting yourself in jail. Till next time.
Don't move. I can't. Don't. Thank fuck.
Could I ever see beyond her, only to discover more of her?
The middle-aged man stares into the sky, left eye loping slightly. His hair and suit are both in moist disarray. A pink tie hangs open around his neck. A near fatal casualty of Party Alley. White collar, judging by his attire. The smell of alcohol singes the inside of your nose.
No. All is lost. Are you looming over me in official capacity?
Always.
Well, hard luck, Harpy. This dashing statesman has breached containment. I have abandoned post, delegated all responsibility to my junior. It will hobble him, of course. The fate. I am Oscar Metamoto, senior negotiator for l'Empire de la Empire Sandu without la.
A glimpse of steel submerged behind his bloated jowls.
I am, or was, and may yet be again. Thank you for the offer, but we are far beyond that pale.
Our enemy has defeated itself.
For immediate release, Oscar Metamoto is hors d'usage until he receives at least 3 apologies. The bank is always open.
And always in town.
Yet another special condition on the master contract that dismantled history. But I can say no more. I am le négociateur sans corps. I visited an old friend. On the verge of our great triumph, we defeated ourselves. The moon. But all is secret, like the silent side of that divine satellite. My old friend, the great Reno, final boss of Reno Enterprises, and most famously, telephonic communication.
Money, power, king with no crown.
Eons drew up his very first contracts when he was getting into private infrastructure. Bulletproof. The blood-soaked arena was Reno's apartment. Cozy little penthouse at the tippy-top of the housing campaign. Private elevator, of course. Tunnel to Coliseum. Site of our last stand. Top shelf liquor, mostly. The crowd roaring as we were torn apart. Blood running rivers in the sand. A routing. I knew it was a mistake accepting the invitation. Reno can have quite the time when he revs up. But one can't not drink to the moon. We often do at our rare reunions. But no, some others fought alongside us. Intimate circle. I brought Frederick Lejeune along too, which proved to be an error, but also a lesson well learned. Train is serious. Not the most auspicious start. No, model train. Fred's gone weak at the knees because the toy train was Reno's prized child. Joyous trophy. A terrible fate. Gotta find them where you can. High tragedy. La Ballade du Fred Lejeune. I don't care to get into it. The boy's embarrassed himself enough.
You could prey on his obvious weakness. Alcohol.
Devious, but not unattractive. Yeah, I think I'll take it. We've made a deal, strange woman. A deal sealed and done.
He throws the alcohol back down his throat, eyes open wide, staring at the sky.
Metamoto is back at the table. So, yes, the little reunion we had at Reno's, the one that's rendered me gravel-bound. Fred was also in attendance. There were a handful more high rankers present too. Renoites, movers and makers, political actors, and Metamoto and his jun. The prize train was in circulation, being shown off to a trusted few. A moment's distraction, a stray placement. Fred saunters in from the kitchen, wreathed in smiles, fails to scan the landing zone. Sits right on it. The crack, splintered plastic, a gunshot through the soul. Freddy knew instantly what he'd done. I also knew, but for the boy's sake, pretended not to notice. The jeune stayed seated on the wreckage for almost 2 hours until things got elucid enough for him to make his play.
A tremendous feat of endurance.
He seized a moment of distraction, then, limping slightly, off he snuck to stash the body. I, personally, have never before seen him disintegrate a model train, but it's not the first time he struck an own goal at a social gathering. Fred has killer instinct, robust at the table. But socially, the dial reads Dread 0. He did not. Fortuitous. Fred would have been banished from the tower immediately. But he will notice if he hasn't already. He will notice. Reno cares about 2 things above all others. His cat and his train. And also, his businesses, above all others. That will be one of 1,000 pressures assailing the boy, but it will be a significant one. Bigger occasions have fallen through for less. You hate to see it in the professional game. To what? The fascists? The communists? Freddy loves his comfort. He is a creature of them. He bleeds liberalism. No defection there. I guarantee that. That will bigger occasions have fallen. Mine? Mine. That will bigger occasion. Keysak's a lonely town when you're the only MTR boy around. I didn't see where he put the main part. He scampered off to a dark corner of the pied-à-terre to conduct his beastly business. Well, the other part is in the reliable hands of Metamoto.
A small mound inside, about 3 inches across, vaguely circular.
I was trying to get the jeune out of a jam, of course. Plausible deniability. Major asset at the table.
He took it because it meant something to him. He gazes at you, head dipping forward like a fading pulse. Suddenly sentimental, the emotional quick change of a ravaged alcoholic.
Because it makes me think of her. What other reason is there? My friend the ambassador's wife, Lolita Calista, the last gasp of my heart, gigantress in waiting. My friend the ambassador's wife, Lolita Calista. The only woman that will satiate Metamoto now.
Radiating with grubby intent.
Come closer, then. She is a masterpiece.
This proximity, his aura of alcohol was near weaponized.
A forbidden one, conceived by an ancient master, high on blood sacrifice.
Rather than complete drunken nonsense, the senior negotiator's fingers are tracing a specific shape. Is that a hoof? Her full figure comes into view. Lolita is 2 meters tall and almost as wide. An ancient goddess whose frame stirs nothing less than the primal compulsion to drop to your knees, and barriers between your mind, body, and soul crumble as your entire being transforms into a total expression of worship. You take her in, your eyes helpless as each curve and fold leads to another, an infinite loop, a flesh fractal. The giantess sees you, peering up over her acres. She knows you are there. Beside you, in the shadow of the giantess, Oscar Metamoto sighs.
So you understand my predicament.
He looks up at you with a small shine in his eyes. I hope that you are aligned.
Thank you for the encouragement.
Sticky. He rubs the invisible slate clean of his Lolita tracing and softly blows the air.
My friend is the ambassador. Lolita Calista and I will never be friends. We will be all. Or I love her. Searingly. Searingly.
If there's any kind of moral conflict churning below the surface, he does not show it.
None. The terms are set. It's not sweet. It's an affliction. Worse than the drinking. Far worse. It made me think of her. Yes. I wanted to bring Lolita the train, offer it to her, and say, let's go away on this. You and I. For a night, for 2. Forever. At least we could ride that train together just once. And then whatever way it went. We couldn't say we never tried. Now that I look at it, of course, it amounts to nothing. Just a broken wheel that can't move.
Reno might thank you for fixing his prized train.
At one tiresome function or another. I don't recall. I was too astounded by the primal synchronicity. Like the day meeting the night. Ineffable. Ephemeral. In the vulgar sense or the spiritual sense? One would hope she felt the illicit magnetism also. Of course, there's no way to know. The heart of my tragedy.
You know the feeling.
Here in Portofino? No. Here at my personal nadir, strewn upon the gravel? I would say affirmative. I cannot concur. One from my opposite number, one from my superiors for the professional cuckolding, and one from my aforementioned junior for making me superfluous. In fact, make that 4 apologies. I also require one from Fate. I wouldn't know, because he has yet to appear. He's Lucian. Definitely not. Then why am I so thoroughly cursed?
His eyes are deep blue.
It is an ungloved prostate exam. direct from the Manus Fati. One starry finger extended, powerless to do anything but brace yourself. I know how it works. I know how it works. But still, on principle, seems my hors d'usage will be much prolonged. Mountainous vision of flesh, a true angel incarnate, terrifying everything. She is my friend, the ambassador's wife, Lolita Calista.
On speaking her name, his face softens, looking almost youthful.
I've committed no corporeal crime, high mental treason only. But should it come to it, apologies go two ways at Che Metamoto. I will prize them from dead hands if necessary. A forgiver. We are around. We linger. Whose debt needs abracadabraing? Yes, our program for the disadvantaged to accentuate their purchasing power. Fantastic stuff. Very fair rates. Fair child, there is no such thing as money. It is a mere promissory note. There is only debt and credit.
Classic liberal, deny and deflect. Our promissory note reads, total revolution.
Why not? Seems I have very little on. But I require holy water for the rite of forgiveness.
The liquidity mage needs liquid.
That is the official term, isn't it? The forgiveness of debt in return for a confession of sin against capital? We all live at the expense of someone. In well-stocked markets and machines. The name, Wisnia Schnapps. On tour. The on tour part is very important. Return with it, and we can begin the ride.
This man is no would-be passenger. He craves to be the track, to be wheeled and choo-chooed upon without remorse.
Am I? She is powerful. She is all-consuming, tenacious, unrivaled, strongest. She is train. I am track. I was beginning to think I didn't need this, any of this. That maybe the broken train was a sign to just move on if I could. But you're right, of course. I crave a state of railwayness. I see it all now. My desires are clear. Lolita must roll upon me like thunderous locomotion. Medium-sized. I should do. And then meet my friend the ambassador at the table to discuss terms. Oh yes, this. Too small for me now. Love is hell, isn't it?
Now find the other half, and you'll have the full thing. You could even repair it and return it to Reno. Or just hold on to it. That's half a blackmail tool you've just acquired. It's already humming with ill intent.
I usually charge a consulting fee, but...
The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by graffiti. An official-looking sign hangs to the right of it. Open nights, no knock-in. Next animal who bleeds on this door gets sedated through the eye. Scrawled badly in horrific fonts. Fraud, butcher. Gonza owes me a tooth. Charged me for screaming. A vulgar drawing of a doctor seemingly fornicating with a leg. Warped frame, cheap steel, hinges rusted like old teeth. No reinforcement. You turn back toward the noise of... The machine is still soured by the piss smell when...
Did you find an emptier person? Yes? I have no schnapps. Is it over for me? Is it over for the scene? See you on the scene.
Defenses going up, but curiosity as well. So that's it. He's gone. Asset virtue. Confirmed. 0. You recall Vespar speaking of his time in the Guardia Municipal, a decade of low-stake days. Making Goat Eyes look like a snitch, with none of the perks. His employer. What's he heard? The young man stares at you for a long time. There's something you're missing. A piece that doesn't quite fit. By whom? A courtesy he'd like to be mutual. This is a man of many competing loyalties. His family, his business, his friends, but the one that stays his hand the most. Your answer here must be important. The final test. Religion is an illusion meant only to hold captives. Shiftily, he looks around left and right. After a moment, he blows in and out, then leans in to whisper. Hard to tell if he's genuinely worried about being exposed, or it's just part of the sell. It's not as serious as that, but you get the point.